Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a good thing you are with us for the Hump Day edition
Hump Day
of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Normally we go inside the star at 6:20, but if you are an early riser and a part of the 6 a.m. club, you are getting the special treat today as we have an absolutely loaded show. We have chopping it up at 7:40, Charles Robinson talking about two other Cowboy trades from Yahoo Sports. He is pretty tight with the Cowboys ownership. He will join us at 8 o'clock. The random Wednesday wheel spin at 8:20. Chuck Cooperstein, who I got into my first Twitter spat with last night.
Oh, no.
Will join us at 9 to preview the Mavs season. And Nick Eatman again.
Oh, wow.
From DallasCowboys.com. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. And we start with the Max Crosby rumor. Trey Wingo, former ESPN employee, does his own podcast stuff, reported yesterday that the Cowboys have reached out. According to sources, the Cowboys have made inquiries with the Raiders about a potential trade for Max. Cowboys are second in the NFL, by the way, with more than $31 million to use this season. Brian Broaddus started hopping on the phones, and he had found out that the Wingo report was more so coming from the Raider coaches, that the Cowboys had not called. I don't know whether the Raider coaches knew if the Cowboys called or they were just speculating amongst themselves. Hey, what about Max of Dallas, Colleyville? Got a star amongst the 4,000 tattoos that he has. Then, later on at night, you got the water thrown on the story, possibly, because James Slater, along with Tom Pelissero, coming out with the dual report that there's basically nothing to it. The Raiders met with Crosby to let him know they are not shopping him and will not trade him. While other teams are interested, the Raiders are not interested in moving their best player, and Crosby wants to stay in Las Vegas. Bobby Belt, what do you know?
I think that they had to call a meeting because I think Crosby was getting a sense that even before yesterday that like he might be on the block potentially. And I mean, it makes sense if you're the Raiders and you feel like your season's just going to hell and you're like, we want to start collecting some capital. The approaching 30 like guy who's can get you that kind of return, that would be one of the guys you would it'd just be one of the guys you would at least investigate what you could get for.
Yeah, but it's not late enough in it's too late for the Raiders season.
Yeah, it's not late of his career.
They're done. But he just turned 28. So if you're Tom Brady and if you're Pete Carroll and you're the ownership, you can say, hey, within a 3-year period here, within a 2-year period, we can turn things around. So not as old as Hendrickson, not as young as Micah, but just turned 28.
Right. And somebody who is in another extension year. Like he just got into the new extension years. So he's somebody who it just makes sense to investigate. Could we get anything in return? And whenever you're going to blow anything up, you just look at who are my most desirable assets. Let me go see what it is. I don't think, from my sense of it, talking to people, it did not sound like anybody had really called anybody. I think Max Crosby is probably one of the guys that the Cowboys, as they do like we were doing around here, investigate who's bad and who has guys that we'd like. Let's just kind of look over what we might be able to find out about these guys. And I think from Crosby's end, it was probably, hey, if I'm hearing some chatter, I would just like it to be known Dallas wouldn't be bad. Like I think that there was, and that's why a meeting had to be called.
Or I don't want to be traded.
I don't want to be gone anywhere. Maybe he likes being a Raider. He looks like a Raider.
He's got a massive, I think he's got like 2 massive Raiders tattoos on his like torso. But he 100% wants to be there. But I think also he was saying, if this is going to be something where you're going to move me, I think there was probably conversations about, well, okay, if y'all are going to move me, and I think the Raiders felt the need to, well, let's sit down and let's talk. We're not. And so I think that's where the air was being cleared. But this, again, all of this rumor, anything else that we hear, I think it all ties back to Dallas is going to be way more proactive during the deadline than they're talking about. Like, I think it's not just we're open for business. I think as much as Jerry said, if you pick up the phone, you lose. I think they're going to be picking up the phone the next few weeks.
Might be. Look, I mean, it's I understand if the Raiders did decide to do it, the old like do it year before than the year of, do it early. You can maximize your return for him. I mean, he is in his seventh year. There's that old 9-year. Nobody can be an elite at what they do for more than 9 years in athletics. So you're running out of time for them. When are they going to be good? I mean, they don't have a quarterback. If you don't think Gino's a quarterback that's elite, I mean, he could be a game manager. But we talked about what Signetti said that you can't win the game manager anymore. It's just his opinion. I happen to agree with it, but if you're the Raiders, this would be a sound team building move. It just would be. That doesn't mean that you are going to get what you want for him. Like I don't. Mac's not getting 2 1s.
I hope not.
Not
from here. I hope not.
Not from here. I think if Max got traded, he'd get 2
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Man, for 28,
he's still really
he's very good.
And he's
very good.
It's Garrett and him in terms of the most well-rounded edge rushers.
Yeah, I know this. The projections yesterday, I think it was SI that had it, was a 1, a 3, a 4.
That's why they're bankrupt.
And a future. That's right. And a following year, like late round pick. That's not nothing.
No.
That's a lot of capital.
Yeah. Many Tolos wanting to hang on to hope for this possibility are reacting to the Raiders' denial through NFL Network and saying, well, Jerry did the same thing. So that means they are trading him. You come out with this statement when, you say the head coach is safe and the Miami Dolphins, McDaniel is going to get fired. So with hanging on to hope in the background, let's have a little fun with it on whether you would have wanted the Cowboys, you want the Cowboys to do it, to inquire what you're willing to give up, what that would make them become.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, depending on whatever it would be. You can say it's 2 ones. If it's both the Packer ones, I'm doing it.
Oh, my.
You're telling me then at that point I flipped Parsons into Crosby and Clark. I will take that trade. And Crosby is...
Clark's always on the floor.
He's under contract. He was in one game. He's been good otherwise. Crosby is, again, you're talking about an elite run defender, probably top 5 to 8 just pure pass rusher. Somebody who is got real edge and, just spit and vinegar to him. That's Max Crosby. And Max Crosby's a captain type. So if you're talking about, I want culture, I want run stopper, I want edge rusher, I want a guy who's gonna really kind of lead the charge on defense, hold everybody accountable. Crosby's checking all the boxes.
I agree with all that. I'm surprised at you and disagree with you.
I'm disappointed. We're disappointed in you, buddy. Very disappointed.
From this standpoint, all along we have been saying that Micah Parsons on this football team still is not fixing the defense and is not making them a championship contender. And there's 2 ways to look at it. If you say, all right, I'm trading 2 ones for Max Crosby, my reaction is, okay, then you have Micah Parsons back on a defense in which we're saying, better run defender, on a defense in which we're saying is not fixed and still does not make you a championship contender and have given up 2 ones. Now, the other way to look at it, and RJ, you kind of did this last night, and Bobby, you just did it. If you tell me I trade Micah Parsons for Max Crosby and Kenny Clark, or Max Crosby and 1-1,
right? And then
I don't give up 2 ones,
right? So now the trade is Micah for Max Clark and a 1.
Yeah,
that is enticing to me.
So if you want to look at it like that, it makes me feel warm and fuzzy. But I think the most important thing is to say, how does Max Crosby make you a championship contender? Does he? And if we've been saying that about Mike on this defense, Bobby, then why are you changing your mind about Crosby instead of Micah when we think they're in the same ballpark?
Because I can think, I'm trying to take, let me think of 2 examples. Who was...
Because you agree with what I said about Micah on this D, right? They're not a championship team.
Yes.
And he's not fixing the defense.
Yeah. So let me,
now I'm going to trade for someone older and give up 2 ones and have to worry about paying Pickens and not having the young draft picks who I need with the cheap salary. Go ahead.
Bobby Wagner and Luke Kuechly were 2 of the best linebackers of their generation. They were both about equally talented, whatever else. Luke Kuechly was so good in terms of holding people accountable and mental processing and doing other things that even though ability-wise they were similar, I don't think they impact an entire defense the same way. It's the make everybody around you factor better. Micah's not generally making other people around him better because it's going to be he's going. He's pinning his ears back. He's doing what he does. There's not a whole lot of directing traffic, telling guys where to be. There's not a lot of I'm the one holding people accountable. We all talked about we wanted to see more leadership from Micah. He really didn't bring that. So to me, Crosby's going to bring every single intangible you wanted from Micah, and he's going to bring all the accountability on defense from Micah that you wanted, and that's going to level people up to begin with. So I think much better run defender, somebody who's going to hold other guys accountable, somebody who's going to get guys in the right position. That all to me checks boxes that says you're going to be better as an entire unit with him.
But to what end? What's their ceiling with Max Crosby?
Creep me up to, like I said, creep me up to 20th to 24th in the league in defense, and this offense is good enough to contend.
Okay. Chop, where do you stand with all that?
To give up, ideally, if I'm giving up those ones, ideally, I'm getting a 25-year-old, right now 28. I'm getting Patrick Surtain or something like that. Because I do think corner's a bigger need. Yeah, look, if I could do a 1 and a mid, like a 3, yeah, I would jump at that. I would jump at that because then I think you're still looking at it with the construct of Max, Kenny Clark, and the extra one that you're getting. I think you're clearly a better team. I don't think you're a Super Bowl contender. I don't think there's anything this team could do short of getting Max Crosby and Patrick Surtain that could make this team a title contender. Because the defense is just too bad, and I just philosophically don't believe one defensive player does enough.
But does Overshown do enough? Not just Overshown.
I don't know what he's going to be.
I know, but if you say
no,
okay, no, hold on. You've got Overshown come back. You're assuming or you're hoping Clowney is knocked off rust. Ezeraku is progressing the way that you need him to. You're going to get Hooker back. You're then adding potentially a Crosby. Like you start stacking pieces where it's like there's enough coming back that then Crosby is enough to potentially elevate it.
Not to a championship contender for me at that price. Pepe, what are the Tolos saying?
They're kind of all over the place right now, Sean. 817, just be bad for 1 year and build in the draft, so he doesn't want Max Crosby there. 518, I would trade both the Packers' first-round picks for Max Crosby. And 469-817 says we still aren't winning a championship regardless if we have Max or not.
I'll say this. The likelihood of those 2 picks from the Packers, the type of players you're getting, is that I would probably end up, once I found out who those players were, I would trade both of them for Max Crosby is the likeliest scenario.
I understand the concept that we're going to get, not going to get impact players like Max Crosby. But, like there's also if you just have if you had an entire defense of B- players, that's a hell of a defense.
So I'm looking up draft picks 25 to 30 over the past few years. I'm just going to throw some names at you. I'm going to ignore the busts for the convenience of my argument. Xavier Worthy, Tyler Guyton, Dalton Kincaid. I'll throw in Mozzie. Linderbaum, whose butt was too small to get here. Devin Lloyd, Karlaftis, Travis Etienne. No one really to talk about in the 2021 draft more than that. Justin Jefferson, Patrick Queen, Jordan Love, Hollywood Brown, Montez Sweat, Jonathan Abram, and those are your names.
That's some players.
Yeah, but there's more misses.
There's more misses, but like that's the like. I think you can do this with just about. I mean, I was top 5. You're not going to see the same amount of misses. I wouldn't think.
What is there in there? The one player that's better than Crosby? Jefferson?
Yeah.
Jefferson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You're not going to get a player necessarily better than him. What I'm saying is, would you rather have, I would rather have 2 B players than an A and a D. On defense. On offense, give me the 1A and the 1D.
Jerry Jones was on the KNC Masterpiece yesterday. Bobby stuck around for that interview, and he asked Jerry what needs to happen in the next few weeks to change your stance, and you call to be aggressive versus waiting for the phone to ring.
I don't know that to actually affect a trade, that what we see over the next few weeks is the most important ingredient as to how there might be a trade. They'll probably, if there were a trade, it will be because it fits us. And to fit, it's got to be a reason why the player would leave that we're interested in going forward with, and it would have to fit us in terms of our plans on our roster, the financial, everything that goes with that. And so you don't just because we played well and all of a sudden everybody thinks, boy, you're in the hunt. So it's time to go out and gather up all of this talent that's waiting around out here on the trees to add to it now that we feel good that we can be more competitive. That's not realistic. What's realistic is that if we do see an opportunity, we are in as good a shape as we've been in years with picks, with financial, with our cap. We're in as good a shape as ever been if we see a way to improve our team with a player that makes sense today, this year, next year, to entertain it and look at it. We do that every day.
What did you make of that?
What I make of that is, and I know we will sometimes read too much, or I specifically will read too much, but I make of that is that when Jerry usually knows what he wants to say about something. When he talks in a circle like that for basically a full minute, that tells me I don't want to let out what I'm thinking. And I think what he's thinking is he wants to pick up the phone this time.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Max Crosby rumor. We'll get back to the Cowboys Inside the Star at 6:40 here on a loaded hump day edition. What has happened to the Dallas Stars and how the NBA is receiving rave reviews after a new debut last night? That's next on The Fan.
After we get you over.
Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Johnson, first-round pick, 23rd overall back in 2021, loses the draw. The Blue Jackets get it down low, and they score! Charlie Coyle with a beautiful feed to Boone Jenner. All he's got to do is tip it in. It's one of those things that makes you go, Boone! And the Blue Jackets take a 2-0 lead.
No.
Boone.
No. Blue Jackets Radio with the call. What happened to the 3-0 Dallas Stars? Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ with you. Hump Day edition.
Hey. Hump Day.
They've now lost 3 in a row after winning their first 3 games of the season. We were all worried about Winnipeg and Colorado and Minnesota. I guess we should have been more worried about Vancouver, St. Louis, and Columbus. What the heck, RJ Choppy?
Well, Duchesne was out. All right, that's not nothing. That's not nothing. So, they have been trying to mix and match the lines a little bit. They had, Tyler was in the top line. And he had a goal. He had the first goal for the Stars last night, the only goal for the Stars. It's just, there are some Stars fans that are already panicking, saying, I wonder if Gully is the right guy. And I'm like, it's a little early, because they had 3 really good wins to start the year. And they've kind of, Columbus is not, if you're a championship contender, Columbus is not necessarily the team you're striving to lose to. If you lose to a Colorado, Hurricanes, when Stanky comes back this weekend, you lose to the Hurricanes. All right, that's fine. Panthers, Columbus is not that team. They're just not playing great hockey over the last week, and that's it's disappointing because they started the year so well. When you beat the teams they beat in the first week, it's like, all right, man, this team's not going to lose at all. And now they're going out there and they're just playing just kind of blah hockey, and I just don't think that he has the lines set. He hasn't figured out what he likes yet, and that's kind of the trial and error part of this.
Reetma sent over some notes. He was at the AAC as always. Well. Poor performance, came out flat, completely outplayed in the first period. Otter kept them in it early with some huge saves. Actually lucky to only be down 2 after the first. Way too many turnovers leading to odd man rushes for Columbus. Lackluster execution on the power play. That is supposed to be Gullitson's calling card.
Otter did make a lot of good saves, and so did the Columbus goalie as well. There were some pretty decent saves in this game.
And Columbus as a team is ranked in the bottom of the league in penalty kill, and the Stars went 0 for 2. Columbus was 2 for 2 on their power plays, and the only one time in the entire Pete DeBoer era did the Stars have a 3-game pointless streak. That from the Dallas Morning News. And Gully afterwards said it's not good enough, part of the growth curve, but they have to figure it out. Tyler Seguin on what went wrong.
Yeah, tough one. Yeah, we don't lose 3 in a row often here. We don't do that often here in the last few years, and it's frustrating for sure.
What happened early on? They just came out and had a few good shifts, had some physicality. It seems like you guys had a few giveaways early on too.
Yeah, we had 7 or whatever in the first period. Or odd man rushes for sure. That's what we're trying to get out of our game this year, and that's what we gave them, and that's kind of the hockey game tonight. So you'd like to say it's an easy fix. I think we're in the middle of figuring out what's playing simple, what's playing with swagger, what's playing with new systems, and that's we're just kind of caught in it all right now.
Third goal was a tough goal to give up. That was a tough one. I think Harley had the turnover, and it was the puck was just kind of shot up there, floating up in the air, and he grabbed it with his glove and just turned it over, and it was kind of a bad goal to give up, but it happens. That's a stunning stat though, that they had how many did you say? 1 3-game pointless streak?
Only one time
in the entire DeBoer era, and it took a week and a half.
That's a note from Jake.
Oh, that's a tough one.
And Money Puck said they deserved to lose yesterday. That was the note from Money Puck.
If Money Puck said they didn't, they're my PFF for you.
Well, they said they did deserve to lose, so it's clearly right.
That's right.
56-44, Sean.
Thanks for weighing in.
You're welcome.
877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line as the Dallas Stars continue to struggle. the NBA on NBC with the debut that is getting rave reviews.
This is the NBA on NBC.
39, 12, and 8 for Dončić. He gets inside, gets to a spot. He's up to 41.
That's the call with the doubleheader last night. A thriller in OKC as SGA takes over late. He ends up with 35 to ruin the Kevin Durant debut. 125, 124 in double overtime. And then with no LeBron, Luka scores 43, 12, and 9 as the Lakers still lose to the Warriors by 10. The NBA on NBC.
You know, I stayed up way too late on that Luka game. Way later. I don't usually turn the bedroom TV on. The bedroom TV is for...
Normally you're filming.
Yeah, you put some mood music on there. Some moisturizer music, as I like to call it. And that's usually what it's used for. But I turned into this Luka game because I was like, I just want to see. I see skinny Luka. And he looks better. He ain't winning any dunk contests anytime soon.
Yeah.
But he does look a little bit more slender. And then Kevin Durant turns into Chris Webber.
He is, Luka is looking slender. Like, it's not any, there's the confirmation. It wasn't any, like, Instagram up angles to make it look better than it was. It was, he's just genuinely in shape and looked really, not just genuinely in shape, didn't shoot great from behind the arc yesterday, but he wasn't settling. Like, you know how we hated whenever just be okay, he's just throwing up 15 threes tonight. He was playing the game we like watching him play. Like the way where he's just really versatile and he's going inside out and he's using his size to back guys down. And so he was really impressive yesterday. It'd be nice if somebody else helped him out around there. But
so yesterday on the show, I said I was much more interested in the presentation than the actual games. I'll focus on the game tonight with the Mavs opener against the San Antonio Spurs. Chuck Cooperstein will join us at 9 a.m. to preview. And I got in a tiny little back and forth with Chuck as I put the house on pause yesterday for 5:30 because I had checked. Oh my gosh, this big boy channel NBC. I have to feel nostalgic. My highlight for last night was that open.
That open?
Yes, the lasers and all that. And then
that open really brings you back to the childhood. It's that and the March Madness one.
Yeah.
Those are the two.
So when that open happened, this is at 5:30 on NBC. This is, if I missed something else, let me know because this presentation is getting rave reviews. Bobby said it yesterday. I've always felt this while growing up watching sports on NBC. I can look at, it's a gift that doesn't get me paid, unfortunately. I can look at any stadium basically and tell you what field it is. Like I can tell you instantly if it's Washington's field, if it's Buffalo's field, and I can usually tell you the network that's broadcasting it if I don't see their logo up. NBC, in my opinion, for some reason, has always looked the absolute best. I've said in the past here on the show, do they have different cameras? Mm-hmm. What are they doing in terms of presentation that no one else does? So that is getting major applause. My disappointment last night was they do the NBA on NBC intro, then they go right to Maria Taylor on the floor with Carmelo Anthony, who forgot to wear his suit, Tracy McGrady, and who's the other? Vince Carter. So
did McGrady's mic not work?
Oh, yeah. He and Maria's mics. But that aside, you're going to have technical issues. I was just hoping for something like bigger. I'd seen the Amazon studio that Dirk is going to be in. I was like, when are they tossing it to Dirk? When are they going to Nash? When are we getting Blake Griffin? When are we getting a funny presentation? And I guess the Amazon studio part of it is going to come in another week. So they go to those people for a little bit. Vince Carter's a big bag of nothing. Seems like a nice guy. He's never said anything interesting on TV for all the years he's been on there. Carmelo, I couldn't really hear him. T-Mac, I think, has some potential. Then they go to a Maria Taylor sit down with the big three in OKC. And then I said, okay, I'm just going to wait for Michael Jordan. That's it. And then I set my alarm for halftime. So that's where I was a little bit disappointed that they just go right to the court and really nothing else to bring back the nostalgia. Now, there are people applauding that. They're like, the NBA needed this so much. And this is no shot at Tirico who comes on. Mike Tirico, there's certain announcers to me that I will watch a worthless Wednesday night game for. Tirico gives them a big-time feel.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just a freaking stud. That's all there is to it. Doesn't matter what sport it is. But that's the play-by-play. I'm not a big fan of Reggie Miller. He's on there as well. I think with Jamal Crawford, so no problem with the play-by-play, but I was just looking for something, a little bit more of the pomp and circumstance of the return. But there's a lot of diehard NBA fans who have criticized TNT and ESPN and said, y'all put too much of that into the game. You make it about yourself, Charles, and TNT crew. And this was so refreshing to just make it about basketball. So I'm in the minority.
The presentation was strong. It really is. The nostalgia of this song alone is going to make people go, awesome, love it, yep, love this. And if I'm going to be really nitpicky, because this is where the tism comes in of just what I grew up with. When I hear da-da, I expect you to cut away from whatever graphics you're showing to a live shot that's kind of turnaround of the city at night. That's typical. It goes da-da, and then it's, here's Chicago as they just kind of roll around. And
you're seeing drone footage.
Yeah, you're seeing a drone footage shot of that. Now, they did show some city shots. Ooh, that was close.
Whoa.
They did show some city shots, but it was like stock footage. Here's the city of Houston. Here's the city of Oklahoma City. It's like, no. Whoever's hosting the game, I want to see a shot of their city, and then I want to cut to a close-up of whatever star player is like laying on the ground, stretching and stuff. That's what and also the score bug. Did not love the score bug.
I didn't care for
that.
It
That looked a little too sleek.
I need the team
Just bring
names.
back the old graphics. Bring back the 90s graphics, and I'll love it completely.
I need the team letters. Team name. And I don't need them sideways or they're upside down, so I got to turn my neck. My neck hurts today. I got to turn my neck to see which team's which.
Yeah. I was only talking about the pregame show. Cooperstein is like, I don't watch pregame shows. Well, then I'm going to have to backhand you at 9 today, Chuck, because that's what I was talking about.
It's so simple, but it's beautiful. I need that
easy.
back.
That's easy.
Now, there were other things I saw on Twitter of like the old school, new school. Maybe I missed this, but they did that NBA on NBC intro, and they asked Shea and all the new school guys, all right, give me your 90s basketball memories. And they're like, I have none. I can't answer you.
Right, because it's bad basketball.
And they would sprinkle in Reggie Miller and Michael and Patrick Ewing, and it was like a 2.5 minute thing. That was really cool, and that probably would have satisfied me if I saw that at 5:30 with that 2 minute back and forth, old school, new school. But that's not what I saw at 5:30, so I'm just going off of that.
And I know we'll probably get into it. The Michael stuff.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
No.
Did you see it, Choppy?
And I love Michael. I adore him. He's a god to me. But no.
The only pregame show I'll tune into is Game Day. Just because I feel like that's, I don't know. For some reason, it's 3 hours. It seems like such a big event.
2 other Cowboy trade targets, according to Charles Robinson, who will join us at 8 o'clock. And what did Jerry tell Bobby yesterday about the status of Trayvon Diggs? Back inside the Star on Sean and RJ next.
Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Was the Max Crosby rumor put to an end last night by Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, and Jane Slater saying the Raiders met with Max after Trey Wingo said the Cowboys had called yesterday, said, we're not looking to deal you, we are not dealing you, and Max Crosby does not want to go ahead and necessarily leave the Raiders. Bobby is doing it for the 2 first-round picks that the Packers gave you. RJ and I much more hesitant on that. In terms of the money, Spotrac put this out. Now, Max, you're not having to repay him. The new team acquires his 2025 salary of $20 million guaranteed. Next year, it's $30 guaranteed. In 2027, it's $29. In 2028, it's $27. Basically, it's a 2.5-year, $80 million contract for practical purposes, according to Spotrac. And then you had the Instagram sleuths go and notice that Max Crosby has followed everyone in DFW, including Bobby Belt. Well, Trayvon Diggs followed. Zach Martin, Jake Ferguson, Clowney, Sam Williams, Zeke, Micah, Dez, Jalen Tolbert. Why is he following Jalen Tolbert if he doesn't want to come here? Dante Fowler, Odigi Zua, Malik Hooker. I did not burn the time in my life to go notice if those were recent follows or whether he was already following them. But that's just part of the Max Crosby excitement.
How would you find out if they're recent follows?
You can't. That's what it's gonna show you the
It's
order
out at the
of
top.
It's gonna show you the order of people that you follow or different things like that. So back in the day, Instagram did. You used to be able to look at their activity tab. You remember the old activity tab? That was a spy's dream. No, that went away 8 years ago.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate anytime you get less chance to spy on people.
The activity tab, well, it was just you'd click it and it would just say, here's what the people you're following are doing. So it would say, Max Crosby followed this person, this person, this person. Like, it would tell you it happened 2 hours ago. There's none of that anymore. Most of those people he's following, including myself, have been for years. Like, he's followed them for years, and he's a DFW guy.
Someone sent me, I think it was Dallas, Texas TV, that Trayvon Diggs putting his house on the market.
That was a couple days ago that happened.
Was it?
It happened on, like, Saturday or Sunday. That's when I first saw the story.
Well,
Monday.
On the subject of, and Peyton, you're saying the totals are pretty split right now on the Franklin Franco text line, whether to try to go after Crosby.
Yeah, I think some are even more when we get more texts in, they're weighing in that they're okay with trading the 2 Packers picks at least.
All right, so Jerry hopped on the KNC Masterpiece yesterday. Bobby was sitting in for the interview, and they asked about, it was Bobby specifically, have you lost trust in Trayvon after the concussion?
Oh, we're using that word trust a lot.
Yes, sir.
And maybe it's a no.
Yes, sir.
No, that was like
sir.
No, that was not what that was. It was like, yes, sir. Like that's the word.
No,
that's the word.
Like, more porridge, please.
No, hell
Mr.
no.
Jones.
Mr. Jones.
No,
Yes,
hell no.
More porridge, please.
No.
Oh, we're using that word trust a lot.
Yes, sir.
And maybe it's an appropriate word. But at the end of the day, it's a pretty physical situation. You've got to physically be able to perform. And that's important. Diggs has not been there to really get the job done. Apart from anything about the scheme or mental, you've got to be physically or you have a limitation. And so the combination of things, I'm sure he'd be the first to tell you, has impacted him this year.
Are you satisfied with the explanation you received from Trayvon about the concussion?
Yes, and I am. And there's no reason to dwell on any more here. And so it's what it is. And consequently, what we did see is we played pretty well out there. And so I don't know the status of Diggs as we move forward, but I feel better about being able to play if we don't have him out there.
You take anything from it?
Yeah, I think that the way that he answered it, where he goes, I feel better if we don't have him out there. Not like I feel better than when we do have him out there versus not having him out there versus when we do, but just that I've got a confidence now that I didn't have before when he's not out there.
Yeah.
That I think is interesting to hear. But the bigger thing to me is just him specified where he goes, we're using that word trust, and he goes, it's not, or says it's not necessarily the wrong word. So that to me says that he's saying there's other factors here, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, it's maybe not wrong to use that word trust in regards to Trayvon, which makes me feel like he's saying, yeah, there's a little bit less trust than there would have been a couple years ago.
Okay. We move on to the next thing. Charles Robinson is going to join us at 8 o'clock.
By the way, do you trust that they actually know what happened?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, let me pump the brakes. I think Trayvon gave them his story.
Okay, yeah, right, yeah.
I don't
his
know.
story as he sees it.
Yeah.
As he sees it.
Or as he created it.
Or as he remembers it.
Yes. Which I guess, I heard Jesse Holly kind of talking about this yesterday. When's the last time you almost caused major physical harm to yourself at home?
Oh, 3 times a week.
When's the last time you did something with a slip in the shower or a near fall down?
I can totally see how 75-year-olds fall in the shower.
I stepped. Well,
you see how 28-year-olds who are professional athletes.
Yeah, he's not 75.
No, I know. I can see how a 28-year-old would. I mean, if it's slippery, it's slippery.
I'm saying I don't think I've been. I can't remember the last time I was close to a concussion level accident in my home, and I am not a professional athlete.
I did slip on a toy that was left on the steps with Ava. And it could have been catastrophic. There was a toy left on the steps, and I was walking down holding her. Whoa, that would have been really bad.
Because I've seen, people will be walking down the stairs in socks, right, and they slip down that step.
Yeah.
And
I make my kids take their socks off when they come in the house.
Yeah,
running around
for that reason, right? Yeah, I mean, you could slip down and then bam, you hit your head back on it, and I can see how that happens.
I'll say this: Trayvon Diggs is quirky enough that out of anybody on the team, if you told me, yeah, they legitimately were doing something at home, and it'd probably be Diggs.
Charles Robinson, Yahoo at 8. He came out with this. Ton of good stuff in here. Sources told Robinson they believe the Cowboys will be looking for a plus-size talent on the level of Trey Hendrickson and Jeffrey Simmons if Dallas is in the playoff hunt at the end of October. One NFC personnel source noted that the impending free agency of George Pickens could end up being a motivating factor as well. Conversations are going to be shaped by compensation. We're going to get into the Pickens thing when we have a lot more time, but Trey Hendrickson, Jeffrey Simmons, on that level, how are you feeling about that compared to the Crosby rumor?
I mean, Trey would be cheaper. It's not considerably cheaper, but cheaper.
In terms of draft capital?
Yeah.
Compared to Crosby?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I mean, this is, when you're trading a one for somebody who's late 20s or early 30s. This is not a long-term play anyway. It's relatively short-term. Now, obviously, Max is longer term.
Yeah.
You're looking at 3 years. I guess 3 years in the NFL
is long.
Considered long-term.
And you have to pay Trey.
You got to pay Trey.
Max is under contract.
Max under contract, and Trey's probably going to...
I mean, you're going to have to pay Max, but...
You're going to pay Max, too, but, I mean, like,
Trey's going to want the same, at least, or top of market.
Yeah, he'll want top of market.
That.
That's a full, $10 million difference? I think if I had the choice between Trey or Max, I would choose Max, even if it costs a little bit more draft capital.
Adam Schefter then went on McAfee and said, yep, I would expect the Cowboys to be burning up the phones.
I would say that the Dallas Cowboys are having conversations about moves that they can make before the trade deadline to try to improve that defense, just like Jerry Jones said that they could and would once they traded Micah Parsons. I'm not telling you that they'll be able to pull anything off, but I will not be surprised if we hear Dallas, at the very least, inquiring about the availability of various defensive players and ultimately trading for one before the Tuesday, November 4th, trade deadline.
I like Schefter, and Schefter's come on the air with us and been very generous with his time and given us stuff before. It does make me laugh that every now and then he'll give you something like that where he's just basically saying,
I thought that was a big bag of nothing.
I believe the Cowboys. He used a lot of words to say, like, the Cowboys are checking in like everybody else is.
Yeah.
That's basically what he said there. But I think he is. I think that everybody around the league right now gets a sense that Dallas is looking into something, and nobody just has a good grasp on what it is yet.
Well, for what it's worth, Ricky Scoops has apparently
baby, he's back.
He's the one who broke the Micah Green Bay deal. Got to give him his credit. And I think he said he was going to retire. Don't whale him.
Flowers. They call it flowers, right?
He may have some inside information there, though. So.
Is that your theory that you said off air about?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of theories out there that he maybe just has more insight than people realize.
Well, I think that speaks for itself.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I don't care.
Well, apparently he popped back on Twitter and said the Raiders are not trading Max Crosby, and then he deactivated the account because I could not find it.
Yeah, he's gone.
But he did talk about Johnson, I think the linebacker off the Jets, that he is on the block. So he popped on. He said Max Crosby is not getting dealt. So forget Schefter. The true insider, Ricky Scoops, has spoken.
I think that it's really hard not to look at the offense and think, like we all were talking about Monday, if you can just make it a little better defensively in a league like this right now, there's nobody you're like really scared of. I mean, you may not be better than every team, but there's nobody you're scared of. If the offense is playing at the level that it is, and then you feel like we're just getting some level of stability. We're getting a stop every 3 or 4 drives. Like, as long as you're just getting that, you feel competitive.
Is this the same exact comparison to the Rangers offense with pitching?
Similar.
Yeah, except Jerry would have to go trade for another receiver at the deadline, and then maybe like a running back, and then be like, we fixed the defense. We got these two.
Charles Robinson at 8 o'clock after chopping it up. Chuck Cooperstein at 9 to preview the Mavs season around the rest of the NFL. Shots fired everywhere. Shots fired everywhere. From a Giants quarterback towards a Jets quarterback. And the ping pong tables and fun are going away. Around the rest of the NFL with Sean and RJ next. But let me go ahead and get you set up.
is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
105.3 The Fan.
Shots are being fired. Amanda yesterday said, can Peyton bring that back, the little sounder? It makes me laugh every single time. That's probably the old Yeller one. We can't do that. So shots are being fired throughout the National Football League. Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for joining us for the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Sean and RJ along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We're going to go commercial free with the Expressway starting at 7:20. We'll chop it up. Charles Robinson with Cowboy trade possibilities at 8 o'clock. And while you may have to choose between an acquisition and George Pickens. 877-881-1053, the way to always hit us up. Sean Payton talking about facing the New York Giants with Jackson Dart instead of Russell Wilson, and what Sean Payton was talking to the Giants owner about.
You know, they found a little spark with that quarterback. I was talking to John Marin not too long ago, and I said we were hoping that change would have happened long after our game.
Russ got on Twitter, and I feel like this is his shining moment because Russell Wilson is a douchebag. But he tweeted, classless, but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media. Hashtag, let's ride.
Let's ride.
Let's ride.
He just had to.
He had to.
He had to.
He had to
Let's
do.
ride.
Let's ride. But that is a world-class, fantastic response.
It's Mr. Unlimited.
And Sean Payton is a Rick with a P. He is a great coach, I think. All-time brilliant offensive mind. But, man, he has to get his digs in. He loves it.
Yeah, he's too, like, and he does it to everybody. Like, you'll see him not just hit, like, Russell Wilson. I remember there was one time he just dressed out this reporter on Twitter for something really small, like they had like a quote wrong or something. They were like this basically small-time paper reporter, and he replied to him and just destroyed them and dressed them down. But, yeah, he's a kind of an ass. And Russell Wilson's fed up. If he was starting, maybe he wouldn't care, but he's been benched. Everything's been taken from him. Russell Wilson's done. He's tired of it.
The Giants released their kicker, became the only kicker in the last 40 years to miss 2 extra points, neither blocked, in a game in which his team lost by 1 point.
Oh, God.
The only kicker in the last 40 to miss 2 and have his team lose by 1. The Giants said bye-bye. Giants fans want the D coordinator fired. Brian Daboll said that is not happening. They become the first team in 1,603 NFL games to blow that lead of at least 18 points with less than 6 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Brian Burns and other players were ticked. Burns was screaming, walking through the tunnel afterwards, saying, drop 8, drop 8. Afterwards, he apparently pursed his lips, turned his head away, declined to answer. Dexter Lawrence had an unusually long pause when faced with the same question. He said, leave that to the coaches.
What does pursed lips mean?
I think like this. Is it duck lips?
No, pursed is like...
Oh, in.
Yeah, like
okay,
your
so
lips are just,
you're kind of biting them
yeah,
both.
they're pursed together. There's
Okay. Yeah, I mean, apparently they're not paying attention to they're not paying attention to anything this defensive guy is saying in practices right now. They just completely just cut him out.
Is that the word?
That's like some of the rumors. They gotta make a move. Like you can't. I don't know when their bye week is. You got to make a move.
I think I was shutting him out after 3 quarters.
Yeah,
yeah.
They were.
But man, as soon as you've got,
where are they defensively with all of those picks and all that talent?
we
torched them.
Yeah, they gave up 40 to the Cowboys. I remember that. No, they are. The problem
They're
is
giving up 25 a game. That's not good.
Yeah, they're 23rd in the NFL. They are The problem is that when Brian Daboll is very publicly losing his mind at the defensive coordinator, and then you've got, like you said, Brian Burns walking to the locker room going stupid ass S, dropping 8 in coverage. Like, that's a big problem now. Like you've publicly got players just ripping in front of the media as they walk to the locker room how dumb they think the scheme is. Yeah. If this was happening in Dallas right now, we saw Shoddy losing his mind on Eberflus, and as they're walking to the locker room, take any defender, Oso Odigizua is screaming about dropping 8 in coverage. How stupid is this? Everybody would be like, Eberflus has to go. This is too toxic. Like, even if it's not his fault necessarily, even if they're reacting the wrong way, this is where it's gotten to. He's got to go. And that's where you got to feel like the Giants are at right now.
All right, what about Woody Johnson? You want a microcosm? You want a simple explanation to see why they could be the worst organization in all the NFL? Woody Johnson at the owners' meetings was asked about his confidence in his head coach.
It looks like he's turning around parts of it. You know, it's hard when you have a quarterback with, with a rating that we got. You know, he has the ability, but something just is not jiving. But if you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results if you go across the league. If we can just complete a pass, it would look good. You know, we got to complete some passes. You got to convince them that you can do something.
We can just complete a pass,
dude.
Who would you rather have as your owner, Woody Johnson or David Tepper?
Tepper.
You might get assaulted if it's Tepper.
Yes, Tepper's got the rage,
the quick trigger on firing. He'll just have constant turnover.
But I question Woody's I know it's weird to say this about a billionaire. I question Woody's brain.
Well, I think he's. I don't think he's like a billionaire like Jerry. I think if I remember right, it's he's part
of the Johnson and Johnson family, but
I don't think he's the self-made guy.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
You think it was handed to him?
I think he's part of the family. Yeah, like J&J. It's
love that baby powder.
Right? It's great baby powder. Fantastic. But I just want to know, where in the managerial playbook does it say embarrassing your employee publicly is the way to get the most out of them? Holy cow.
And that's the sentence that went viral. It'd be nice if we could complete
a pass. Or when you have that kind of passer rating. Woof. Not even Bobby Knight did this. At least he would just have the decency to choke you.
What a jackass. Man. Throwing Fields totally under the bus. Said he gives Aaron Glenn a hug every week.
Yeah.
He's like, I love you. It's okay. I'm doing fine. And now they're thinking about, I think, Tyrod. Is Tyrod there?
Tyrod. Okay. Baker Mayfield wants to know it's Tyrod because he's too nice to tell you, but Baker will tell you, damn it.
877-881-1053, the way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. And the Baltimore Ravens have now gotten serious, Choppy.
They have. It's all fixed. The Baltimore Ravens have gotten rid of the ping pong table.
Ooh, good.
And the basketball hoop. And the video games. The Baltimore Ravens.
And the cornhole boards.
Oh, yeah, the cornhole. I forgot about the cornhole boards.
Don't forget, we haven't even gotten rid of those.
You can't forget about the cornhole boards. This will fix it.
You did steal the golf thing, the putting green back.
My daughter stole it.
Yeah. This will do it, man. They don't even need to try anything else. They don't need Lamar back. They don't need to get a new defensive players. The fact, this is actually, if you go back, this is actually the reason that they've lost in the AFC Championship game and the playoffs the last couple of years is not because they don't play well. It's not because of Mark Andrews dropping a pass in the end zone. No. It's the cornhole board. It's the basketball hoop and the video games and the ping pong table.
I wanna see. We need some sort of research study on the number of Super Bowl champions who had ping pong tables in their locker rooms. I don't know if we've had one of those before.
I don't know. I mean, I think we have had good, fun things in just about every locker room in the history of sports.
It's always just so silly to me when you move something like this out. Because, okay, sure. Is it like, hey, we're working here. This is a place of business. Like, I know it's football, but we're supposed to be working here. Don't be playing around, that kind of thing. All right, fine. There can be that level of it. But what you're telling me when you move those out is you're saying that, so you, because of negligence for the last 3 years, have cost your team. Because if you're telling me it costs you now, then certainly it must have been costing you the 3 years before that.
This is high school stuff.
All right, the Mavs open tonight against the San Antonio Spurs. Chuck Cooperstein will join us at 9 o'clock. NBA on NBC doubleheader. Last night, OKC beats the Armpit in double overtime. Luka goes nuts, but the Lakers still lose to the Warriors without LeBron. Yesterday, the KNC Masterpiece had Jason Kidd on and asked, what is the plan for Cooper Flagg early?
Yeah, I think, we as the Mavs are looking for anyone to bring the ball up, right? And so we have that three. When you look at PJ, Cooper, Clay, AD, Maxey, Ryan or B. Will, we got guys who can bring the ball. And when you have multiple ball handlers on the floor, I think it just makes the game easier, as the game goes on.
Dude, I wonder this game. Like, there's two things can happen. Either he is going to be completely like overmatched, or he's going to have just one of those all-time great. I don't think there's an in between.
Oh, I think it's nothing but in between.
Yeah, I was about to say. I don't think he's
because what I think they're going to try to do. My guess, if I was running this thing, I'm like, all right, the kid needs confidence. We are feeding everything through him tonight. We are going to get him his good game, get it out of the way, and then let the grind of the season hit. That's how I would just feed him. Okay. Just to get it out of the way.
I think he's just going to be a perfect facilitator. I think he's going to be a perfect.
Higher. I'm going higher on underdog. Higher 1.5 3-pointers. Higher 15.5 points.
Okay. They are favored by 2.5, and they got some fans in the media as Stephen A. Smith has made an NBA prediction.
If Kyrie Irving comes back healthy and Anthony Davis is healthy, I think Dallas should be the favorite to win it all.
Really? Oh, that's a good pick. That's a good pick, though.
Let me tell you why I feel this way. Oklahoma is the reigning defending champions. They pretty much had their way with most teams this year before the finals. Before it was pushed to 7 games. Not Dallas. The year before, they took Oklahoma City out. Kyrie and those boys is that kryptonite.
Kyrie's a different breed, too.
He's a different breed. Cooper Flagg can play. He's just a rookie, but he can play.
It ain't going to take long for Cooper Flagg, man.
And then not only that, you got Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis, who doesn't have to play the 5. I got news for you. Lively, Gafford, and these brothers can play. And then you got P.J. Washington, who can play. Jason Kidd can coach.
Yeah.
I believe that the Dallas Mavericks, if healthy, will win the chip.
Whoa! Wow. The PM in Brooklyn pod, and Bobby is over here rolling his eyes like a hater.
This is just, it's so counterculture now to just be like, the Mavs are gonna, they're actually better. They're gonna, they're not. They're gonna be a 45. It'll be a 44 to 47 win team.
Fortune favors
and
the ball.
if they're healthy, which there's no guarantee of that because they literally found every single player that has a bad injury history and was like, let's get that. That's reliability. And fine. They're big. They're athletic. That's all great. To me, this is a slightly above 500 team that will end up probably in the playoffs and losing in the first round.
I am worried about the scoring. Let me put that on the table right now.
Cooper Flagg, baby.
Love the size. Love the defense. Love all that. I am worried about the scoring until Kyrie returns, which could be a very, very long time.
Did you see Houston's
who's creating for them? No, that's the thing. That's not Cooper Flagg's game, really. He's not a shot creator. And it's Russell who just shot 39% last year.
I think of him as a shooter, not a good shooter, a gunner.
Brandon Jennings is going to be your shot creator, basically, a D'Angelo Russell. That's what you got.
They're going to try to win games like who's a low-scoring, good defense, like the.
Don't finish that sentence because I thought you were going to say Cleveland.
I was about to say Cleveland.
I would rather miss the playoffs than win 60 games the way Cleveland plays.
With some better offense. With some better offense. I need to come with a better comparison.
They're going to be the basketball Rangers this year. That's what they're going to be.
That could be a better comparison. We'll ask Chuck Cooperstein at 9 o'clock here on an absolutely loaded Hump Day edition. It's DFW Sports Station. NFL insider Charles Robinson at 8. So that means 1 through 5, 5 through 1. Your NFL power rankings are next in the commercial-free expressway, and we'll chop it up right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
Why'd you say that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Welcome Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Can we finally show our faces again in public after last week's power ranking results? We're doing it at 720 Commercial-Free Expressway because Charles Robinson at 8 on the Cowboy trade targets and why George Pickens may have to be the odd man out. We'll talk about it at 8. Random Wednesday wheel spin at 8:20. Chuck Cooperstein previews the Mavs season at 9. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and insider Bobby Belt. Let's grade. What's that S-eating grin?
Fantastic news. We went undefeated.
All of us?
All of us.
How's that possible?
No.
Well, because of the new rules, we get a tie or a no count. So we all had, Sean, you had Detroit 1, Tampa 2, which you get credit for. That's
Tampa 2.
Right? Because they lost to Detroit.
Yep.
Right? So it's a nothing. It's a slash. Indy 3, Kansas City 4, and New England 5. Bobby,
Well
Detroit 1,
Mm-hmm.
Green Bay 2,
Mm-hmm.
Indy 3, Tampa 4, so you get credit. That's a slash, and then New England 5.
Perfect.
Peyton Russell, Detroit 1, Tampa 2, Green Bay 3,
Nice.
Buffalo 4, and Indy 5.
Who did Buffalo play?
They were on a bye.
They had a bye.
So Peyton's in last.
So yeah,
So far in last,
he's 3-0-1.
He's 0-1, yeah.
Dang.
And then I had Detroit 1, Tampa 2, Kansas City 3, New England 4, and Indy 5. So we were all 4-0-1 except for...
But I win because I had Tampa lower than all of you. And Tampa looked like dog-ass. So I win.
Sure.
Power rankings every single Wednesday here on DFW Sports Station. How did the Cowboys fare?
They are looking super positive nationally right now. The national power rankings are loving them. So if you look at the top 6 outlets that we check every week, The Athletic bumped them up from 23 to 18. NFL.com 22 to 20. SI did a major jump. They went 24 to 16. Yahoo 23 to 15. And then ESPN went 22 to 16. So they're right around, and CBS was 22 to 18. So they're right around between 16 and 18 right now. They're pretty much middle of the pack in the NFL in these power rankings. Dallas, if they beat Denver this week, they should take a significant jump up because the average ranking for Denver in these power rankings right now is 9th. So if you beat the 9th ranked team on the road, that sounds like Dallas will be pushing top 10 at that point in these rankings.
You know, one of my favorite guests ever is Mark Schlereth, and Stink joins the G-Bag Nation on a weekly basis. The former Denver Bronco gave his thoughts on the Cowboys overall.
Hey, offensively, you guys are phenomenal. Unbelievable. You know, not only what Javonte Williams is doing, former Denver Bronco, which adds kind of to, you know, some of the flair of this game, but also, you know, from the receiving core. And then Dak Prescott is playing as good as any quarterback in football. So that part of the matchup is good. Here's the good news. The Dallas Cowboys, when they played against the Carolina Panthers, because I had Carolina last week, that was the worst run defense I've ever watched in my entire life. That might have been the most embarrassing performance I've seen. And it was straight up ugly. And it was legitimate clinic tape for the Carolina Panthers offensive line, their tight ends. They dominated you guys in every way, shape, form, and fashion.
Okay.
And you tightened it up a little bit last week against the Commanders. And ultimately, the good news for the Cowboys is the Broncos can't run it, you know, where they scored a urine. So we'll see. That's a weakness on weakness matchup. And so we'll see exactly what happens there. But I'm looking forward to it. This offense for the Broncos has been pathetic.
So there is Mark Schlereth talking about the Cowboys. Of course, we're not going to be talking about them anymore because we're doing power rankings 1 through 5 or 5 through 1. Let's go 1 this week.
I think we all know who 1 is going to be.
I have Detroit.
I have Detroit.
I have Detroit.
Yes, the Lions.
All right, very good.
That defense.
Well, yeah, with nobody in there, everybody's hurt.
Yeah.
Again. They got to do somebody.
The Lions are all hurt.
Pablo Torre needs to do a find out on why the Lions keep getting injured on the defense.
Yeah, they had a ton of issues last year. I can't remember what the number was. It was something like
17 or something. It was like that.
Like from the previous year, they had lost 8,000 snaps on defense or something to injury. So it's ridiculous the way they've been hit by injury. This year, they have a real defensive coordinator. I don't even know who it is, but he's clearly better than the guy they had last year, the phony who got hired in New York to coach the Jets. So they've looked really impressive just across the board. That, to me, is the only team that I feel confident every week. Like, I don't expect that they're going to get, upset by some nobody team. Every other team I feel like is vulnerable to getting upset by a bad team right now. Detroit's the one I don't have that feeling with.
Okay.
Number 2, the Indianapolis Colts.
Oh, whoa.
They are no longer a cute story. They're 6-1, the best record in the league. They handled the Chargers, Bobby's Chargers with the MVP.
Beat the MVP, yeah.
Justin Hurley beat the MVP 38-24. Jonathan Taylor looks like he shot out of a freaking cannon with all these stinking handoffs. The Daniel Jones story, Shane Steichen, it's hard to argue against him as coach of the year. I can't name a player they have on defense, so I don't know how good their defense is.
Wait for me.
But the Indianapolis Colts are my number 2. They have earned it.
Okay. All right. My number 2 is the Kansas City Chiefs. I think they were number 3 for me last week. I just bumped them up 1. I know it was the Raiders, but 31-zip doesn't happen in this league. You got to beat bad teams. And I do think, with the win over the Lions the previous week, they kind of seem to have maybe hit a stride. I'll take Kansas City.
The Raiders have 100 yards of total offense. After the game, they were reeling. Ashton Genty, who was killing me week to week, basically in fantasy, said we've had a losing culture around here for a long time. Tom Brady, you better do more talking on the field, buddy, in order to recruit and get this thing right, even though the Raiders are saying they're not dealing Max Crosby to blow it up. And man, was I off about the combo of Pete Carroll and Geno Smith. I thought they would be more than respectable. Geno is awful. He's awful.
Bad. It's been bad. My number 2.
And Jacoby Myers, I think, was asked the other day.
He wants out.
You still want to be traded? He goes, yeah.
Please.
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
My number 2, and I have a feeling, I don't know that we're going to have similar 2 through 5s at all this week. My number 2 is the Los Angeles Rams.
Ooh.
With the best defense in football essentially right now, and a quarterback who's playing really, really above what I would have expected him to play right now. Matthew Stafford's been fantastic. He's somebody who needs to be an MVP discussion, and they beat the hell out of the Jaguars this past weekend. Now, when you look at the Rams, I know I mentioned it during a break the other day. There's 7 games into the season. They played 2 games against the NFC, which seems impossible, and they're 0-2 against them. They lost both their conference games so far, so they're 5-0 against the AFC and lost both their NFC games. But the Rams right now just look pretty unstoppable. I've got them number 2.
And did the Rams figure out how to play abroad?
I think they did. So what they did is most teams leave
Say a woman, not abroad.
Oh, okay.
How about I say shut the
Most of the time, the way it works is teams when they play. First of all, they played on the East Coast, and then they stayed and they practiced at Camden Yards this past week. Which I don't know if you saw the way they structured the field. They did a 70-yard field going from left field line to center field, and then in right field they did a 20 or 30-yard field on right field. So they didn't have a full 100 yards together.
It's like cutting a tri-tip.
Yeah, it was. I don't really know what that means. I'm going to laugh at you.
I love that you admitted it, though.
I don't really know what it means. So most of the time, teams will go to London. They played in London against the Jags. They'll either go early in the week and practice there and get acclimated, or they'll leave Thursday night and get there Friday morning. The Rams is like, no, we're going to practice in Baltimore during the week, and then we're going to leave Friday night and get there Saturday morning, do a walkthrough, and basically go to bed. That is by far the latest any team has ever gotten to Europe for a game. And with the league basically wanting every team to go to London every year now, they might have cracked the code because they played very good football.
Hey, Pay.
Number 2, I'm with you, Sean. I have the Colts. I mean, look, I know we talk about Dak and Mahomes, Baker, all the quarterbacks being MVPs, but Jonathan Taylor, he deserves to be not just an honorable mention, but he deserves to be in the MVP discussion. What he's been doing is incredible. And the offense is averaging over 30 points per game with Daniel Jones. I mean, I know we don't mention Daniel Jones as a top 10 quarterback, but he's playing like one right now.
KW tweets, what is this shock jock time? Gotten a lot of that this week. Kansas City just beat Detroit. Then Kansas City turned around and played the Raiders and shut them out 31-0. Y'all don't got them number 1. Y'all are straight up smoking crack.
No, it's the Raiders, you moron.
Yes.
Nobody's going to put it up there. It's the Raiders who are literally talking about fire selling. So, no, nobody has them up there.
I have them 2, but not 1.
Kansas City is 3 for me.
Okay.
I am looking really wrong about burying them. I announced their death. Now they have, what they did, they really believe Xavier Worthy is a victim.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sitting there, I have Mahomes in fantasy, so that is fantastic and great.
Rasheed, you mean?
What?
Rasheed, you mean?
Oh, yeah, what else? Worthy, I'm sorry. My apologies, Worthy. They are just throwing out a parade for Rashee Rice. They made sure he got like 2 early touchdowns. Their first touchdown, or one of the early ones, was like one of the little in motion pitches, but they're like, we have to get him to score. He deserves it. They were force feeding Rasheed, it felt like, to celebrate him after what happened right here on 75. So I continue to root against the Chiefs because of that and how tone deaf they are or insensitive, but their offense is starting to explode. Mahomes is balling out. Kansas City is 3.
By the way, imagine getting upset as to what we say is what the power rankings are, as if that matters.
I'm just more offended. I'm just more offended, like, over the credibility of being called a shock jock. Like, these losers in my response over the Trayvon Diggs thing. Oh, for attention, this, like, that's what offends me the most.
We just don't keep it real. Like G-Bag is the thing. We're
RJ's a little bit of a shock jock.
Oh, come on!
But we try to.
You tried to trade CeeDee Lamb the other day.
I didn't try to trade CD.
You're thinking about it.
I think you always have to think about trading everybody.
Okay, but
I think the Dodgers have to think about trading Shohei.
You're more strongly considering it than anyone else in the whole city.
I mean, but I'm not considering it. I'm just considering it.
Okay.
I'm just thinking. I'm just wondering. I'm daydreaming.
I think you're more than brainstorming.
I'm daydreaming.
1 through 5.
I'm just daydreaming.
1 through 5, 5 through 1. Franco, injury attorney. Text line for the power rankings.
I have.
Hello, Patriot fans.
Oh! For the same reason I put Kansas City number 2, I put New England here. They destroyed the Titans, and it's just Tennessee. But it was a road game, and it was their 3rd straight road game. They played 3 straight road games. They won all 3 of them. They held their opponents under 21 in all 3 games.
21?
Drake May.
Bobby, you can't get mad at 6-7 when you do that with 21.
21 is a classic, though.
That's your numbers thing. That's annoying.
Yeah. At 6-7 will be a classic in a few years, and we're just on the front end. No. So I got New England here at number 3.
I should have never turned my back on Vrabel. Never.
Oh,
I never should have, because
nobody remembers that. Don't bring that up.
I know nobody remembers it. I was praising him. I wanted him here as the head coach. I'm not saying he should be the head coach here, but I knew he was a great football coach. It's just him talking with the media is maybe even worse than Sean Payton. With what a bully he can be and just an irritant, but he's a damn good football coach, and now he's got a quarterback.
Yeah, it's easy to look like a good football coach when you have the NFL MVP, which is Drake May, and the New England Patriots are at number 3. Okay. Because right now, the last several weeks, and if you look at just the way he's playing the quarterback position, there's nobody playing it better. We talk about how well Dak's playing.
This is much more credible than your Herbert take, so I won't fight you.
They're right there with each other in terms of the level of play. He's done some ridiculous stuff with them this year. And I think Drake May has been so much better than anybody could have anticipated this early. And he and Josh McDaniels clearly have a rhythm with each other that's working right now.
The QBR is a 77, 12 touchdowns to 2 interceptions. The completion percentage, I'm not seeing anyone with a better one. He's at 75%.
Seems unfair.
He was threatening a record the other day. He's running around. He's got highlight reel throws. Here it is. He finished 21 of 23. 21 of 20.
Yeah, he leads the NFL in completion percentage and passer rating this year, and he's been fantastic. So Patriots at 3.
Number 3, I'm with you, Sean. Again, I have the Kansas City Chiefs. They get Rashee Rice back. Travis Kelce's looked all right. Mahomes is, he's up there in the MVP numbers. I think he's still the favorite technically. And this is where this is the time of the year where the Chiefs go on a run. They messed it around a little bit early on in the season, but this is when they really make the statement. So I have the Chiefs at number 3. They're figuring it out.
Is the height of the Kansas City receivers going to ever come back to bite them with Hollywood, Worthy, Rashee? I know you got Juju.
I mean, Rashee's not like tiny, but
what is he?
He's probably I think he's like 6'1". He's not small.
Well, that's not big.
No, I know, but he's not going to be like your Worthy. To me, Worthy and especially Hollywood are
is the because we think of receiver size like Randy Moss 6'4", 6'5".
Well, I'm thinking like be at least
6'2".
Rashee's 6'1". 6'7". Shut up.
I don't think there's a 6'7" wide receiver out there at all ever.
Harold Carmichael. He was close.
Played for the Ravens.
All right.
No, he did not.
Number 4 for me is the Rams.
Ooh.
Super impressive. Devontae. I mean, I thought Devontae was done after playing with Aaron Rodgers. He had 3 touchdowns the other day. Stafford had 5, beating Jackson fraud. That was a ridiculous joke that anyone thought Jacksonville was anything actually legitimate. I'm going with the Rams at 4. Sean McVay, hell of a coach. With what feels like a divorce that could happen at any moment, that he really didn't truly want Matt Stafford still.
I know. Seems like he's ready to mail it in with him and scapegoat him as well. But you can't do that. Number 4, I have Indy. I want to hate on them. I really do. I want to hate on them. Daniel Jones playing great football, but they're like the 99 Gonzaga of the NFL. They've just beaten nobody.
I think I say white.
No. But they're fun, and Daniel Jones playing at a high level, so give me Indy at 4.
It's stunning to me that when you go look at it, Dallas is the number 2 offense in the NFL right now.
Oh, the Cowboys are 2?
No, it feels because Dallas has been so good offensively. It's stunning that they're the number 2 offense in the NFL. The reason they're number 2 is because Indy has been better. It's the only offense that's performed better. Indy's also put out a top 10 defense this year, and this was going to be one of their first real tests. It felt like, they played Denver earlier in the year, but getting a chance to finally get a team like the Chargers after having beat down teams like Miami, Tennessee, the Raiders, all these teams that we would expect to, be selling at the trade deadline. But ultimately another great showing for their offense. So Indy is number 4.
Number 4, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I kind of want to change it right now. I dropped them 1 spot from last week and the last couple weeks, I think, but I still have the Green Bay Packers in. Look, they at number 4. They've looked really bad the last couple weeks, but they found a way to win the game. The defense is okay. Micah with 3 sacks, good for him. But against Arizona with the backup quarterback, they looked really bad there. But I'm holding on. I like the makeup of the team, the offense with the defense. I have the Packers at number 4.
Did Micah win them a game last week? Do we need to mark that down as one game affected
probably.
in Vegas?
Yeah,
yes,
all right.
probably.
I just want to note that. Number 5 is New England. We've talked about it. Pain in the butt. Tough. Rising superstar quarterback. Patriots are 5 for me.
I'm with Peyton. I don't like this pick. But I have Green Bay at 5. I think we've forgotten about them, especially after the Cowboys tie.
They're easily forgettable.
I thought about the Rams. I thought about San Fran. I just think
we're all bumping Tampa.
Yeah, I just think the win over Detroit and the win over Washington supersedes the Rams' schedule for me. So give me Green Bay at 5.
Green Bay's been 1 or 2 for me the entire year, and these games are too close that they're playing now against teams that they should be beating down. Even though outside of the Dallas game this year, their defense is allowing 17 points and 250 yards per game. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
But they've played some weak offenses. I'm dropping them out, and you guys hate your picks. You're not going to hate it more than my number 5 pick.
I don't hate any.
I got the Kansas City Chiefs at number 5.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Number 5.
Mahomes is back.
Number 5 for me, I do have the Patriots there. Drake May has looked really, really good. Winners of 4 straight, and they're 4-0 away from Foxborough. They've been playing really well on the road. And with their easy schedule, they really could be an 11, maybe 12-win team when it's all said and done.
All right, interesting. So Peyton and I have the same 5, different order. You and Bobby have the same 5, different order.
Detroit 1, Indy 2, Kansas City 3, the Rams 4, New England 5.
Detroit 1, KC 2, New England 3, Indy 4, Green Bay 5.
Detroit 1, Rams 2, Patriots 3, Colts 4, Chiefs 5.
Lions 1, Colts 2, Chiefs 3, Packers 4, Patriots 5.
Charles Robinson, Yahoo Sports, on Cowboy trade possibilities and why they may have to make a choice between that and George Pickens. That's at 8. Let's chop it up.
Let's talk to our dude who knows everything about Big D. Really, it's Little D. We're talking to our guy, RJ Choppy. Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, babe. Well done, Peyton Russell.
Did you do that on your own?
I did. I told Bobby, I think on Monday, I was like, I think I got a new intro for chopping up. He's like, don't tell me.
Dude, that's the best intro on the station.
Yeah, that's great.
Yes,
that is fantastic.
Besides the 4 that Bobby makes for G-Bag.
No doubt about it.
I'm a content machine. What can I say?
What can you do in 7 minutes?
Not that.
Not that?
I can twice.
Not 7.
Whoa. Whoa.
7 times.
Yeah, as I age, I know it takes a little bit longer. But can you steal $102 million worth of fine jewelry in 7 minutes? Because that's what happened this weekend at the Louvre, which is probably the most famous museum. It's either that or the Smithsonian, right? In the world. The Cairo Museum is supposed to be really famous.
Sure.
But the Louvre is where the Mona Lisa is. It's the opening scene for the Da Vinci Code, where they're in the Louvre, all the paintings and everything. Well, these burglars got a truck outside with a ladder, one of those like fire truck ladders, put it up to the window. The thing is open, by the way. This is not in the dark of night. This is 9:30 in the morning.
Oh, I thought you meant the window's open.
No. The Louvre was open.
Yeah.
This was not in the dark of night. This was in the middle of the day. They put on these green.
Makes it seem like more normal.
Right.
That you got a construction truck there.
No one's ballsy enough to rob a jewelry store in the middle of the day.
They've said you can get in anywhere if you're just carrying a ladder and walking with purpose.
Yeah.
So a ladder will get you in anywhere because most people are like, oh yeah, I guess they're working on something.
Well, nobody just has a ladder. So they had those green fluorescent vests on. So it looked like construction work. This is straight out of Thomas Crown, by the way. And they go up this ladder into like the 5th floor or whatever, and they go on these heists. And here's some video on the fan cam. There's the video of the Louvre and of the ladder.
Truck's just sitting there with the ladder up against
Truck's just sitting there. And then they go in and they steal the crown jewels of France. The French crown jewels are one of the things they stole.
$100 million worth?
$102 million worth of jewelry. Now, one of the things they did not steal is they tried to steal a crown from Napoleon's wife. They left it there. They found it. It had dropped. It had dented a little bit. And then one of the other things they left untouched was a 140-carat diamond.
Why?
They don't know.
That's the weirdest thing about this story is all the whys that
and
are
there's
involved.
the diamond.
Why did you leave this?
The fan cam, and there's the crown.
Amanda was telling me she had read somewhere or heard that some of these things were replicas. I don't know whether they could go in there and judge it immediately that it's not 100% authentic, then drop it and leave it. That'd be tough to do, I think. I don't know. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Like, this isn't authentic. This is a replica.
Or is there like, I mean, if we're going to follow, since this already sounds like the plot of an Ocean's movie or some other movie, then if we're going to follow that thinking, then you would say, well, they left that because there's something very specific about this item that relates to some criminal underlord and blah, blah.
But what are you going to do with it? This is not chopping up a Ferrari.
No.
This is not selling off parts. Who is going to obtain this on the black market and then be able to keep it in secrecy without getting locked up and getting in legal trouble yourself? What are you going to do with it?
I don't know.
You're going to chop up the diamond?
On the fan cam now, this is what was stolen. Those are the jewels that were stolen, that they believe were stolen.
The amount of prep RJ has done for this compared to everything else. So the jewelry, James Bond 007. Look at that. Anything in Europe, this man is all over.
So they have taken
the Coliseum.
They've got, except for that, I'm not all over the Coliseum. I'm all over the outside of the Coliseum.
You should have taken a ladder.
I should have taken a ladder. I'd have got right in. Laurence Descartes. I don't know his name. Lawrence Descartes. That's what I'm saying. He is appearing before France's Senate Culture Committee to answer questions regarding this. And look, they don't know if this was. They believe it may have been a collector that has commissioned this heist.
Yeah.
Can you sell these on the black market? Sure. You know, you could probably sell anything on the black market.
Sure.
The dark web. Bobby knows all about the dark web, I'm sure. But this is like, I'm fascinated by this. Like, it's not cool, but it is cool. Right? It's cool.
Oh, it's definitely cool.
That somebody can
It's a
pull
movie.
this off. It's a movie
Anytime
thing.
I read or hear about a bank heist, I want to know about it.
Yeah. I really do.
What do they do with it in the movies usually? They usually sell it to some criminal underlord who's obsessed with it. Or maybe this is like a ransomware thing. Maybe they're so confident in like, we can just hold this hostage, make them pay us for it, and then we'll just give it back to them.
Right.
Like, but I would think it'd be really difficult to deliver it back and not also get caught.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you want.
Have you seen a hostage movie? You know, meet me on the bench. It'll be on the bench.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you make a false move, I'm sniping
Making the
you.
drop.
But what would be more badass, that you steal it or that you put it back without anybody noticing and you just walk away?
You just did it just because I
just said I could.
Was no one in the room of the exhibit?
It had just opened like within the previous like 20, 30 minutes, and I was on a higher floor, so I wonder if nobody had really made it way up there yet. It is chopping it up here on 105.
Hold on, if this was open, if it was open for people to go, why did they need a ladder? Why did they just walk in and then go upstairs?
Because the exit.
Oh yeah.
Did they get down? Did they
got down the ladder and then they got on these.
Because they weren't going to take it and walk out the front door with security.
But go out the ladder. Why do you have to walk up the ladder to go in there? It just seems like an unnecessary risk of getting caught.
After the heist, they got on these little like scooters, these Yamaha scooters that are like high powered.
Yeah.
And they got right to the highway and they sped off. Crazy. It's
Badass.
crazy. Chopping it up here on 105 through the fan. New fear unlocked. Space debris. You know, usually when we're on an airplane, we're worried about pilots being inebriated or doors flying off. Nope, this is space debris. This is a United flight that was struck by, they believe, a meteorite or space debris, but tiny rocks. Like it broke up in the atmosphere. And it shattered the plane's windshield to the point where the pilot had, and there's a photo on the fan cam, the pilot had blood all over his arm.
More fake.
All over his arm. And like the one window is completely shattered, but it looks like where it's like spidered. It's like one of those like shatterproof windows. But could you imagine if this thing hit the wing or the engine? It's going to blow the engine apart.
So does the hole in the window not cause too much
pressurization?
Yeah, there's turbulence with the plane.
I think they had to get, I don't know, I think they were high. They were at like 34,000 feet. So no bird was up there. So they had to get down to below whatever.
And what was the debris?
They're calling it, they believe it's space debris. Like, could be like, there's tons of rocks up there that we're constantly getting hit with tiny, minuscule meteor showers.
Yeah.
That break up in the atmosphere, and it hits them. Like, I guess it was only a matter of time when you're up there.
Yeah.
I'm petrified now. I never even thought this was a thing. But here we are. Space debris. Almost, that didn't bring down a plane, but it made it do an emergency landing. Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. They are back. You know, we mentioned Arizona iced tea a couple of weeks ago with the 99-cent thing.
Love it.
Price. Snapple is bringing back the glass bottles.
And why are you excited about that?
Are you kidding me? Because you can pop the bottom of it. You get the thing going. I think it tastes better out of the glass. You know, we always say beverages taste better out of glass bottles. You can take the cap. They always write something on the bottom of the cap. You put your elbow in it, and it can pop, and you can go up to somebody with their ear, and makes a little loud pop noise, and they're like, ah!
What a child. You are
I am
such
a child.
child.
I am a child.
I will say, why didn't you send any pictures of the bottle on the fan cam?
I don't think we need the bottles. We know the bottles. We know the bottles.
I will say there are a few things that are just, the receptacle is part of the experience. Like Capri Sun. If you ever move the Capri Sun out of a pouch, I don't want it. Like I want.
I
it
hate that pouch.
I want it, but that's how I want to consume it. I don't like stabbing the thing, but that's how I want to consume it. If you put it in a bottle, I'm not interested in it.
Gatorade needs to bring back the glass bottle.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I was alive for it or even witnessed it whenever they actually had it, but they need it.
No.
You don't want glass around, especially when you have kids.
Well, or pool. Yeah, you don't want it outside. Absolutely not.
You don't want that.
No doubt.
Do you think that Coke tastes different out of the bottle?
Yes.
Yes, I do. I
do think most drinks taste different between
beer for sure.
Beer for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's
what tastes different?
I mean, look, I will say this. I do think a Corona or I think a Cerveza, any of them, will taste way different out of the bottle than the can.
How?
I feel like I could just drink them faster.
I feel like,
but what is it? Is it smoother? Is it less carbonation? Is it a better taste?
I don't think it's.
Give me a detail.
I feel it's smoother. I feel it's just for me. I feel like beer in a can is usually less carbonated, And I do
less
feel
carbonated.
Yeah, for me anyway. And
It's
I feel
crisper to me in the bottle.
Yeah, I feel like it's like it's almost like flat beer when I drink it out of a can, and I don't like it.
One more thing here. It is haunted house season. Are you guys haunted house?
Hell no.
I went to Cutting Edge once. Once. I'm gonna.
What is that?
One time. That's one in Fort
I know
Worth.
it's not a haircut place.
It's it's in Fort Worth, right off of Lancaster. I went there one time. This is like maybe 15 years ago, and I'm not. It's sensory overload for one, with the strobe lights, and then you have the people that are working the haunted house. A woman in Utah filed a police report. She got she was like, I guess they had like a necklace on where you could say like that people could touch you in there. And they abducted her into a back room. And this one guy was like getting a little bit aggressive with what he was saying to her and whispering in her ear that he was going to do things to her and, find out. It just like got really, really creepy. And it went beyond what they're supposed to do. I am completely out on like Sarah, I think, wants to go to one.
Of course, after that description.
I know, right? And I'm like, look, we can recreate this at home if you want to.
No, I went to my first ever Spirit Halloween.
Oh yeah,
and it's amazing.
Isn't it crazy?
It's crazy.
Yeah, crazy.
Crazy. Trying to do the Australian accent, but no, it was incredible. Cranky.
Not crocky. Crikey.
Now, what does crikey mean?
Like,
oh God,
goodness.
Yeah.
Oh. Random Wednesday wheel spin at 8:20. This is Chopping It Up, commercial-free expressway. Thanks to all the Tolos on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. You are appreciated. The man who was talking about trading, the Cowboys trading for Hendrickson, whether it's Justin Simmons in Tennessee, and how the biggest loser in it all could be George Pickens. Charles Robinson, the great NFL insider from Yahoo, will ask him about the Max Crosby rumors as well. Charles joins us next. But let me go ahead and get you...
I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Trading for Max Crosby and re-signing George Pickens would absolve Jerry Jones. We're getting other names in the headlines that the G-Bag Nation covered the other day. Jeffrey Simmons and Trey Hendrickson will be legit Cowboys trade deadline candidates. It's all coming from Yahoo Sports. And we have the great Charles Robinson, NFL insider, joining us on the home of the Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Bobby via the D&M Leasing Hotline on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Charles. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
I'm doing well, gents. How you doing this morning?
Doing pretty good. Excited up until the Max Crosby rumor got stomped out last night by Tom Pelissero and Jane Slater. What do you make of the Crosby talk from Trey Wingo?
You know, I don't know. I don't know who Trey knows, you know, so it's hard to kind of speculate where something like that comes from. I will say that the one thing you know about Max Crosby, and I've been through that franchise the last couple off seasons, you know, spent time there in camps, and That's Mark Davis's favorite player. I mean, the owner of the Raiders. I mean, it's not even close. I mean, he loves Max Crosby. And, in the past, particularly before Max did his deal this offseason, whenever it came up about the potential for him to be traded, anybody you spoke to inside the building always told you the same thing. Like, if Max goes to Mark and says, Mark, we're kind of on a merry-go-round to nowhere. I need to go and, I want to win a Super Bowl. I have to go somewhere and finish out my career the way I want to finish it out. That's really what would open the door ultimately to a trade. I don't think Mark otherwise has ever been motivated to move Max. Now, that said, I know, especially the Raiders stepping on and going to Max and talking to him about it. I don't know that means there were no conversations that took place. And I'll give you an example. During camp, I'm going through with all these teams, and I'm asking about, I'm asking teams, hey, what's Terry McLaurin, worth? What's, here are some potential players that could end up getting traded before the season starts. And at one point, I spoke to a general manager, and I asked him about McLaurin. We started talking about Micah. And I said, do you think Micah's available? And he said, yeah, I do. He said, I think he is available. And I said, what leads you to believe that? And he said, well, I talked to the Cowboys, and, we had a conversation about Micah. And so I'm thinking in my mind, I'm like, oh, they called and, tried to make a trade offer for Micah. And then I remember it wasn't long after that, Stephen Jones came out and said they hadn't gotten any calls on Micah. And I'm like, what is this? So I call the GM back and I say, hey man, Stephen just came out and said there's been no calls on Micah. And he said, yeah. He goes, look, it's semantics. He said, I called. We're talking about, different things. And I just tried to take the temperature of what was going on with Micah. He said, I didn't make a trade offer. I'm just trying to figure out, would these guys be receptive to having a conversation about Micah? And he said right then to me, he said, look, I think it's going to take heaven and earth to get that guy off the roster. And he said, we're just not, my owner would never go, for giving up, the kind of assets I think it would take. So sometimes these conversations happen and somebody says, we've had no interest. And you're like, what does that mean? Like, give us the definitive, what's your measure of no interest? Does that mean no team has called and brought up Mike in a conversation? Does that mean we don't think it's interest unless there's a hard offer on the table? Yeah. I flat out refuse to believe that the Cowboys have not had conversations about being active potentially at the deadline, particularly Steven, when he's had, when he's talked to other, GMs and team presidents in recent days. Because when I cast the net out there and said, okay, let me start looking around, seeing who's potentially available at the trade deadline, there was no doubt amongst multiple teams that they're like, yeah, the Cowboys, I don't think it's smoke what Jerry's saying about the flexibility and looking for a deal if it's there to be had. Everybody's taking that seriously. They don't think that Jerry's just, trying to draw attention. But again, there are factors in play. Where are they going to be at the trade deadline in terms of the record? Who's going to be available? Trey Hendrickson. I think if Flacco doesn't, win that game against Pittsburgh, if he has a terrible game and it's looking like there's no way to turn this around by December in hopes that Burrow comes back, I think there's no doubt Trey Hendrickson gets dealt at the deadline. I still think that's possible, but Flacco winning that game has kind of changed the vibe inside that franchise right now, where they're just not clear in a way sellers. It happened a couple years ago. The Denver Broncos were heading into the deadline. I think it was Peyton's first year, and it was like Jerry Jeudy's going to go. There was like a laundry list of guys. It was like I think it was like 3 or 4 guys that looked like they were going to get dealt off that roster at the deadline. They ended up winning going into the deadline, and it changed everything. All of a sudden, it was like, no, we're going to see where we can go with this roster. So it's a long answer for you, but
good answer.
I don't put a ton of stock into this, idea that, hey, the Cowboys haven't called anybody or there haven't been any conversations. And, I think there's some gymnastics that go on with phrasing and, things like that to mask really what's going on at the deadline. People still lie in this league.
Yeah. Well, Jerry in the Micah presser was like, Yeah, I said it, but I wasn't going to tell you the truth. So there
Right.
you go.
Yeah, I mean, Lisa, you're like, okay, you know.
Yeah. Charles Robinson, Yahoo Sports, here on 105.3 The Fan. There's a headline here. I know you had a conversation with Andrew Siciliano, Frank Schwab. Trading for Crosby and re-signing Pickens would absolve Jerry Jones. Is that your opinion?
Yes. I mean, if that happened, absolutely. Yeah, to me, and the conversation we really had, and I kind of put it to them, I said, look, Pickens it's worked. Like, I was very skeptical of it. I knew how Pittsburgh felt about him, and I thought, man, this could be a disaster. But I've been wrong. He's fit. He's played far. I think he's exceeded what I thought he could do in this, early stage with the Cowboys. I think, from everything I've understood, I haven't heard anything, behind the scenes. And I'm telling you, like in Pittsburgh, that's all you heard about constantly was, how hard he was to manage, what meeting he wasn't showing up for, whatever. And I have not heard that. And so I think now that Pickens clearly is a viable piece and he's worked in your system and he clicks with your quarterback, I think if you are able to retain him in the role and how he's flourished, and I've brought it up, the T. Higgins level deal is really what people think that negotiation starts at.
4
which
for
is really,
115.
4 and 115, but it's really a 2 and 59. Okay, that's really what the deal is. I mean, it's part of the upside of that deal is the flexibility of we can get out of this after 2. I think it's like a $7.5 million cap hit. Ultimately, if the Bengals were able to get out of it, which to me I think fits with Pickens. I mean, okay, you've performed, we're going to pay you, but it's the commitment here is still going to be in our favor. If this doesn't work out after 2 years, we're able to move on from this. And again, Max Crosby, we're dreamcasting here, but if you're able to retain Pickens and bring Max Crosby in on the deal that he just did, which is very equitable to you because they eat all the accelerated money once he gets traded. I think Spotrac put up the numbers yesterday, and it was like the acquiring team, realistically, as you're moving outward, it's like, what, $30 million a year? Now, I'm not saying that Max wouldn't want that adjusted at some point down the line, and we all know the Cowboys have players come looking for adjustments in their contracts, but that's manageable. Like if you get him to play on $30 million a year and you're paying Pickens, let's say $28 million, $29 million over the next 2 years, say you get those two guys for a grand total of, $59, $60 million comparatively to, what Micah got with the Green Bay Packers. I would rather have the two guys, just flat out, because you're balancing your team out. They're both still Max is super high motor guy, still to me an elite defensive end, edge guy, top 5, 6 when he's healthy. I would just rather have the two players, I think, especially knowing how Pickens has worked in the Cowboys system.
So, Charles, you're not thinking it needs to be an either or with George? I was kind of getting that sense from your league sources if it came to trading for Hendrickson or Simmons. This isn't like, okay, if we bring in one of these $30 million defensive pieces, George has to go?
So it kind of depends. Like, let's say Simmons, right? Simmons is another guy playing on an equitable deal. The Titans are telling everybody that he's part of their future. They don't want to move him. The cost is going to be high for him. And I think without having the numbers right in front of me, you're talking about like $20 million a year. He definitely is looking for an adjustment. And I think he's going to ask the Titans for an adjustment this next offseason. It's where does he want to get that money? I don't think it's necessarily looking at the Cowboys cap table next year. There are enough big contracts that you can manipulate that money, obviously, converting some things into bonuses and just spreading it out. So I think they can be creative and trade for a guy like a Hendrickson, or if, Simmons were to be available, a Simmons, and you could make the salaries work, it would just be tight. I mean, it's going to be really tight to keep both. And I thought it was interesting when I was making the calls and everybody's bringing up the Cowboys. I had one guy, and it's in the piece, say like, hey, the Pickens deal really is maybe the driving force here at the deadline. Like, are they trying to maximize the few games they have left with him because they feel like, hey, he's just pricing himself out? Or are they, saying, well, we're going to commit to him and maybe the number's going to be more than people expect. So that has to sacrifice what we can ultimately bring in because, let's say Pickens, there's no way in my mind, but I also thought no one would make this kind of money. Let's say Pickens wants a Monra plus. Let's say he wants 35, right? like there's just no way to me the Cowboys could do that kind of level deal with him and, be able to bring in a top level defensive player who is going to want a contract adjustment and deal with both of those realities next season.
Charles Robinson, Yahoo, join us here at 105 through the Fan. Is the thought around the league that the Cowboys are one player away, one defensive player, or more than that? And if it's more than that, do they have, is that something they can get in this deadline?
I can't answer because I've never really asked that question about what's your assessment of the Cowboys. It's just more sort of what do you think their inclination is, and I think, people have heard Jerry from the start talk about, especially once he got the draft assets, like, hey, I don't have to be done here. And I think they believe that's true, that, and in particular, I think they see how Dallas's offense is playing right now. And, they know how much money Dak is making and in the realities of how other teams navigate their own salaries. You don't want to waste a year of Dak Prescott when you're paying him at this level, when you have the ability to add a defensive piece and hopefully maybe turn a quarter. But I think my thought process with other teams and how they look at the Cowboys, they probably have the same questions we have. Like, is this a coordinator issue? Is it a scheme issue? Like, is there something not fitting here? Are we going through are we seeing another kind of Mike Nolan season unfold and then there's going to be a change? And so, yeah, I mean, and when you ask those kind of questions, you don't often feel like you're, one player away. Like you hear Jerry talk about Overshown, and I absolutely think that's going to have a positive impact if he comes in and he's healthy.
Yeah.
But I don't know that it changes everything, right? And I don't know, even acquiring one player, an edge rusher, let's say let's say you were able to get a Crosby or a Hendrickson on that level. I don't know that completely transforms, all those problems. But also on the back end of the defense, particularly the secondary, can those guys play better? Can the scheme be finessed and that improve? Yeah. So maybe you're like, hey, there's elements here that aren't working. We can make that better through coaching by the end of the season. And then if we add a player on top of it who can put pressure on a quarterback consistently, which we don't have really, maybe that can be transformative enough that we've got an offense that can go out and average easily 30 points a game. If everybody's healthy, we can win a lot of games playing that kind of football. So, yeah, but to answer your question, I don't know what other teams necessarily assess the Cowboys roster is in terms of being like one player away or not. That's not, a lot of teams don't really function that way. They're just sort of like, what's the need? Do they have a need, and do we have an advantage here when it comes to who we have to offer?
Fantastic stuff, Charles. We need longer for you next time. Thank you so much. You've given us a lot to talk about. Appreciate it. We'll have you back on soon.
I appreciate it, guys. Call me anytime.
The great Charles Robinson, Yahoo Sports, D&M Leasing Hotline. What is wrong with the Stars? What did we all think of Michael Jordan? And the Random Wednesday wheel spin is next.
After we get you over.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first. 214-817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
This time they'll give Marchenko a chance to carry it in. He comes in right wing side. Across the ice he goes to Sean Monahan. Back to Doronkov with a shot, and he scores! Big boss, big goal right there. He went through the wickets of Jake Ottinger, and that penalty was costly.
Oh, man, we have a new play-by-play voice to track and monitor if Columbus makes the postseason. They took it to the Dallas Stars last night. This is Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on 105.3 The Fan. Stars have now lost 3 in a row. Glenn Gulletson, he preached physicality in the offseason. They got pushed around in this one, losing a lot of puck battles. Blue Jackets out-hit Dallas 35-22. Penalty kill has been a strength in the last few years, off to a rough start. In the 3 losses, Gavin Spittle points out, the Stars have given up 4 goals in the last 7 chances when they were a man down. 48 giveaways / turnovers in the last 3 games, and they're not scoring. So after taking a 2-0 first period lead against Vancouver last week, RJ, they've scored just 3 goals in their last 8 periods. As you said earlier, Matt Duchene did not play. Hope to have him back soon, as the Stars have games on Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. Spits and Suds fresh edition with the full details and more available wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
They have looked like doo-doo for the last 8 periods. Like there is no way other than to say it. And look, you didn't have Duchene, fine. I do think there's an element that Gulletson is still trying to figure out what line combinations he likes the best. That's gonna happen, right? That's gonna happen. New coach, you're not gonna have the same. But when you go 4 years or whatever it was with DeBoer, and you don't have a 3-game pointless streak, and it takes a week and a half with a new coach, and you've got it. It's obviously there's a growing pains going on right now, and we thought they were going to be on cruise control after those first 3 games. They have not looked great. They have just not looked great, and that third goal was a bad goal. I think that third goal really summed up the last 8 periods or so that they gave up last night. So they got to get back on it.
Also last night, the NBA on NBC getting rave reviews. We'll preview the Mavs season tonight, the opener against the Spurs with Chuck Cooperstein at 9 a.m., but I cared about the pregame, and I cared about halftime, because it was the debut of Michael Jordan's brand new segment, Lessons in Excellence or something like that. It's a sit-down with Mike Tirico. Overall, it was disappointing. It's going to be disappointing, but this was a pretty cool story.
Do you ever pick up a ball and just shoot?
I haven't picked up a ball in years.
No, come on. Just like walk past. There's got to be a hoop somewhere at your place.
You don't see a hoop anywhere around here, right?
I don't. But
It's a
seriously,
reason.
the last time you picked up a basketball and shot it?
I was at the Ryder Cup.
Yeah.
And I rented a house from the owner.
Sure.
He came over to do pictures. He had grandkids. And I was meet and greet and thank him for allowing me to stay in the house. And he had a basketball court. He says, I want you to shoot 1 free throw. I said, really? Now, I already paid for the house. It's not like they got to see me. So when I stepped up to shoot the free throw, it's the most nervous I've been in years.
Stop it.
In years.
Stop it. Come on.
And reason being is those kids heard the stories from the parents about what I did 30 years ago.
Right.
So their expectation is 30 years prior, and I haven't touched the basketball.
I hope you swished it.
Absolutely. I got the most gratifying, that made my whole week, is that I was able to please that kid, not knowing if I could.
That story?
That's a cool story.
It's a cool story. And then the only other thing added to that in about the 3 minutes was, why are you sitting down and talking like this, Mike? Giving back to the game to pay it forward. That's it. Back to the third quarter. Next week, MJ will talk about load management.
Load management.
So I think the internet's right. They're speculating we're going to get like 5, 7, 8 3-minute tidbits from this just one interview Mike Tirico did with Michael at his house versus like going to a studio and having Michael react live to the game that's happening.
Yeah. I wonder about professional athletes and when they're now obviously there's tons of stories of MJ going back to Carolina and playing pickup ball or doing it at when he was with the Bobcats, right? There's tons of stories about that. But after a while, like, do they just, when they retire, do they just put the ball away?
Well, Dirk did.
Yep. There's tons of stories of athletes say, hey, so when was the last time you picked up a baseball bat? My last game. Like they just, I'm done with it. Now, if you have kids, you play catch with your kids, obviously. But if you don't, what are you going to do?
They lied to us. Don't call him a contributor. You interviewed him, and you're going to show us clips all year.
Yeah.
That's not, he's not a contributor. He gave you a sit-down interview, and you're going to use the content from it. Just say we're going to have special segments with Michael Jordan or something like that. But don't call him a contributor, because that's not what he was. You did one interview.
I do love, and whether it's true or not, I don't care. But the statement that I've never been more nervous.
Yeah.
Because I can totally see that. If you have been at that level your whole life, and there is an expectation.
15 years, Tiger rents your house, or you see Tiger at the range, or you're like, go outside. I want to see hit a 3-wood.
Or
it's got to be down the middle, 250.
Gotta be. He starts. He slices one into the water. He duck hooks one.
Yeah.
He hits the hosel and just yips it over there to the
Hosel.
right.
Let's spin the wheel.
What do we got? And then I'm gonna have to just pull it. We
Sports
got no. It's Am I the A-hole?
Oh, baby.
Okay, all right. I got to get Am I the A-hole pulled up now. Okay, all right. So this is Am I the A-hole, which is the random wheel spin this week. So the crux of this is we take stories, disagreements in personal lives. You can text them in on the fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Did you have a disagreement or did you have an instance where you needed to know, hey, am I the a-hole in this situation or what? But we've got some banked up here too from Reddit that we can go through as people send in theirs on the fan text, 877-881-1053. First one here, and this is perfect for Sean because this is a restaurant etiquette question. So this guy says, I was taking a small elevator, a room for about 4 people, up to a restaurant. As the doors were closing, another couple squeezed into the elevator. The door to the restaurant was basically next to the elevator door, so when it opened, the other couple walked ahead of us into the restaurant. The hostess asked each couple, do you mind waiting 5 to 10 minutes? And we all said yes. She came out a few minutes later and led the other couple to a table and then turned to us and said, do you mind waiting another 20 minutes? Normally, I would have said fine, no problem, but we were on our way to the airport. So I went over to the other couple and I said, excuse me, but we were here first and now we can't get a table. Would you be willing to give us the table? They said the difference was only 1 or 2 minutes. And then they just stared at me like conversation's over. I walked away without saying anything else and ended up ordering takeout. So am I the a-hole for asking them to let us have the table?
See, this is a curb. This is a Curb Your Enthusiasm at the doctor's office where Larry's in the elevator and he sees a woman running towards the elevator, so he holds the button. And she's able to get on the elevator. And as she walks out first, she gets to the sign-in desk at the doctor's office first. She gets in, and he's waiting around 45 more minutes. See, it's a Curb episode. Everything can be boiled down to Seinfeld and Curb. This is why you don't hold the elevator for people. It's that simple.
But you did. So once that happened,
you're screwed.
So no one had reservations?
It's a first come, first serve. This is where.
Ooh, does elevator order matter? And then does it also determine who walks out of the elevator first?
Because how is this different than you going up to a restaurant and you walk up first and there's somebody coming and you just open the door and say, oh, yeah, go ahead. After you, I'm opening the door for you. And they're going to go to the hostess stand first.
Right.
Now, ideally, it's a double door situation where then they would go and open that next door for you and allowing you the courtesy to keep the order. But I think you're screwed here, man.
I think it takes balls to walk up to them and go, we were here first.
No doubt.
You give it, and so I automatically think that just seems sort of socially aggressive, and so I automatically think you're probably the a-hole.
I think I agree with you. This is a great one, though. This is a tough one. Yeah. I'll barely side with Bobby.
If it's an hour wait, I might say something. Like 15, 20 minutes, I was like, oh, I got my phone.
All right, next one here on
spy on Ed Werder with.
Which, by the way, the fan text 214. He's definitely not an a-hole for asking them to move. He would have been an a-hole if he escalated past that. 972, 4 people limit an elevator, or you didn't want anyone else in there. All right, next one here in Am I the A-hole? My girlfriend and I have been talking about moving in together for a while, but one of the things that prevented us from going ahead with it is the fact that I have a dog, she has a cat, and they were not raised next to other dogs or cats, and our attempts to introduce them all went terribly wrong. But her cat is also really old and very near the end. He has cancer, and in the last trip to the vet, it was clear there was nothing to be done, and he is now in palliative care. So my lease will expire in 2 months, and I talked to my girlfriend about whether renewing it or if it was best for us to start looking for a new place together. She didn't understand why I was bringing this up now, and I said that I was considering what we would be doing after her cat died. She was very, very upset by this, saying I was dismissive of her feelings and that I was already picturing a future without her cat in our lives. I tried to explain that's not what I meant, but I don't know. Maybe she's in denial about what's about to happen. Am I the a-hole?
Wow, this is a great one, too. So just reset it, clear it up for me. His lease is expiring.
His lease is expiring.
He's not living with her now.
He has a dog that doesn't get along with her cat.
Yeah.
Her cat is dying.
Yes.
And he's saying, do I need to get a new place since your cat's about to be dead, or are we going to move in together?
If the cat dies, though, why wouldn't they move in together?
They would at that point. She's just saying, like, you're being super dismissive of just like, hey, so with your dead cat out of the way, are we
Yeah.
going to be able to move in together
No,
now?
well, I think you should have been like, hey, what's the next step in our relationship? With the cat in the back of your mind. You're factoring in the cat, but don't tell her that. Be like, hey, is it time for us to move in?
Yeah, I get the idea of like 2 months out, I need to know what I'm doing with my lease.
Yeah.
And I need to know, because
Right.
do you want me to sign a new lease? And then we're like, man, if we would have planned for this, we would have been living together by this point. Maybe a better way to say it than just like, well, your cat's, I mean, he didn't say it that way, but just to be like, well, because your cat's going to be dead. Should we move in together?
Yeah. That's cold.
That's definitely cold. Is that reason not to move in?
Yes.
Is it?
If those two animals, because then you'd have to give up one of them.
Well,
They just don't get along.
Or just eventually, would they not eventually get along?
Let me rephrase. If someone had 3 cats, I don't know if I could move in there.
No, because you'd be worried about being killed in your sleep.
Just allergies. Like my allergies have gone bonkers. Like I want the kids to have a dog. I want the kids to have a dog growing up. But I'm so terrified of the steps I'm going to have to go through to make sure they're not allergic, because I'm not like Choppy.
Doodle. Get a doodle.
Once the dog comes in the house, I don't want that little wussy dog. Once the dog comes in the house, I'm not going to be able to kick the dog out of the house. And the kids wrap their arms around it. But I feel like I need to get them allergy tested. Sure. I need to make sure this thing is going to scratch up all the furniture. I need my house to be worn out and the furniture
worn down.
In order to justify bringing in this mutt.
Right. Kudos to all of you on the fan text, who they are all in agreement. They're saying he's not the a-hole, which I would lean towards he's not. But kudos to all of you on the fan text that are finding all the puns you can make about her cat. So
like
no more cat for him. Break up with her. I'll take care of that cat.
Oh, yeah, I get you.
All right, Random Wednesday wheel spin along with Michael Jordan. And what is wrong with your Dallas Stars? Loaded edition, told you. Hump day. Right here on Sean and RJ. ESPN is coming after Cowboy fans again. That's next in Below on DFW Sports Station 105.3.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No, we're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah.
Man, my intros today have been 2 of 2.
Yeah, I mean, it is before Thursday, so you're still working. Because what, you give us usually Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You don't work Monday after the Cowboys games, then you don't work after your segment.
Shut up, Bob.
Yeah, so anyway, you're getting cuts at midnight tonight, by the way, Peyton. All right. Let's, ESPN is coming after you, Cowboys fans. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. So this has become such a tired thing that I don't know why every year it feels like somebody's got to turn this into an argument or a discussion when it's really not up for debate. So ESPN is debuting a new series on SportsCenter. Next year is the 250th anniversary of America, and ESPN announced that they are planning a 24-hour cross-platform television extravaganza, this is from Awful Announcing, to celebrate July 4th, 2026. And as part of doing so, as part of the company-wide activation, it begins next month on Veterans Day. It'll culminate in July 4th marathon. ESPN SportsCenter will begin a new segment called America's Team, designed to find out, quote, which team most embodies the United States. Dallas Cowboys fans will be on the edge of their seats, according to Awful Announcing. They say SportsCenter has become a destination for similar recurring segments on ESPN recently. This past summer, the network's flagship news program reprised a 50 States in 50 Days segment that had originally aired in 2005. That feature took SportsCenter on the road for 50 consecutive days. They say America's Team will be part of a larger Disney-wide activation to celebrate the American independence. Good Morning America will be involved, all sorts of stuff. But this is another attempt to figure out or try to take away a title that has been given to the Cowboys and continues to be misunderstood.
Why is it misunderstood?
Because this is
people just say the Cowboys
this is
came up
not
with it?
who's the best team. This is not who's the best team. It's not anything else. It's not even. It was something that was literally bestowed upon them by NFL Films. Called them this.
This isn't hard.
It's cultural status. This is not a. Most of the time when you hear something like this, you can go back to it and go, oh, that was a branding slogan. That was a marketing thing. And that wasn't even this. This was not something they gave themselves. I think this is something the NFL said, that's who it is. Everywhere you go, every stadium. Bob Ryan in 1970 at NFL Films put this line in their NFL Films recap and called them America's Team. The reason he called them America's Team is because he said everybody at NFL Films noticed no matter what city they were in, half the stadium was Cowboys fans. And there was just something about them that was a draw and an intensity.
I have the criteria. You ready?
Yep.
Name me the other team in sports, definitely the NFL, who could go 30 years without making a conference championship and still be number one in the ratings and the number one topic on television.
Again,
you want to say the Lakers?
The Yankees are halfway there.
It's the Lakers.
The problem with the Lakers and the Yankees is that, and especially for the Yankees, they're not going to get any national attention on these TV shows.
Right, because they don't know how to talk baseball.
They don't know how to talk baseball. They can't talk baseball. That's going to harm you. That's going to hurt you in terms of being America's team. Basketball is talked about more on these shows, but still way behind the National Football League. So the importance of the NFL,
sure, no doubt,
contributes. And the hateability, like, was it Jim Nantz trying to name the Buffalo Bills or Detroit the new America's team? There has to be a hateability that comes along with this criteria. You're not going to hate the Detroit Lions. We hated the Warriors and the Chiefs for a little bit.
You eventually hate teams that win a lot.
Yeah, Patriots.
The Dodgers. They're going to be the most hated team in baseball here over the next couple, if they're not already.
But again, there's
no other team can be number one in ratings.
It has to be football. You have to be a football team.
With that lack of success.
Yeah,
and
the way
still
it is, at
dominate.
least in the U.S.
But if you're going to even just describe an America's team in each sport, the Lakers are always going to be a draw and a detention point for the NBA. The Yankees are always going to be an attention point for baseball, and the Cowboys are always going to be an attention. It's irrelevant from whether they're having success or not.
Yeah,
all three of those teams, they're going to get attention.
You travel around to the other stadiums. Well, when we talk about the Packers traveling, the Steelers traveling, the Bears, the 49ers, do the Cowboys by far or easily have the number one traveling fan base?
Yeah. So it's odd because if you look at a team like
because that's a way to determine as well, like who has the most fans, who's talked about the most. But we always talk about all these. But how many times on a Sunday do we get the reports? It's a Cowboy home game. That Carolina game is a Cowboy home game. In D.C., it's split. In California, they lose every home battle.
Yeah, I mean, some fan bases are better about protecting their tickets. Green Bay is good about not letting other fans get in there. And so, like, a team like Green Bay, Dallas doesn't really invade Green Bay. They're outside the stadium, but a lot of times they're not in the stands.
Outside the state of Texas, what team has the most fans?
Yeah, like, if you were to tell me that
in all the other states, Cowboy fans make up number one versus Steeler fans, Packer fans?
States with no teams in them?
Anyone.
Cowboys, I assume Cowboys fans are the majority in most states where they don't have a football team.
And I would assume the Lakers are the most NBA fans. And I would assume the Yankees are the most MLB fans in those other states.
Yeah, look, it comes back to this line. Brian's quoted it all the time, that Sean Payton had told him the reason why the Dallas Cowboys job was so, desirable and to coaches and why they wanted it so much is while he's in New Orleans, he's like, everyone in America knows Sean Payton. He goes, when you're the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, people in China know Sean Payton. People in Germany know Sean Payton. There's an awareness of the Cowboys and who they are and the power that goes with them. We see it every week again, it's not even about a success or failure or anything else. The very fact that as much as you guys are frustrated at times, rightfully so, with Jerry and the way that he's operated it, and as much as you guys will say, I don't care about what Jerry has to say, the reality is when Jerry's on the radio, you guys tune in more.
We're listening.
The numbers are undeniable. You tune in more. You listen more.
Yeah.
I will say I was surprised when I was in Europe. And I don't know, Peyton, if you noticed, I didn't see a single Cowboys hat or shirt.
Where?
In Europe. I saw several. I saw more Maverick stuff. I saw several, Lakers and dozens of Yankee hats and dozens of Laker gear. I was very surprised that I didn't see any Cowboy stuff. I didn't see any NFL stuff here. Maybe one Packer shirt.
Yeah, I'm floored. Or not even floored. I'm just
only floored.
No, well, I am floored by this. ESPN, that's their gold mine that they love. Why would they even bring into I don't even understand.
Because they're going to use half of it to focus on the Cowboys, whether they are or are not America's team.
Probably. Yeah, that's part of it. Speaking of Jerry Jones.
They probably need stupid programming to fill. I didn't care about that 50 days and 50 states thing. I like Marty Smith, but sorry.
Speaking of Jerry Jones, he was on this station yesterday, not with us. Well, he tried to be on there with it. Did you hear him at the start of the interview, by the way?
Yep.
He was like, I kind of like the setup. Come back, do something in the morning a little bit, get a cup of coffee, come back a little rejuvenated. So
he is paying the most attention I've ever heard. Jerry is dissecting the questions being asked to him this year on the station. The words, yesterday you guys used trust twice. He stopped down and addressed that. He's really listening literally to the question being asked every time.
Yeah, and Jerry yesterday, one of the things we were wanting to tackle was the discussion of Trayvon Diggs and what exactly occurred there because it's been so muddied. But we asked Jerry yesterday, are you cool or are you satisfied with the explanation you got from Trayvon Diggs on the concussion?
Oh, we're using that word trust a lot.
Yes, sir.
And maybe it's an appropriate word. But at the end of the day, it's a pretty physical situation. You've got to physically be able to perform, and that's important. Diggs has not been there. 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 And that's important. Diggs to really get the job done. Apart from anything about the scheme or mental, you've got to be physically, or you have a limitation. And so the combination of things, I'm sure he'd be the first to tell you, has impacted him this year.
That's a very interesting answer. It is not the cut that I called for because Peyton stopped working on Wednesday this week instead of Thursday, I guess, after he made his little open. Who's finished with that? No, but Jerry had basically said he said, "Yeah, I'm satisfied with it. No need to dwell on it anymore." I think similar to like we were talking about earlier, the way he's discussed some of the trade stuff, I don't think he necessarily wants to let on how frustrated he is by that situation. And I think he just wants to, satisfied with it, sure, just we need to move forward.
Maybe I need to clarify a little bit for the Trayvon Diggs fan club that I didn't know existed when I've said I'm done with him. I'm not saying like you have to cut him today. If they did, I'd understand it. I would be fearful of what's behind him in terms of your roster. I'm not necessarily saying that you're going to be better. I just don't believe that Trayvon will or should be here after this year. And I would advocate dealing him if you're not left totally exposed in the secondary. I don't think his play right now is something to be scared of totally losing, maybe just in terms of bodies. I'm not saying right now today cut him. I just know that after the latest incident and all the stuff throughout the year and the offseason, he's a guy I'm not moving forward with. He's no longer a foundational piece, whether he's on the field or in the locker room. Maybe that's a better way to clarify and say it.
No, but I think that I don't know why it stirred up so much intensity, because there's been just as much intensity about people being upset with him blowing coverages the first few weeks.
Yeah.
So,
and that happened after he concussed himself and they won.
Yeah. So I don't get it. There's a Trayvon Diggs faction I didn't even know existed anymore.
Y'all weird for that. Below the belt right here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Let's preview the Dallas Mavericks season starting tonight against Wemby and the Spurs. What's the ceiling for Flagg? What's the ceiling for the team? And am I officially beefing with voice of the Mavericks, Chuck Cooperstein? Coop joins us now.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
39, 12, and 8 for Dončić. He gets inside, gets to his spot. He's up to 41.
9 o'clock hour, Hump Day edition. Here on DFW Sports Station with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, NBA on NBC doubleheader, OKC Houston thriller. The Thunder survive in double overtime. Luka drops 43, but they lose to the Warriors. But tonight is about your Dallas Mavericks and the debut of Cooper Flagg. Let's preview with the great Chuck Cooperstein, Dallas Mavericks play-by-play, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Chuck. How are you?
Morning, fellas. Great day.
Are we beefing, you and I, over NBC production?
I'm sorry?
Are we beefing over NBC production? Was that our first Twitter spat?
Well, last night. Well, I don't know if it's the first one we had, but I guess it was a minor spat.
Okay. Yeah.
Minor spat. Just again, put your emphasis in the correct place, Sean. That's all.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. How are you? Are you the same level of excitement this season compared to all the Luka years? I don't want to say every season because there's different expectations. Where's your excitement to start off this year with Flagg, even though Kyrie is not there?
Look, I've been doing this 21 years. I'm always excited. I mean, let's face it. It's the best basketball in the world that I get to watch every night. And I'm getting to watch someone who is as anticipated a follow as there's been certainly since Anthony Davis came into the league, and maybe even going back to as far as LeBron, at least as it relates to, American players in an era where international players are dominating the league at the very top, as far as MVP and NBA first team All NBA. The sky is clearly the limit for Cooper Flagg. He certainly has shown nothing that suggests that he will be anything other than a fantastic NBA player. I mean, he's 18 years old. He plays like a 28-year-old. So I'm excited to watch that. I really am. And I'm excited, frankly, because the team is mysterious.
Yeah.
I mean, there is no team in the NBA more mysterious than the Mavericks. None of us really know how this is all going to work. And even when Kyrie comes back, whenever that is, then that's another significant adjustment that they're going to have to make. And what does it look like then? And I don't know. Nobody knows, but isn't that the fun of reading the book and trying to find out what it actually is?
Coop, I know like the excitement for Mav fans is there, but from around the league, other teams that you've come across, are they? Is the excitement for Flagg this kind of similar for them around the league that it was, like you said, for AD, for certainly not LeBron? But is the excitement there? I know Mark Spears was like he was disappointed how little promotion Cooper Flagg had coming into the season. Is it the same though?
I mean, I'm never good on the whole promotion game and what that means in the grand scheme of things. I know, just what basketball people say about him, and certainly after watching him. And frankly, no one is disappointed after watching him play because they know how he affects winning. I think from a fan standpoint, and let's face it, Maverick fans are always on some level going to compare him to Luka. But I think the fair comparison this year is to look at Cooper Flagg's rookie numbers versus Luka's rookie numbers, and not what Luka is right now, as a 5-time NBA first-team All-NBA player. The one thing we know about Cooper Flagg is he affects winning, and he has always done that. And whether that's with scoring 25 points or grabbing 10 rebounds or having 7 assists or having 3 steals or block shots, his help on defense, he just does the right things. And I think in time, Maverick fans and most importantly, and other NBA fans in general are going to come to appreciate that.
Chuck, is everything you've seen from him in the preseason exactly what you thought with him coming out of college? Has something surprised you? And just how would you describe the overall skill set and game? I know you said he can do anything and make the right winning plays. Has there been anything you've been surprised by versus his Duke tape?
No. He was fabulous at Duke, and especially once he got a real feel for the college game, which happened in January. They played 39 games. So it took him about 15 games to figure it out. And then the last 24 games of the year, he was just impossibly great. Just think about this, Sean. And this is a guy who was playing at a small high school in Maine, who then transfers to a high school basketball factory in Montverde, where they're playing with all of the very best 17 and 18-year-old players. He plays there 1 year. He goes to Duke, and they go 35-4, and they go to the Final Four. And now he's here, and just the step level that he's taking every year and being able to handle it all is nothing short of remarkable. And you know what? I even saw it in the game in Vegas during the Summer League, where he was terrible offensively, right? Couldn't make a shot. But did he make the most important play of the game? He sure did, with that weak side block shot that then led to a basket at the other end that allowed the Mavericks to win. It's that type of thing, I think, that all of us are going to get to appreciate, even if you had not seen him play at Duke previously.
The voice of the Mavericks, Chuck Cooperstein, with us here on 105 through the Fan. So Chuck, you kind of alluded to it a second ago about the natural comparisons that some people are going to make of just like he's replacing Luka or what have you. But Cooper Flagg, the bigger question for me is, like, this city, it feels like, needs a hero on the basketball front and somebody who's going to be connected with the city. What's your impression of Cooper Flagg been, not just as a player, but just kind of the way he carries himself and the demeanor and how he's kind of fitting into being in this new space?
Carries himself like a 10-year pro, and I think people will come to appreciate that. The difference is that, at least here in the short term, it's unlikely that he's going to be the incandescent player that Luka was, or for that matter, be the consistent 25-point scorer that Dirk was. But again, Dirk was not that until really his third year in the league. But I think he's very comfortable here. I think the fact that he's got vets like Kyrie and Anthony Davis and Klay Thompson to show him the ropes. Actually, Derek Lively's probably shown him the ropes more than anyone else. And, they're now teasingly referring to Lively as Unk at age 21. I think he's got enough people around him on the team, and I think he's got a great support system here. I think his family is here, so it's not like he's walking in unprotected, as opposed to many overall number ones or high picks that are going to bad teams that don't have that veteran infrastructure that can't teach him the way these people can.
Who do you see as the Mavs' primary ball handler, and is how high up the list of concerns is that for you starting off without Kyrie, of how they divvy that up?
Oh, it's a little bit of a concern, but the nature of the Mavericks offense now is ball movement and cutting. And that's what Jay Triano, the new assistant coach, brought in, who's been around the NBA forever, former head coach in Phoenix and in Toronto. It's a Princeton-style system. There's not going to be nearly as much, high pick and roll in the middle of the floor or the type of offense that you're used to seeing. And not that preseason means a whole lot of anything, except for what you're trying to accomplish. The Mavericks had a couple of games where against Utah, they had 32 assists on 37 made baskets. Just as a point of order, only 4 times in Mavericks history have they ever had a game with that high of an assist percentage on made baskets. So this is really what they want to do, and have everybody be involved, whether it's Cooper or whether it's P.J. Washington or whether it's D'Angelo Russell or Ryan Nembhard or Brandon Williams, whoever that winds up being until Kyrie gets back. I mean, the idea is to get, to be able to get the ball up the floor. They feel that any one of those people can do that, and then the passing, the cutting, the movement is going to be able to take care of the offense. That there won't be that dominant guy that's going to be the 8 to 10 assist guy.
You all right over there?
Look, Coop, if you and I were on a sports date, I mean, you said 3 buzzwords. You said motion, you said ball movement, and Princeton offense. That is all I needed to hear. I am so done with the isolation. Oh, you just did it for me.
Well, you know what, though? Here's the thing. I think isolation in moderation is not the worst thing in the world. Because ultimately what teams try to do when you get to the playoffs is to hunt the mismatch. Always hunt the mismatch. And I think as big as the Mavericks are, I do think they're going to try to hunt that, but I do think it's going to come within the framework of the movement that we've been talking about.
Chuck, AD at the 4 versus AD at the 5. Can you take us inside that debate, how they're going to do it, and how you think they should do it?
Well, he definitely wants to be the 4. Defensively, it absolutely works. Defensively, this team figures to be outstanding and really should be a top 5 level NBA defense. Offensively, it's a bit more clunky because Davis doesn't shoot from deep particularly well. I mean, if he's going to face up, his best range basically is 15 to 18 feet from the elbows and just inside the circle. But when you have both Davis and Lively playing, they're not going to stretch the floor as much as we see traditional by 2025 NBA standards NBA offenses do. So that's why, in a large part, they're running the offense that they're running because they want to be able to get to the basket and be able to score at the basket. One of the biggest issues that the Mavericks are going to have this year is that they are likely on most nights to be outscored from the three-point line. Last year, at the end of the year, when Davis came back, there were 3 games where they were outscored by 30 points or more from the three-point line. That's just not sustainable. So, how are you going to be able to work around that? Basically, is by getting to the free throw line a bunch, by just trying to get everything in the basket as much as possible, and then be able to make your free throws from there. Sometimes that works. Sometimes, if you look at the Lakers last night, it didn't work. Their free throw shooting was awful, and it really cost them in a game that ultimately was winnable for them. So it's definitely a tightrope that they're walking. Davis, I mean, understandably, given his injury history, doesn't want to have to bang as much as the normal NBA 5 is going to have to bang. But there are times where it's going to be necessary, and there are times where, and we saw this in the Utah preseason game, where he had to play a bunch of the 5 because Lively was given pretty much the night off that night. It worked really well. So if nothing else, it gives Jason Kidd all kinds of options for what he wants to do at any particular time.
Chuck Cooperstein with us here on 105 through the Fan. Coop, last year at the end of the season, Brandon Williams was somebody who got a lot of people excited. It was kind of a nice surprise near the end of the year. Is there anybody that you think we're not talking enough about, or somebody that you think could surprise and contribute in a meaningful way this year?
Well, Najee Marshall's had an amazing camp, and he was great at the end of last year, too. And he had to be. I mean, he got thrown into a role that he definitely was not expecting as a point guard. That's not him. I think his improvement as a three-point shooter is going to be a really crucial part of this season. He was great 2 years ago in New Orleans. He was not good last year as a three-point shooter. They're going to need him to be better that way. Obviously, Ryan Nembhard, as a two-way player, has shown that he's an NBA player. The problem is that he's a two-way player, and the Mavericks are in a situation as it relates to the cannot convert his contract to a regular contract. But there's no doubt, watching him in Salt Lake and in Vegas last week, that he knows how to play with the big boys. He knows how to get people set up, and he knows how to make the right play. And so, I mean, he's a guy to keep an eye on, especially here early while Kyrie is out. But how they use the 50 games that he is available to play right now is going to be a really interesting thing to watch.
Thank you, as always. Appreciate you being taking it easy on me here on the air. And
always gentle, always gentle. And just quickly, hey, Choppy, do you think you won your recruiting battle by going to Tennessee? Is your kid sold? Is he going to go?
Oh, they are very sold. They are very
Isn't
they're very
Chuck
sold
a Gator?
Yes.
Because I failed miserably in my recruiting attempt. Because as I always say, if Vince Young had not won his national championship the year before Chris Leak did, I would have been in business. But once Vince Young did it, I was Lefty Drizel. I was the greatest recruiter in the history of ever, and I couldn't close. I could not close.
Chuck, who do you want for the Gators?
I think everybody's got flaws. Even Lane, who every fan seems to want. Yeah. But how about former Gator quarterback Brian Schottenheimer?
Oh, there you go. All right, we're done with you. We're done. Have a great call and enjoy the start of the year.
We'll see you later.
The
Take
great
care.
Chuck Cooperstein on the D&M Leasing Hotline on 105.3 The Fan. Nick Eatman has been wanting a trade. What does he think of all the rumors? He joins us from DallasCowboys.com after this.
by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece coming up with the fellas in studio at 9:40. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. I want you to give us the opening of your broadcast today on DallasCowboys.com with the way that you're legally allowed to discuss and dance around these trade rumors. Go ahead. 3, 2, Nick, you're live.
I would probably say, what's up, everyone? This is Cowboys Storyline, and let's get to our max potential today on what we can talk about, what we can't talk about. And, I'd probably just go and, do something like that. I don't know. We don't really talk a whole lot about potential guys that might come here or not because it rarely happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's fun.
It's fun. I'll tell you what's not fun. Here's what's not fun is when you miss one word in your headline and you say the Cowboys are signing Mark Sanchez when you should have said the Cowboys are to sign Mark Sanchez, and then you get a call from your legal team that you were tampering with it. Maybe the NFL was the Cowboys were tampering with getting Mark Sanchez. That's not fun. So therefore, I don't mess with tampering situations, all that. So yeah, just hypothetical situation that might have happened here as we talk about the Cowboys and Broncos and things like that. Yeah. And maybe Mark Sanchez has been in the news lately. Yeah, that's the one that still makes me kind of have cold sweats. So I don't really talk about certain players like that.
All right, let me see if I can, and you can just reject it. Yeah. But I do need to try to get your opinion somehow, so we'll challenge ourselves. If we all agree that Micah Parsons is not saving this defense or making them a championship contender, because we've seen this defense get worked with Micah on that, I'm not taking a shot at Micah. It's just they've had some problems, and he can't save everything. Why am I getting a Micah level type player and giving up first round assets in thinking we're going to be much different than when we had Micah?
Your offense is way better than it was before. That's the big difference. I would have loved to have seen Micah Parsons, and I would have loved to have seen the Green Bay Micah Parsons against the Cardinals the other day. I would love to see that on this defense right here. Everybody's better. And I think your offense is not even close to where it was the last few years. It's a combination that I would have liked to see. But we know why it didn't happen. I mean, it didn't happen, and it's not – the Cowboys tried to make this deal work. They would have loved to have him here, and it didn't work. Egos got in the way. We all know that. We don't have to revisit that. But they wanted that player. They wanted that guy on their defense. So the fact that it's not happening, but could they get somebody close to that? Maybe. And think about what that would be if you did get that. Let's say you traded one of your picks and you got a star defensive end. Okay, and we all know who's been talked about, even though that may not happen. But if that happened, it would be a pretty good flip, right? You got rid of Micah. You got another pass rusher that's right below him, Kenny Clark, and a first-round pick. Anybody would do that trade, right?
Yep. Yeah.
All right, so
go ahead.
So let me ask you this. Do you think they're one defensive type player away? And, if you were to walk into a tattoo parlor, but you forgot your wallet and the only currency you had was draft picks, how many do you think you would have to give up to get a full body tattoo?
That's why they pay the medium bucks, RJ.
Medium bucks.
Yeah, I like it. I think that I would go one first round pick, and then maybe some other picks and maybe some players too. Think about the position. If you're adding a defensive end, think about the position that you have, and I would probably let go of some of those players, especially if you're bringing in a defensive end. Maybe there's another, one that's the end of his contract that hasn't, performed to that level. So, there's some different options to go. I think you go players, but you certainly have to part with the first-round pick.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, right here on Sean and RJ. Yesterday, Jerry told KNC, when it comes to George Pickens, we're thinking about everything. Some of us took that and said, oh, could they be thinking about the unthinkable to the Metroplex in trading at George Pickens? When you talk about adding a defensive player that has that type of salary, any of the names out there, Nick, does this Pickens thing complicate it? Do you think this is going to be an either or? Some people said you'd become the Cincinnati Bengals again. If you re-sign George Pickens, you have nothing on defense. How do you look at Pickens' future salary with the possible addition of a big name?
No, I hear you. There's a lot. There's a lot to think about there. I know this though. Maybe not 10 years ago, but 7 or 8 years ago, we talked about the phrase Dak friendly, and before that it was Romo friendly and all that. That was the most important thing. You've got your $60 million investment there. That's the mansion. That's the house. Now you got to build things around it.
Yep.
Your house has never looked better than it does right now with guys that are around him. Dak is playing at the highest level. I don't think it's a coincidence that he's got these weapons, and I think Pickens is a huge part of it. I think Pickens is playing at the highest level he's ever been. The Cowboys have a steal right now in a third-round pick for him. I think if we hadn't seen him trade away Micah, we would say, no, he's not going to let this kind of player walk out the building, and it happened, and I think that they regret it. In some ways, I think that they will. I don't think you can't get rid of this guy. You can't get rid of Pickens because he's too valuable for your offense and to what you're doing with Dak. You have to figure out a way. You didn't figure it out, but with Micah, you have to figure this out. And it may complicate getting some defensive star, but I think right now, I think you have to focus on what you have. And you've never seen Dak play at this level. And Pickens, Ferguson, Javonte, even CD, they're all playing better than we've ever seen them.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Nick, we've heard Jerry say repeatedly over the years, whenever trades come up, he'll talk about, well, if you pick up the phone first, you've lost already. We're open for business. It's always been a very open invitation, but nothing that he seemed to want to be proactive about. Do you think over these next 2 weeks, the Cowboys might be more proactive than their typical trade approach has been?
I think so. Because it's like I just said. You're potentially wasting an offensive performance on this side of the ball if you don't try to go give them help. They didn't know what this team was going to be. They didn't know what the offense was going to look like, and all these things, shoddy calling plays and everything. But it's been really good, and you know that if they got just a little bit of help, and Sunday they got some help. So I think that it is a situation where the Cowboys might have to be a little bit more proactive. And I said this, I think it was yesterday, where we've seen 5 trades. I just have a hard time thinking that the Cowboys just sat there and the phone rang for all of them. Like, oh, that's a good idea. Elam, okay. Milton, oh, okay, cool. I think it's a two-way street because I know Will McClay and those guys over there do a great job. They do a great job. They're on all of it. So I think that they whoever picks up the phone first is probably irrelevant. But I think that they're certainly involved in this.
Do you think this would be something where they would look for, like, hey, we're just looking to see if there's any defensive help at all 3 levels? Or do you think they're saying, we really got to do something about our safeties? We really got to do something about our linebackers? Where do you think they'd be looking?
Yeah. Well, I think it's still pass rush, and let's trade talk is, it's, I get, if it feels like I'm dancing around because, I kind of am, because you kind of have to, and my boss, he listens. Derek Eagleton, he's listening. He's from Crosby, Texas. I just want to throw that out there, So I just want to, I got to be careful on everything that I say.
You've done a good job. You've answered everything you've answered everything pretty well.
Yeah. No, I think they need a badass defensive player. They just do. I mean, they had one. Obviously, we know what happened there. They brought in Kenny Clark, supposed to be stopping the run. They're 30th and 31st in stopping the run right now. It's not happening. They need those catalytic players on defense, and I believe that if they have a chance to go get one, but again, it's got to make sense more than next year, this year. It's got to make sense for next year and the year after, because if you're trading a first round pick, obviously you expect your first round picks to be 3, 4, 5 year guys, if not more.
I have an easy one for you to answer, I think. The deadline is November 4th. Are we talking about this way too early? Does something have to happen in the next 2 games to sway you one way or the other? What if they split with Denver and Arizona? What if they lose both? What if they lose both to Denver and Arizona? Do we not have these talks anymore?
Well, why? Why did they lose? Did they lose 38-35 again because they can't get off the field?
Mm-hmm.
And not that they've lost that game, but I'm saying, did they lose it like that? Or,
right.
What happens? Is it a blowout? Is it just like, all right, they're far away? I mean,
so 3 and 5 would not have you check out of the talks.
I don't think so. And you know what's going to happen. I mean, it's already happened. You say 3 and 5, and of course they have the tie in there, but 3 and 5 is what the record was, and when they traded for Amari. So, that they, I don't think that's too, I don't think that you're out of the woods at all. I think you just have to evaluate your team and go, do we have a shot here? Do we have a shot? Look at the schedule we have coming up. Do we have a shot to win these games? And if so, then let's go for it. And it might change the level of your guy that you're going to get. I mean, I think there was a list I saw with 25 potential trade targets or whatever. I mean, right now you might be looking at the top 2 or 3, 4, but it might be a guy, down in the 20s that it's like, hey, that's a 4th round pick next year. That type of move. Not that Jerry would trade a 4th round pick from, even that.
What's your score prediction?
I think it's 35-23. Maybe 35-21 Dallas.
Whoa!
I really, I really think, yeah. What did the gambler? He didn't like it?
No, Bobby thought you were going to get ticked off at the question.
You hate the predictions.
He thought he was trolling you.
I'm already there. I think when you have a game like that, like the way the Broncos did, and I've seen the Cowboys do it with the Giants, and the next week in Chicago is just flat as a drive to Kansas. I mean, it was terrible. I think Denver's going to have a hard time coming back from that. And if they win, they'll be 6-2, and they're not a 6-2 football team. They're just not. I'm sorry. I don't think they are. I think that they go down a little bit. Ton of Cowboy fans in Denver. I think the defense just kind of, will play pretty good, solid for their standard. I think the offense will keep rolling, and I think that they'll have. It'll probably be a somewhat comfortable game. I really believe that.
Well done, Nick. Masterclass.
And just so you know, the last time they won in Denver, there was no salary cap. There was no. Dak wasn't even born yet. That's how long it's been. I think it's time to get a win.
Thank you, brother. Fantastic stuff. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort.
Had one more.
Let's cross. Yeah, you did. Let's crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece as I murder Bobby next.
course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I get.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
#1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Is there anyone who doesn't love that?
I can't.
Great music.
Thank you very much, John Tesh.
I almost love the beginning of it just as much as the song.
It's very
the lasers. When I saw the lasers, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get it. Absolutely.
It's like hearing that wrestling song, that callback.
Yeah.
And there's like a pop in my living room, and then unfortunately you have to go to the talent that was there with Vince, who's not interesting, and Carmelo and Trey T-Mac.
You long for Peter Vesey?
Yeah.
It's kind of like the beginning of a Brock Lesnar song.
Yeah.
I think T-Mac could be the best one there, but I was just waiting for the Michael Jordan interview. By the way,
Vesey, good God.
this is Crosstalk with the Kansas City Masterpiece. We were complaining about the Dallas Stars Open. Well, 8:30 tonight for Mavs Spurs.
Yeah, correction.
I warned you.
8:48.
Yeah.
It'll be on a slide.
8:30 at the minimum, but
You want us to ask Jim Mill about the Stars starts? You're going to be having him on this
is that your way?
7:06 last night, right?
Is that your way to flex again? You know what I do
Yeah, the
want.
Stars didn't show up at 7:06.
No, they showed up at never.
You know what I do want Jerry Friday now. By the way, Inside the NBA is tonight. I think one of the 20 times that they're going to work this year. 5 p.m. on ESPN. Let's see what they look like on the different network, if anything is different. And then the 11 o'clock post game after Mavs Spurs. So, Peyton, you will be in charge of all the post game.
And that'll last
audio.
11 minutes.
Right.
And as opposed to the 50 that normally goes.
Is this supposed to be that short?
And keep in mind, now it won't really start until probably like 11:20, right?
Yeah, it's not going to be. They're saying it's not always going to be as long as it was on TNT.
Yeah.
Like on TNT, they basically could make it go as long as they wanted to.
Everything sounds like a downgrade.
Yeah, we've got to get to the SVP.
Except for the best player on the Mavs. That's an upgrade, baby.
Oh, Cooper Flagg over Luka Dončić. Did you guys watch any of this presentation that kind of took over social media as everyone was loving this on NBC?
I'm sorry, Ed.
You did not? Stars? You are all stars?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, they've got that's a full
Inside the NBA.
It goes to it's till midnight.
12:05.
So if that Mav game goes till 11:20, it'll be till midnight.
45 minutes.
Yeah.
Dude, I heard you do this the other day. When you went on, you were like, Bobby, give me the remote. I want to go scan through. And I was like, that's like my grandpa opening the TV guy.
Or Broadus.
Yeah. But that's like the TV guy that we used to have. I don't do this anymore either because I don't have like that capability. I just don't think about that anymore.
What do you mean you don't have the
I just
capability?
go look on an app somewhere. I'll just check it out on an app.
Like last night, instead of looking at like Carmelo and T-Mac, I was looking for Dirk. But that's not starting up for like another week.
Yeah.
I was like, is Amazon have a different broadcast than NBC? But tonight you're getting Ernie, Chuck, and Shaq in the second game of the doubleheader. All right. I was all ready to give Kevin Hay. Oh, by the way, what other star-studded show do you have planned for today besides Jim Nome? What time is it?
We do have Mike Curtis from the Dallas Morning News join us at noon to talk about the Mavs opener tonight. We have the Shoddy Presser today at 12:30. And guys, FC Dallas goalkeeper Michael Coll has personally requested to come on our show again.
Oh, baby.
Because every time he's been on our show, they have won. He's 3 for 3.
Nice.
Oh,
and
they start the playoffs. He was just on last week.
And he was like, I gotta get back on that show. So the KNC bump is working.
And Mickey Spagnola at 11.
That too.
That's true.
I've enjoyed Mickey with you guys.
Mickey is
I've enjoyed him
a
more.
ratings giant. by the
Is
way.
he?
Yeah, he does great.
Really?
He does really well in the
He's
ratings.
big in the podcast.
People can text in and say, "Oh, what they want about it." Mickey does great, and I think you're right. Like his personality has really been a lot more fun the last couple of years, actually. Honestly,
Yeah.
Wow.
So Kevin walks in.
I'll credit us.
I know. That's what you're getting. You get really arrogant the past 2 days, and I don't think you're joking.
He's not. No, he's definitely
So
not.
Hagelin walks in, and he's like, hey, I have an Am I the A-hole topic? And I was like, yes! He finally listened to our show today.
No.
Wheel spin at 8:20. No!
I heard Charles Robinson.
How did you possibly just have a random topic on the same day we had the segment?
Because
what are the odds of that?
Stupid Jake Riepma sabotaging me in the parking lot. And I hope he has a great day, except for something inconvenient happens to him. Because
what happened?
Traffic is just, this week has just grinded me into dust,
Wow.
as Carter would say. But I get here.
Yes, he does us.
Riepma's leaving. He's in the 4th spot. All right. We never get to park.
He's never
on the right
top,
or
he's,
left?
He's
On the
never
left.
top 3. He's also never on the left.
And so I want that spot. And it was just perfect timing. And he sits in there, and I don't know if he saw an attractive lady on his phone or what was going on.
Don't suggest that. Don't suggest that. That'll get him all worked up like it did with Chris Arnold.
Oh, no. What? Okay, I'll need to hear that story. And he just sits in his car and sits and sits and sits.
Gosh.
And so
that's the worst.
And
That's
so
Bobby.
it's not just that I want the spot, but it's the 4th spot. So I'm in a spot where I'm going to be blocking other people who are trying to get into the parking garage. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yes.
once you go through the arm.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't want to do that. So
Yeah.
someone comes up.
But let me ask you a question real quick. Did you see Jake walking to his car?
Yes.
So he had to have seen you that a car was there?
I wasn't
'Cause that's
sitting there.
extra.
No, I wasn't sitting there when he was walking to his car. Like I saw him walking, across.
Yeah.
While I was like pulling up.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he saw me or not. So maybe he did it on purpose. I don't think he
You
did.
should have done the one honk, the light honk.
Yep.
Yeah.
You didn't honk?
No.
You don't feel cool enough with Riepma to do that?
You honk all the time.
Yeah, but that's in the flow of traffic. This felt, for whatever reason, it felt wrong. And so I sat there, and then, of course, I just angrily drove up to the second
I
level.
also wonder what people are doing in their car when they just get in their car. They just sit there on the parking.
That's this guy. He's in there for 10 minutes.
Troy was
Messing
the
around
same
on my
way.
phone.
Troy would get to the car. He'd be 20 minutes, and I'm like, "What did we do?" I am in the car with a purpose.
I'm a busy man.
It's a purpose car.
I have a lot of responsibilities, and I have a lot of people who want to hear from me. And so when I sit down, it's like if I'm about to be in a 40-minute car ride, there may be like an email I've got to send. Like, well, this one can't wait 40 more minutes because somebody's
Text and
asking
email.
for something.
So
I
how
do
many
it
cars?
instead of driving.
How
Well,
many
like
cars
you
were
do.
behind you?
2.
Oh yeah.
Then it felt like, because like it's starting to pile up. And if I was on the other side of that, I would be like, this person needs to get the F out of the way. So I got the F out of the way.
Did you guys see the memo from the bosses that you are not allowed to reverse park in the new building garage?
Why?
It did not say why.
It didn't say why.
It's a tighter space. Like it's more narrow.
Yeah, that
the
even
spaces
more of a
themselves.
reason.
But
are
what
bigger.
difference does it make?
Yeah, even more of a reason.
The
to back
car's
in.
the same width.
More likely that like when you're trying to go forward and back in, that like you'll hit somebody's bumper and then there'll be a liability thing.
They're all slanted, by the way.
reverse
They're all
cam.
slanted.
Oh,
so
they're slanted?
So they have you go in a certain way.
Well, then
that's
you
gonna be
can't.
fine.
Then you can't. That's not a back
Yeah,
end.
we'll
If
be
they're
fine.
slanted, you can't back in. Like,
So you're supporting them.
yeah, if it's a slanted spot,
Yeah.
slanted spot, you can't back in.
Why can't you back in?
Because it's supposed to go in the direction of.
Yeah, it's just natural. It's more natural.
I think the
pull-in.
slanted spot might be easier to back in.
No, it'll be. It's more. As a truck driver, recently just got myself a new truck. That's probably why I'm so cocky right now.
I know.
Because I was thinking, if it was a regular
You're the
spot,
Fiat
truck
before.
nuts, don't
You
you?
were talking smack at your Fiat.
if it was a regular spot in my truck, I'm absolutely backing.
Yes.
because it's just backing out. First of all, pulling in with traffic is like, all right, it's a pain.
Yeah.
You got to reverse it. It's just too hard to do it in one spot.
You back enders or show offs. It's a
Haggy,
totally
Haggy.
move.
What have I always said
It's
about
like,
backing
let
in?
me show you how I can. It's like the person who foregoes the wide open spot to parallel park, and it's like, what are you trying to prove something?
If you, okay,
no,
but
no,
if,
but
if
for
you're
your Dale
good
Earnhardt
at it,
Jr.
Yeah,
if you're good at it, I'm fine. Sorry, Choppy. If you're good at it, I'm fine. Like I've seen Corey, he can do it on the first time. That's fine. But if you're that jacknuts that needs to back out 3 more times and you're just holding people up, you suck.
It's
and
not
I wish
even,
you would park somewhere
It's not
else.
even a show off thing anymore. These cars have got these backup. I don't even turn around when I'm backing in.
Oh yeah.
The screen is like, I'm just looking here. I feel like a pilot. It's
But
like I'm
it
doing
gives
nothing.
you no added benefit. It does nothing for
I
you.
can escape faster.
The
I can
time
escape
that
faster.
it takes for you to escape faster is offset by the time that it takes for you to reverse
in
in.
a parking lot like this, I agree.
Yeah.
No. Here's the deal.
Because pulling into the spot, if both cars are on both sides, I mean, you're going to have to back out and readjust.
I get here early enough so that I have that extra time. I want to be away from here as fast as possible.
Do you always park first? Do you always get a first floor spot?
No, because I get here like 8:30ish most times.
Yeah,
depending on traffic.
This new building setup is sounding not good for us.
Oh, in terms of parking?
Yeah, we can't park first level anymore. The bathroom, you got to run an Ironman to get to. I mean,
no, that's not good.
Yeah, it's not good.
I go to the bathroom all the time.
I know.
It's really.
You made fun of Peyton for the bathroom distance, and then you went the other day and you confirmed it.
I'm not going to let you turn this around. I was the one who gave it. I said I believed him. Y'all were in the meeting, all four of you dumping on him for it. No. I said I believed Peyton. I said, well, the way Peyton said, y'all were like, it's 10 extra feet. What's the No, hell no. I'm not taking that one. I did not make fun of him. I'll take a lot of S for going at Peyton. I did not on that one.
Look how worked up you get at the dumbest thing.
Very worked up.
Yeah. Go in your car and look for the podcast for 15 minutes.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah. If I don't, nobody else will. So.
Oh. Wow. What a contract negotiation flex that is. All right. The KNC Masterpiece with Jim Nill. And
that Jim Nill is on Friday.
Yeah, that's Friday. With Jerry, probably.
No, we're getting Jerry now. KNC is next. Enjoy Cooper Flagg night.
Was it
Doesn't sound right.
was it some fun?
at D&M Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Happy Cooper Flagg Day.
What the crap is this?
To all who celebrate. I want to make sure everybody knows he's talking about the TV,
Why is
not
Jenna
our
and Friends
program.
on? Why are they watching Jenna and Friends? I don't care about this. I want to watch some sports.
Okay, there's sports over there.
Guys,
you got to go change the TV.
I got to go change the TV, Alec.
All right.
I'll be back. You're Mr. More Famous or anyway.
All right.
Let's go.
So that's, oh man, why is Jenna and Friends on? Corey Majors, the famous Alec Medford. You've got me, Kevin Hageland, and from the 214, you can't evict me from my parking spot, Kevin. If I want to warm my car, okay, I agree with that, but not today. It's like, 70 degrees outside? I don't think you need to warm up your car. But if I want to warm my car, check my phone, it's my spot. A great man once said, deal with it. And you know what? You're right, because I did. I didn't like it, but I dealt with it. And I did just text Jake to tell him that I talked to S about him in the crosstalk. Now,
On your face.
Corey Majors.
Dude, Kevin, I appreciate you, man.
Are you... Do you still need some more time? He still needs some more time.
I'm fine. I just don't understand why. Like, I have no clue why they were. I guess it was on last night.
Yeah.
And they just turned the TVs on and didn't pay any attention to it. What does the morning show do? Peyton,
they're focused on their show.
You are going to have to come in here every morning, and you're going to have to set all these TVs onto sports stations instead of letting them watch some random Jenna and Friends. All right, Peyton? Thank you, sir. He's a good. That's a team player right there. That's why I've always liked Peyton.
Unlike me. Now, the Mavericks season begins today. Let's preview it. Let's get your predictions at noon o'clock. We've got Mike Curtis coming up, who wrote an excellent story about the evolution of Cooper Flagg. It's got all kinds of unbelievable quotes and anecdotes. And do we need to tell him that I hated his ranking of Dwight Powell in the all-time Maverick?
You said Dwight Powell. He said Dwight Powell was a top 5 Maverick or something like that.
It's like 29.
And you disagreed. And I understand your disagreement there. I think that today you've already established this is the show of honesty.
True.
Because you just texted Jake and told him how upset you were with him.
I've never quite understood talking behind someone's back. It's only fun if they can hear you.
Yeah, exactly.
And get involved in the conversation. Like, I can definitely be a D-hole, but I will tell you to your face, I won't go behind your back.
Yeah, and that's the thing. What does Schottenheimer always say? Solutions. Let's come up with solutions. And that's a way to solve a problem.
All right, and I'll tell you an obvious solution for me, get to work earlier. I tried today, but the last 2 days it's taken an hour and 5 minutes to get here, which is significantly longer than it usually takes. Alec, I'm sorry, I know that's how long, or maybe even longer, it takes you to get to work. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not necessarily the time it takes you to get to work. It's when your flow is thrown off by 10 to 20 minutes. Like, usually...
Your even flow.
Yes, that's right. Usually it takes between 42 and 47 minutes to get here. And so in my brain, that's what I think. So when it's like back-to-back hour and 5, pow! It just throws you off your game and what you're thinking.
Couple things here. One, this morning I looked at how long it would take me to get to the new building, and it said 22 minutes.
Oh,
and then I looked at how long it would take me to get here, and it said 52 minutes. And I was like, so that's why I'm like, I cannot wait. So, Alec, that being said, you can move into my pool house.
Ooh.
Rent free.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh. Might have to take you up on that.
We can commute together.
Oh.
You do have to park down the street, though.
Oh.
Just like the new building. I'm just kidding. I haven't even been to the new building. I have no idea. All right. Now the question comes up. The Mavericks will go 82-0. That makes sense.
That's not possible.
Because they have...
Nobody's going to do that.
They have the promised one.
What are you even doing right? Oh, so this is where you'll change your mind and your tune for this.
As somebody from the Jesus podcast told me, Luka was John the Baptist, so now Cooper Flagg is here. Shout out to Wes for making that analogy. No, the Mavericks, I'm not kidding. The Mavericks will not go 82-0. But I would love it if they could go 1-0, and Cooper Flagg looked awesome. I'm super pumped For Cooper Flagg, I'm excited about this season. I thought about this a lot, like in the last 22 hours. Corey asked Jason Kidd, if length equals strength, how...
Are they the strongest team in the NBA?
Yeah. And he's like, well, I sure hope so. But, like, he's right. If you look at Anthony Davis, hell, I know it's not necessarily tall, but you're talking about length. PJ Washington, Cooper Flagg is outsized both in terms of athleticism and size and length for the different positions that he can play. And Gafford and Lively, I understand. And Jason Kidd reiterated this. We need to stay healthy. But it is an exciting core, even with Kyrie hurt. I'm really pumped for this season. I don't know if everyone feels the same way, because I already saw somebody message me this morning because I was like, happy Cooper Flagg Day. And they said, hey, that's cool, but I'll never be over what happened with Luka. And if that's you, I understand. I don't feel that way. I've moved on. It's a new season. I think Cooper Flagg is going to be awesome. I'm pumped about this team.
This is the longest and most athletic team I've ever witnessed in Mavs history.
I could see that.
And I only say that because Dirk was not the greatest athlete. He was long, but athletically, and just think about those teams that he was always with, too. He had guys like Walt Williams. They just weren't. They were skilled, much like the Stars. Very skilled, but maybe didn't have that grit that went along with it. However, that championship team, Tyson Chandler, Stevenson, Sean Marion, all those guys were athletic and gritty. That's why they won a championship. But they weren't as long as I think this team is at every single position. Now, and you can probably be like, well, Kai's not long. Kai plays long. He plays bigger than he is, and that's one of the, when he comes back, it's going to be a big deal. Brandon Williams isn't the biggest. Ryan Nembhard isn't the longest. Skilled players, but those aren't guys that are getting lots and tons of minutes. But this is if you have PJ, let's say PJ does rotate in with or is on the court with Cooper Flagg at the same time. It's two guys that maybe aren't the greatest ball handlers, but can. They can bring the ball up the court. They can establish some things and then do some unique things cutting and athleticism-wise that are going to be an absolute blast. Coop said this morning that they're the biggest mystery in the NBA, too.
I think that
and I love that line.
I think that's probably fair because, like, Cooper Flagg might be the most hyped American basketball prospect since LeBron. All right? I'd be willing to listen to probably maybe two other players. But I think he might be that case. That's great. Maybe he'll eventually be awesome. But don't forget that LeBron was really good his rookie year. That team didn't do...
He had a bunch of chumps around him.
Exactly. And that team didn't go anywhere. And Cooper Flagg has a significantly better group around him, but Cooper Flagg's also the youngest player in the NBA.
Yeah.
Like, who's to say that this is not going to take a season, 2 seasons? Like, you go back. Dirk, you mentioned Dirk. Dirk is an all-time great. There were lots of times, especially his first year, maybe his first year and a half, that people were like, no.
This isn't going to work out.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that's a big part of it. But the other part of it, to Coop's point, is you don't have Luka, of course, but you also don't have Kyrie. And so there is questions about who's going to be running the point. We asked Jason Kidd about that a good amount yesterday. Do you think you're going to see more D'Angelo Russell? Is it going to be Brandon Williams? And if that's the case, how in the world is your backcourt going to function defensively if it's D'Angelo Russell and Klay Thompson? Because let's talk about it, man. If they're the longest team in the league, that might be the worst defensive backcourt.
That is true.
In the league.
They love to shoot.
For a team.
From wherever.
That talked. Yes, for a team that talked about defense wins championships, that's why I think you're going to lean more towards Cooper Flagg playing the point, because then that would free up perhaps PJ Washington to start a lot more. And if you're talking about the defensive prowess of subbing in PJ Washington essentially for D'Angelo Russell, that's a big defensive upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that is going to be part of the reason why Cooper Flagg runs a lot of the point, but we'll see.
And Alec, I think your guy... Derek Lively, I think that's one of the other reasons to be excited. He's one of the top young players in the top 25 under 25, loves Lagos. and also is
and he goes to the Dallas Card Show all the time.
Yeah, how excited are you for him to be healthy and get this season rocking?
Yeah, to hopefully get a full year of him in year 3, and it seems like he's grown and he's learned each season. He's starting to pick up things, and it looks like the game is starting to kind of catch up with him, and it's nice to see the improvements that he's made, but I want to see a full season of it. And we talked about it yesterday with Jason Kidd. We've talked about it really ever since you got Daniel Gafford, is, the length of this team and going back to 2 traditional bigs. When Gafford is healthy, hopefully we see him soon. Whenever you can run that traditional lineup, that's a unique advantage that you have. You have the veteran presence and the defender that Daniel Gafford is, but Derek Lively has a unique ability to score that we haven't quite unlocked yet, that I'm hoping we're going to see more of this season, whether it's taking 1-3 every couple of games or something, a little bit more post-up game from him. You're going to see improvements, and you're going to see him scoring more, which is going to be really nice.
I'm very interested because Kevin, and this isn't a shot at Mike. I just want to be very adamant about that. Mike was like, he's not a scorer. He's a rebound block guy.
Right.
And you kept saying, I think there's more there.
Yeah.
And then we started seeing.
Yeah.
Then he was like, hey, guys, watch me shoot this 3-pointer from the corner. And we're like, what?
Still not sure if that's what I want.
Yeah, no.
His game around,
his ability.
You're right.
And I know we're going to miss. Maybe we won't. That mid-court alley-oop that Luka used to throw to him was amazing.
Yeah.
Maybe there's somebody on this team that can develop that kind of chemistry with him too, Cooper Flagg. That's the thing I keep hearing about Cooper Flagg, and what I watched of him, Kevin, was this is a guy who makes the right play. You know how you like?
Yes.
He makes the right decisions. He understands this game. He sees it, and he's like, I could do this. That's a little more risky. Let me take the one with the least amount of risk and the best amount of success. And so that's one of the things that I'm excited about, because this team needs something like that to go along at a young age too, to go along with all the other things that they have. Anthony Davis, very unique story for me, because I've loved this player for a long time. I have, and I've always coveted him. I didn't want to covet him without Luka, but here we are. And I understand the injury history that he's had, and we have no clue how that's going to be. But I'm hoping that we see a very motivated Anthony Davis this season, and we get to see those 40-20 games that we saw in the past.
So I think
where he just takes over on any given night.
And if we're being fair, the reason to worry is I think Anthony Davis is perpetually motivated. I really do, but
unlucky in health.
I see, and we're to the point where I can't say unlucky anymore. That's just the way it is. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so injury prone.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is true. And so, in my mind, the most logical starting lineup is Cooper Flagg, Klay Thompson, PJ Washington, Anthony Davis, and Derek Lively. But then you consider some of the issues that you just brought up, like in terms of Anthony Davis being injury prone. And as much as you hate to say this, you have to look at Derek Lively and say, well, he's struggled to stay healthy. And you're starting with Daniel Gafford already.
Had a couple of times.
Exactly. And so if you see that, unfortunately, all 3 of your bigs, to varying degrees, have had an issue staying healthy. So how many games are you actually going to play with all 3 of those healthy? How many games are you going to play? That would suck. How many games are you going to play with at least 2 of them healthy? I go back to this. Najee Marshall, Caleb Martin, and Max Christie. Those 3, man, if you could see an evolution of them into more complete players, I would love to see that, because it might not happen this year, and Klay Thompson might be disappointed about it, but if you're building a team, the defense is the difference. I would love to see it be Cooper Flagg, Max Christie, PJ Washington, Anthony Davis, and Derek Lively. Now, all of a sudden, your second group is probably Brandon Williams, Klay Thompson, and then maybe you look at kind of the Najee or Caleb. And
that's still a group that can score,
and
that's still Najee can can fill it up,
and that doesn't even factor in the return of Kyrie, because look, it's going to be a while. I know he said things are going well, and hopefully he can be ahead of schedule, and that's great, and I appreciate that, and I hope all of that is true. But realistically, like January, best case, maybe closer to March is probably what you're thinking. So this is the team you're going to be with for a while. And if people aren't excited about the Mavericks because either A, they don't care about the NBA or the Mavericks, or B, they're still upset about the Luka trade, I totally get that. I have moved on, and I'm here for it now. I'm here for this Dallas Mavericks team.
That's where
and
I am.
I'm excited about Cooper Flagg. And it is true that he played at Duke, and that's part of my excitement for sure. But I saw somebody text in about Zion. Zion went to Duke as well. This Cooper Flagg hype is on a different level than Zion. I realize that President Obama went to the UNC game, and I get all of that. But remember, when the college season started, Zion was the third-ranked player in that class. All right.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, he was third, and he moved up to one and eventually went one. Cooper Flagg has been number one for like 5 years. In his class, he went into a gym with NBA All-Stars and all NBA players, and that's all they could talk about. He was on a team with other people. He's the only player that anybody was talking about. His hype level is at a different, level.
This is and last thing here is really fascinating. We just did an entire opening night segment, about the Mavericks and didn't even dive into the Wembanyama matchup.
Yeah.
And what we're excited about for that too.
And
so
just for the record,
we got more show though.
That's why I said hyped American player, because Wemby is at that same ridiculous level. And then just real quick, somebody said you don't want Flagg chasing point guards on defense. You tire him out quickly. I absolutely agree with that. You'll be able to switch defensively. I've said many times, I think the optimum spot for Cooper Flagg is running the 2, 3, and 4, because I think he can do that both offensively and defensively. But until Kyrie Irving comes back, I don't think that is a real deal viable option.
Yeah.
Because like I said, I am terrified of the prospect of D'Angelo Russell and Klay Thompson as your starting backcourt, because that just doesn't fit the fortune favors the bold vibe. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will navigate the NFC East. Is Philly back, and do the Giants actually know what to do after scoring a touchdown? Next on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Deep drop for Hurts, trying to find something downfield. And it's Devontae Smith. He's loose. He's got it. He is gone. Touchdown Eagles from 79 yards.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. We're going to go across the NFC East in just 1 second, but wanted to give you an update. Feels like we go through this process every year, only for it to end in heartbreak. The 52 modern era players advancing in the voting process for the Hall of Fame includes Eric Williams, and it also includes, of course, Darren Woodson. Now, Darren Woodson...
What do we have to do?
He was a finalist last year. He's been a finalist, I think, twice, maybe 3 times now. And it feels like it ends the same way. But I wanted to update you, even though this feels like a cruel joke by the Hall of Fame committee to not recognize his greatness and put him in the Hall of Fame.
Do we need to go? Where's the committee? Or do they have like a headquarters? Some sort of...
I think they're just AP voters.
They
so
carve out some sort of thing in a mountain somewhere, and they just all meet there and have their,
we need to
maniacal conversation. And we got to go stand outside with fat heads of Darren Woodson and be like, "Let him in, let him in."
We could. I think Rick Goslin is probably still a Hall of Fame voter, and I'm sure he argues the crap out of.
I bet Darren Williams does too.
Yeah. But they're only 2 people.
Yeah.
So we need more.
Yeah,
make it happen.
I'm not giving up hope.
No,
I never will.
I won't either. It just feels rude at this point to continue to advance him through, knowing they're just going to pull the rug out from under him, and that's some BS, man.
Mm-hmm. Hey, we saw it with Drew Pearson.
That's a good point.
And
Although that timing ended up being great for a story for my life, because I will never forget him showing up at the building and people fawning over him, as they should.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was coming up here to the studio, and I was in the elevator with him, and he goes, "That's what they do when you get into the Hall of Fame." It made me so happy, because I was like, I bet they liked you either way, but I get your point. All right, let's navigate the NFC East. Always choose your own adventure across the NFC East. You want the Eagles, Cowboys, Giants, or Commanders?
We will start. You know what? Last week we started with the bottom.
Now we're here.
And we got to win.
True.
So we will start with the bottom. Give me the Giants.
All right. Even though I believe they lost. I was going to say they're tied with the Commanders, but then I forgot what happened. I bet they wish they would as well. They waived their kicker because...
Can't make a kick.
Well, that is true.
Lost them a game.
So consider this. You know what? That is true. I also think them chasing a point in the third quarter did them no favors, but consider this. The Giants scored 5 touchdowns on Sunday. They converted after 2 of them.
That's tough.
They missed 2 extra points and chased an extra point by going for the 2-point conversion. All 3 were unsuccessful, and guess what? It led to this. Go ahead and give me cut number 8, please, good sir.
39-yard try for Boney the snap. Crawshaw, the rookie, will hold it. Will Lutz, 39-yard field goal for the win. He got it! Denver's won!
Because...
Dude, Will Lutz has been Sean Payton's kicker for like ever.
Because the Giants scored 32 points off of 5 touchdowns. So just kick your extra points and you probably don't find yourself in this situation for this miraculous comeback. The reason why I say miraculous is consider this. With 6:38 left in the fourth quarter, facing a 4th and 3 and down 26-8, the Broncos had a win probability of 0.7%. And then they won the game. That's the 8th most improbable victory since the Next Generation stats in 2016. Or I can present you with this old school stat that shows that it is far more improbable than that. Before Sunday, teams that had an 18-plus point lead with 6 minutes left had won 1,602 consecutive games.
Is that a lot?
Yes, which is why I'm going to say it again. 6 minutes left, an 18-plus point lead. They had won 1,602 games in a row until the Giants rolled up. And
Dude, this is one of those times that we weren't on the wrong side of history with this.
That's true.
You know how often we hear so-and-so, the whole league, for the history of the league, had never lost a game like this, except for the Mavericks.
Yeah.
Or except for the Cowboys.
Yeah, with that Lakers
Or except for
game.
the Stars. Yeah. And you're like, why does this always seem to happen to us all the time?
Hey, the good news is the Stars knock out their terrible play earlier this year.
There you go. That's the positives. Well, maybe if they can ever get it back together. Dude.
All right.
I got thoughts.
Do you want the Commanders, Cowboys, or Eagles?
Let's move up the ladder here. I'm going to say the Commanders because they're losers.
The Commanders were, in fact, losers. Part of the reason for that, Ja'Cory Crosby-Merritt, he had a season-low 2.5 yards per carry against the Cowboys. And in games where he's had 10-plus carries, this was his lowest rushing yardage total so far in his career at 33 yards.
Does that mean to you that the Cowboys were better at stopping the run?
Yes.
Or more capable of being comfortable stopping the run because there were 3 bad receivers on the Washington team?
Yeah, I still feel like, though, early on, even though they weren't good at it, the Commanders did try to throw the ball. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they would have just, nothing but run, then I would have said, well, yeah, you give them their receivers and you're going to suck at that. But I thought they were trying to pass the ball and just couldn't.
I will say, from what I saw of the Cowboys defense, from what I watched, the fact that your edge rushers were disciplined this week,
right,
and more capable,
right,
allowed for the Shamar Jameses and the other and Kenneth Murrays to fill their gaps appropriately. Like, that was the difference for me. So yes, I do think the Cowboys' run defense was better this week, not just because the back end was a little better off.
And thank goodness for Marshawn Lattimore. Marshawn Lattimore,
he stinks.
Yes, he does.
He got abused by Pickens for one, but this isn't the first time of recent that he's not looking like the Marshawn Lattimore we used to know.
Agreed. Now, for this game specifically, he was flagged for pass interference twice that totaled 55 yards in penalty yardage. And then he also gave up the 44-yard pass to Pickens on a 2nd and 17. So not only was it a huge completion, it was a huge completion when you're way behind the sticks.
Yeah.
And you give up a first down. All right. Would you like the Cowboys or the Eagles?
Unfortunately, for the time being, we still have to roll Cowboys as they are in second place.
When the Cowboys went ahead 10-8 in the game against the Commanders, that was their 22nd lead change of the season. That is the most lead changes for any team through 7 games in the history of the NFL, which will lead to a question that we have in just a little bit. Also,
is that good?
Yeah.
That was the question?
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay. Kind of.
I'm just joking.
Also, how long was that first quarter? That felt like the longest first quarter ever.
Yeah.
Here's the reason. There was 34 plays run in the first quarter. That's the most in an NFL game this season.
Really?
So if you're like, this quarter feels really long, both in terms of time, obviously, but also plays, because it was. Now, Kaiir Elam appreciation mention. Look, it's a tough start to the season for Kaiir Elam.
Kevin.
Oh.
The most plays in a single quarter, not just the first quarter, in a single quarter ever, 35.
Really?
Yeah, according to chat, which has been wrong before. But it's happened 4 times.
Yeah. I've grown dubious of Chat GPT because they've given me wrong answers about King of the Hill and Texas A&M football that I'm concerned about. So we might need to investigate.
Yeah, we'll investigate more.
Kaiir Elam, first 4 weeks, tough. He gave up a season high 282 yards, or excuse me, a league high 282 yards and 4 touchdowns in coverage. Oof. But this last game, 2 receptions on 7 targets for 31 yards. And before that, in week 5, week 6, maybe a little different, He gave up 0 receptions on 7 combined targets. So Kyer Elam has been significantly better at a time when obviously you need every single defensive back possible.
And, that's another factor there is some man that he feels he's better in that than he is the other one.
You could be right about that. All right, for the Eagles, Jalen Carter being back for them seems to make all the difference in the world for their defense.
Yeah,
he had in addition to like filling up the middle, he had a game-high 6 quarterback pressures.
Yeah, his pressure was insane against Wentz. He couldn't stay on his feet. He couldn't stay comfortable. It was all right there in his face the entire game.
Man, and so we've talked again and again about the offense, and we will again in just a second, but it really feels like this team kind of hinges on the appearance or lack thereof of Jalen Carter.
Yeah, absolutely it does.
Now, speaking of the offense, Devontae Smith, 183 yards receiving. That was the most by any Eagles player in 11 years.
Really?
Which might have prompted the Instagram post from A.J. Brown that we talked about. Like
using me, but not using me?
a day or two ago. And Jalen Hurts, perfect quarterback rating. He was the first quarterback to have a perfect rating this season, and only the third in Eagles history behind Nick Foles and Donovan McNabb. To go along with it, he finished the game. Hurts, that is. 326 passing yards and 3 touchdowns passing on 19 of 23. He had 1 more incompletion than he did touchdown pass. Like, that's always going to be a winning formula.
Yeah.
And I felt like we used to see that at Alabama a lot.
Mm-hmm. He does. He's very conservative with the ball.
He can be.
Like
sure.
He's definitely had these moments where he's like, I don't want to turn the ball over. That's the most important thing to him a lot of times.
And then there's this for this weekend.
Tell me about it.
3 of the 4 divisional teams are underdogs. The only one that's favored is Philly because they're playing the Giants. So
interesting.
If you can win this weekend.
Yeah, you can. And you know where you can make your plays on those underdogs.
Underdog.
Yeah, that's
I had
exactly
somebody
right.
I had somebody this morning that said get as much money together as possible and put it on Denver because they're a lock to win that game.
Really? I'm scared.
Of the game or taking all of the money in the world? Look,
yeah.
unless I would never support taking all the money you have in the world and putting it on one fantasy play. Wouldn't be my advice. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do a little bit of NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And hey, you get a chance today, reach out and touch Faith. You know? It's time for NFL Overreaction or Reality. Don't worry, we will have plenty of baseball for you tomorrow as we gear up for the World Series. But I want to start with this before I get to a Cowboys question. Overreaction or reality? Saquon Barkley is broken. I want to give you a specific stat that amazed me. And I mentioned this to you the other day, Corey. It is still astonishing to me. Last season, Saquon Barkley had 17 carries for 20-plus yards. This season, Saquon Barkley has an NFL-high 113 carries. He has 0 carries for 20-plus yards. 0! Last year, he had 17. Overreaction or reality, Saquon Barkley is broken.
I think it's an overreaction. Just what I've watched, the guys up front aren't doing as well,
and that's always
as
a
they
factor.
did last year. And I've had to watch a lot of it because I picked Saquon Barkley #1 in my first round. In my first round, I was like 6th. I also am hesitant to say that he's broken because I said it once before.
Okay,
and then he
came back.
showed up and was like, "Guys, I'm awesome," and I was like, "Dang it." So I'm not prepared to say that. He did look injured a little bit. Was it a lower back? It looked like something was going on there.
I do kind of wonder about that.
But I don't think he's broken, but I think that they don't know how to effectively run him. And that does take into consideration that Kellen Moore's not there. Kellen Moore did an exceptional job with that offense last year.
And those are all viable reasons. I guess I have kind of one more side question, if that's okay. Do you ever think that the huge running back season can almost be like an injury? And what I mean is that next season is never going to be anywhere near the same just because your body is almost still recovering.
Yeah.
Because they used the hell out of him. Obviously, for good reason, they won the damn Super Bowl. All right, overreaction.
Just go back real quick, Kevin.
Okay.
Sean Alexander, we had on the show during the Super Bowl this year. He had 370 touches for 1,880 yards and 27 touchdowns in 2005. All-Pro, MVP, Offensive Player of the Year. The next year, 252, 800 yards. The next year, 207, 700 yards. 11 carries after that.
So that was it.
Like that, he had
done.
3 straight seasons of 325 plus carries.
Yeah.
And that doesn't include his receiving touches that he had, which was about 50 a year. So that's that number of 300. You get worn out. Your body has to recover. You played longer into the season than anybody else. And Kevin, think about this too. Now there's also a shorter distance between the Super Bowl and the start of the season.
Yeah.
Because of the way that the NFL has expanded their season.
It's going to get even shorter. Then I guess, Alec, perhaps instead of broken,
more load management.
Another way to say it would be overreaction or reality. Saquon Barkley is still worn out from last year.
I'd say reality to that, and over broken, I'd say Madden cursed as well.
Oh, okay.
Got on the cover of Madden here this year, and he hasn't been the same. And I remember when I drafted him in my friend league, and even the commissioner was like, "Oh, that's a bold choice there at number 5. What are you doing?" I'm like, "What? He's the best running back in the game." He's like, "You know what video game?"
I see multiple people texting in for the Madden curse. Overreaction or reality? And this goes to the point I said earlier about the lead changes. The Cowboys are the single most entertaining team in football right now. This is an opinion question for me because I think it's true.
Well, I mean, I'm very entertained by Detroit. They really entertain me.
I could see that.
Kansas City is still very entertaining to me.
Look out for Kansas City.
Here
they come.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, crap. I need to go make all my plays on Kansas City now.
Man, it looks like they're...
Rashee Rice comes back in, and they are a different football team because of what they can do with a legitimate receiver. You know what? I'll mess with you on this one. I think so. I agree, and I don't think I'm being a homer there. They have Pickens, who's exciting. They have CeeDee Lamb, who's exciting. Dak playing MVP caliber football. Running back that's playing exceptionally that you didn't expect to do that.
True.
Defense is a whitewater rapid ride. You have no clue what to expect from them. So that's exciting.
Right.
And then you got Brandon Aubrey, who could kick a 75-yarder in Denver this weekend.
I believe it.
A coach who I think is entertaining as hell. An owner who is definitely doing whatever he can. He even told us last Friday, Kevin, I'm sitting here trying to think of something controversial to say to you guys.
Yeah.
Let's get some conflict. And then DeMarvion Overshown's not back yet. And all this trade talk that started swirling yesterday, I don't think it's going away anytime soon. So, yeah, I think that it is a very entertaining team.
It's easily a reality because I think about the stuff that happens off the field, like Corey said, the interviews on this station and all the conversation that surrounds them is for a reason. But also, if you just talk about the on-the-field product, I go back to the Giants game where it felt like offensive fireworks every time they touched the football. And then I immediately found myself saying after they found the end zone, okay, how quick does the defense give up one? Because I knew it was going to happen.
That's fair, too.
And, hey, I don't want them to, but as a fan of football, it was extremely entertaining to be like, let's see, is it going to be 1 minute or is it going to be 4 minutes that it takes them to score? That was fun. It was entertaining. It wasn't great defense, but it was an entertaining game, and that's what it feels like every time I watch this team now. You're going to get a lot of points one way or the other, and that's what the league wants. That's what I want.
Colts are still a weird team.
Hold on.
Broncos just won an unwinnable game, they just said. I will say maybe the next team, maybe the Patriots.
Ooh, okay. Since you mentioned the Colts, let's skip to that question. I really want to see what y'all think about this. Overreaction or reality? The Colts have the best record in the NFL, but aren't true contenders.
Who they beat?
But like, seriously,
they beat.
But
they
would
beat
you
Denver.
care if it was the Chiefs or the Eagles or the Lions? You wouldn't care who they beat.
So they beat the Dolphins,
who are the worst.
They beat the Titans,
also the worst.
They beat the Raiders.
They suck. Those might be the three worst teams in the NFL.
And they beat the Cardinals in a very close game.
They also beat the Chargers and the Broncos.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Man, this is an interesting.
I was really excited to get y'all's feedback on this.
I think that's reality right now.
Okay.
I don't believe Daniel Jones yet. I've seen him make some exceptional throws.
I get it.
Throws I never saw him make in New York.
I get it.
I've seen him do this. I know their running back is legit.
Yeah.
I know Michael Pittman's a legit number one receiver, and their defense is playing some good ball too. But I just don't believe them. I think they're very in a system that they can win games in. But at some point, you're going to ask Daniel Jones to win you games in the playoffs.
Yeah. Alec, overreaction or reality? The Colts have the best record in the NFL, but are not true contenders.
Oh, man. I'm going to go reality because I know I am. And honestly, I hope I'm wrong because I want the AFC to be more entertaining.
Sure.
I really do.
How weird would it be if the AFC Championship was Colts and Patriots? And you're like, well, we've seen that numerous times, but this version, you're like, I did not expect this.
Sign me up. Make it a new reality, like a new rivalry reality here. Revive it. Bring it back to life. I want that. Keep hearing it from Jerry and everybody, and really everybody across the league. The parody. I'm here for the parody. I don't care what the TV networks say. I want excitement. I want change. So please prove me wrong, Colts. You're not a contender right now, but you're a really good football team.
Okay, next NFL overreaction or reality. And this is how I wrote it out. Screw it. The Bengals can win the AFC North.
No.
Are you sure?
I am.
Who's going to win it? The Steelers?
Sure. I hate that division so much. You know I hate that division.
That's why I said screw it.
I've always hated that division. It's just like if you like that brand of football, hey man, enjoy the crap out of it. It is actually the most football you get.
Yeah.
You know, like it's the
Old
most on
school
brand of
smash mouth.
But I've just always hated that division because it doesn't seem like anybody really ever wants to win it. They're just like, we just want to beat our those guys.
Yeah. How physical.
But I'll say Pittsburgh. I think the Joe Flacco thing. He knows Pittsburgh. He knows how to beat them. Obviously, Mike Tomlin was very afraid of him. And I think I don't think he was just. I don't think he was gaslighting us there. Did I use that right?
Maybe. Alec, overreaction or reality? Screw it. The Bengals can win the division.
Overreaction. I think it's going to be the Steelers, and they're not even going to try to win it. It's just kind of going to happen. They're going to be a banner. Cool.
All right, one more quick one for you guys. Overreaction or reality? The Giants just had the worst loss of the season, and Brian Daboll should have lost his job for that. He won't, but he should have.
Dude, who does he have pictures of?
I don't know.
Because they refuse to move on from him.
No kidding.
Yeah, I think it's reality. That was now actually maybe the defensive coordinator should have been fired, but
okay.
They also didn't.
I can see that.
They also didn't do any more to stop that train from happening to them. So they could have done more.
Yeah. I'm with Corey. It's a reality. It should have happened. And it was one of the worst losses, I think the worst loss in the NFL this season. That's just coaching malpractice. You can't give up that many points and then just mismanage the clock at the end of the game, too, like that. Like, you have to be aware that they can easily walk you off here.
Thank you guys very much. We've got more perhaps tomorrow. Coming up next, though, Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola, plus the Stars get effing hammered. Next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the...
To remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. I mean, of course, yeah. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I didn't know your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. That's your haircut. Oh, no, it's not. This is your hair.
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Morning, gentlemen. How's it going?
We're doing well now.
Better than the Giants kicker?
Dude.
Oh, wow.
But
you can't fire the whole defense, so you get rid of the kicker.
Yeah,
right?
I get it. You missed 2 extra points in a game. I get it. Now, we talked with Jerry about this yesterday, and part of what he said was kind of boilerplate of like, oh, we always consider all options and stuff. But he gave us some more information kind of just on the concept of George Pickens, and then Jeremy Fowler threw it out there that, you know, the Cowboys are considering it, and they're studying some other teams like Cincinnati, Miami, Philadelphia to see how they pay multiple top wide receivers. Do you think this is a situation where it makes the most sense for all parties to wait until the end of the season? Because I feel like that was what we all thought was going to happen when this trade got made.
Well, if I'm George Pickens' agent, I'm betting that, you know, what he's done in 7 games, he's going to continue doing for 10 more.
Right.
And unless they give me an offer that knocks my socks off, yeah, I want to see 4 or 5 teams bidding for my guy, right?
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah.
So yeah. And you know, I guess the Cowboys' argument could be, well, yeah, but you'll get your money here in November instead of having to wait till March.
How much of a factor, I've always been curious about that. I know it's different for every single human, I'm guessing. Do you think that's a big deal for players, or do you think players are like, I know the money's coming, I can wait 4 more months,
right?
If it maybe might be more beneficial long term, you
yeah,
know?
And you're betting on yourself, right? That
for sure,
things are going to continue to go well, and I'm going to stay healthy,
right?
Or you know, if you're, you know, I think maybe more so if you're a top player, if you're kind of middle of the road player, then you're going, well, give me the money now. I don't want to take any chances, right? So yeah, I think, you know, you could look at it that way and, you know, and say, well, hurry up, sign him now. But again, it takes 2 to tango, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Although, to be fair, the Cowboys love to pay injured players.
Yeah.
So
injured player.
Yeah, and I've always.
But you should get a discount if you do that.
Yet we don't seem to.
I've always seen. The
well,
Cowboys
you don't
more
know
than
what it
once.
would be if it
I guess
got
that's true.
extended, right?
I guess that's true.
Yeah.
Why have the Cowboys struggled so much in Denver in the last 60 years?
60 years since their inception.
Yeah, it just I feel like, what is it, 8? The last 8 times they've been up there, they haven't won.
Or 9.
Yeah,
yeah. And they haven't won in 33 years.
It was 90 something.
It
92.
was 95.
95.
No, you're right. 92 in Denver, and the last time they beat Denver at all was in 95. So what I'm hearing is whenever you beat Denver, you go on to win the Super Bowl.
Right?
All right, I'm in.
Because you know that the 92 game, that was when Jimmy read Charles Haley the riot act at halftime in the bathroom of the locker room.
Oh,
explain.
He didn't think his effort was worthy of being there on the field. or on the team. And it finally got out that he called him, and he pulled him into wherever the bathroom area was and chewed him out. And Charles came back and got his stuff together and played much better the second half.
He always did see, like, from what I understand now, he was a great player. But whenever coaches called him out, he seemed to really respond to that.
Well, yeah, I don't know if he needed that, a wake-up call or whatever, but, there was a reason why he was available, why San Francisco let him go, right, for a trade that, didn't really cost all that much. They were just trying to get a problem off their hands. Yet Larry Lacewell told me the story about being in the office, and it was before the season started, and I think it was a non-practice day or wherever, and the phone rang, and he picked it up, and it was San Francisco calling, and wondering if the Cowboys would be interested in trading for Charles Haley. And he said he almost fell off the chair, right? It's like, oh my God, I got to, okay, yeah, oh, we're interested. And he immediately
But you have to play
called,
your cards right, too. And
Yeah,
be like,
yeah.
Perhaps.
Not that interested, but interested.
And he called Jimmy right away, right? Because I think I don't know if it was an off day, if there's ever an off day, but he said he was the only one in the office at that time, and he answered the phone. So, yeah, that's how that trade started.
That is amazing. I know we have talked a lot about Darren.
So I didn't answer your question why they can't win in Denver, and I don't know, because they've had, decent teams, I think, when they've gone. I'd have to look and see what kind of teams they have, because they don't play all that often, right?
I mean, I heard your answer loud and clear. It's because we don't have Jimmy anymore.
Yeah, yes.
That is what I took.
Oh, maybe Charles, right?
Yeah, no, exactly.
Or Troy, or Michael, or Emmett.
So
it was a different time.
Okay, speaking of a different time, I know we've talked round and around about Darren Woodson's Hall of Fame candidacy, but Jason Witten also moved on to the next level of the Hall of Fame vote. You've told us about Eric Williams. We've talked a lot about Darren Woodson. Is Jason Witten to you a no-brainer Hall of Famer?
I would think so. Now, I don't know if it's going to be first ballot,
right?
But I think, yeah, for sure, it's a no-brainer. But Michael Irvin was a no-brainer, and he had to wait 3 times? I think it was the third time for him. So yeah, I think so, and. Well, you know me, Darren Woodson's a no-brainer.
For sure.
And somehow those brains just ain't connecting when they vote.
I think we're all on the same page with you about that. Now, we could talk about Dak Prescott's stats, 40th career game with 3+ touchdown passes, tied with Romo for the most in team history. I have no doubt he'll break that record this year, but he always talks about what he's really wanting to chase. And I know he talked yesterday or the day before about Staubach and loving the history.
I think it was after the game.
Okay. Well, he talked about loving Staubach in addition to wanting to chase him and Troy and the championships and everything like that. Do you feel like that makes a player easier to root for ever when they seem to greatly admire all the people who came before them and made the franchise?
Oh, absolutely. I think that, you pay homage to the guys that probably allow you to be where you are today, meaning in this building, in this stadium, the national attention that you're going to get playing for this franchise. And I know, and I think there's 2 ways to look at it. I think some guys get intimidated by it, but I think some guys cherish it to say, okay, I'm following in the footsteps of greatness, and should motivate you to try to, come as close as you can to reach that level too. And Dak has always said that about Roger. The fact that since he got here, Roger was one of his best, most vocal supporters of him. And so, yeah, the fact that I thought it was a cool thing during the national anthem that they were standing there together on the sideline.
Yeah, that was cool.
It was one of those snapshots that you wish you had, make a picture of.
Yeah, the CeeDee Lamb and Drew Pearson too. I thought was really cool.
Yeah, and I don't think it was by accident either. Right?
Yeah. It does seem like CeeDee Lamb's one of those guys too, though. Like the '88 club, he seems to like really appreciate that.
Yeah, and so and these guys, he never saw Roger play in a game, right? I'm guessing CD probably. I don't know when he was born. Saw Michael play in a game. You think?
I don't know.
Let's see. Dak's
probably not live.
Yeah,
right
there's
now.
no way.
Yeah. So you read about it, you hear about it, and it's kind of neat that guys know they should know the history, right? And I told you guys the story about Javonte Williams knowing who wore 33 here as a running back before. He knew Tony Dorsett
also played in
wore
Denver.
that. Yeah, exactly. It's homecoming for him, right?
Wow.
But he knew it, and so guys, they need to be aware. But it's going to take having to probably read because you're not going to see it online. It's not going to be in a text message or TikTok or Facebook. You would
Do you
have
use
to
TikTok, Mickey?
How much TikTok?
Seriously. Do you need to ask that question?
Hey,
you never know.
Good journalists always make certain.
Yeah, right. I don't know if I have interesting, 30 seconds or whatever it is, a minute.
Well, Mickey, you're also always supposed to know the answer to any question you
That's
ask.
true.
So
That
I
is true.
figured that was probably...
That was a safe question,
Yeah, that
right?
was probably the answer.
But, it's good that the guys, I'm always impressed by that they,
Me too.
knew guys at their position that came before them. And you're aware. I think it's a good thing. So, but yeah, go back to your question. I just think Dak is, I don't know how to put it. He seems very comfortable this year. He seems very
and confident is the word that Corey used a lot
confident,
too.
at ease too.
Yeah.
Or maybe but he's always been comfortable in his own skin. I don't think he's let things bother him. Or,
He's just got a swagger. That's what I keep seeing. His swagger. He walks differently.
And I think there's no doubt, who the leader. I mean, there's never been a doubt who the leader of this team is. But I think even more so now. I mean, he's one of the oldest guys out there.
Yeah, yeah.
And definitely, the most years here with the Cowboys. So yeah, I think, but he's always been in the locker room, kind of the Pied Piper. Not that he goes out of his way to lead, but you can just tell when he's in there, guys know and they follow. I'll give you a good example. Last year, and I may have told this story before. Kalen Carson kind of made his name in training camp. And I think it was right before the start of the season or maybe a couple games in that he had played, he had started, and he was doing an interview in front of his locker, and he was sitting, and everybody was around. And for some reason, I was walking right by Dak, and under his breath, but loud enough for me to hear, and it's like, rookie, he's supposed to be standing, right? Just like that. And I swear to God, 10 seconds later, Kalen Carson got on his feet to finish the interview.
Oh!
I don't know if he heard it or if he got a look, but it was almost like, I think I should be standing. But that was Dak, right? He didn't go say anything, but he knew that, okay, rookie, let's show some respect. Get on your feet. And that's just kind of the way he is in that locker room. He's not hooting and hollering and yelling or making a scene, but just his presence, I think, commands the attention. And the fact that, and I never make a big deal of those pregame huddles before they go in after warm-ups, but he had guys dancing this last game.
I saw Pickens do it, yeah.
And everybody was like, instead of yelling and screaming, it's like, okay, who's got to dance or something like that, just to get these guys' attention. And again, he's 10 years older than a whole bunch of them.
Right.
and they make fun of him. You know, he's the old man, uncle, dad.
Yeah.
But again, you know, he embraces it. He doesn't shy away from it, and that's what you want for the guy you're paying the most money in the league to, right?
Yeah.
And the other guys ought to take a look at that when they need a contract.
Yes, they will.
Somebody else that was here.
They'll see those dancing
He's
videos.
talking about Micah Parsons.
They'll see those dancing videos on TikTok.
Yeah, that is true. Thank you.
I'm
very
glad
much.
you can read my sarcasm sometimes.
We've been doing this long enough.
Yep,
I'm able to navigate some of these things. Thank you very much, good sir.
All right.
We will catch with you tomorrow.
See you guys. And by the way, the team that we didn't think would ever lose one, I don't know if they'll ever win one again.
Stars. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough right now, Mickey.
Their
It is very tough.
puck discipline and turnover is
We can't
turnover
have,
ratio is
two
atrocious.
teams winning at the same time.
Yeah,
Cowboys win,
right.
and the Stars have to lose. That's just
Well, now the Mavs start, so we got to work on 3 of them.
Okay, well, we'll figure that out later, Mickey.
See ya.
Mickey's a man of all sports.
He is. I look, he's right.
We got to start sending him some TikTok links.
Yeah. I bet he's really going to click on those fast and be like, oh, yay, Corey sent me another TikTok. I'd be really excited about that. All right, couple quick things. Jonathan Mingo, as Steven told us would be the case, was in fact activated. And then they put Trevor Keegan on the injured reserve in the corresponding move. And Corey, I've got better news for you. The last, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 times the Cowboys have beat the Broncos. They went to the Super Bowl.
In your
that
face,
year.
Super Bowl.
And obviously they beat them once in the Super Bowl. So just saying. All right, coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus bring back real broadcasters and a sports card record next on The Fan. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, I'm going to let you answer this in a second. From the 254, what if I'm a Tolo but not a trucker? Can I still get one of those trucker hats?
I'm going to let the truckers respond.
I just assumed that would be yes.
If you're a trucker, are you okay if Tolos that aren't truckers get Tolo trucker hats? I think Tolos are very generous, even the truckers out there.
Yeah.
But, I don't want to speak for them. So I drive a truck, but I'm not a trucker.
Okay.
I'm going to say yes.
There you go.
But I don't speak for the truckers.
Alec, I know sometimes you're like, well, how am I supposed to transition out of that? Or maybe we set the bar really high. This time we didn't.
Yeah, just steer into it somehow.
So now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, we have a very big sale in the sports card world that I think a lot of people will be intrigued by that we will get to here in just a minute. But first, to lead into the question of the day, I want to run some audio for you guys because I'm going to set the table for who not to pick for the question of the day. This is Kendrick Perkins signing off of a pregame broadcast yesterday. Thought he had a banger of a joke, which, it was all right.
Well done.
You ready for this one?
God.
What you need ibuprofen for when you have a perk?
The lean back.
Yeah. Because his name is Kendrick Perkins.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah. So
his lack of laugh was not that he did not understand the joke.
He leaned back in his chair.
Yeah.
Like, y'all see that?
He was so impressed by his own joke, and he is one of my least favorite on-air personalities in the world of sports. But I want to lead into a question of the day with that in the form of, who is your favorite pro athlete turned broadcaster? 877-881-1053. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, Twitch, and YouTube is available for you as well, because I think there are some very good ones out there. But then I think some of them absolutely stink.
You know who I really like? For a very specific reason. I really like Kenny Smith.
Yeah.
One of the reasons I like Kenny Smith is in March Madness coverage, he actually tries to do his homework and study up on the teams so he can have conversations with the people who have been doing college basketball all year. Whereas Charles and Shaq will show up and they'll be like, man, Auburn used to be good. And Shaq will be like, yeah, they should just give it to that one guy who's like going to be the number 1 or 2 draft pick. And you're like, great. So you've done no research on any of this. Kenny Smith feels like he has done the work to actually like try to have a reasonable conversation during March Madness. And so Kenny Smith, I appreciate that. He's pretty high on my list, if not number 1.
That's really good. I think I do like Charles Barkley as an entertainer.
Agreed.
He's very funny, and he fits well with that show, the way that they do that. Like that show specifically is perfect for him.
And I think he's insightful and informed on that show. It's just they transfer them all over to the CBS networks, and you're like, you don't know anything about either one of these teams.
I got a list of my top 3.
Oh.
Man, are you ever amazed at how quickly he has a list?
Yeah,
ready?
He did it yesterday, too.
I know.
Number 3, Isaiah Stand
back.
Oh my gosh, my brain. I think when he does the pregame or the preseason games, I think he's awesome. And he has a different jive about him, and I think that's an appropriate word because he throws in things like he lifts weights for a living. You know, like stuff like that just cracks me up. But I also love his analysis.
He is very knowledgeable.
Yeah. So and he
That's a
agrees
good
with me
answer.
on a lot of things too. So obviously I like that. Number 2, Greg Olson. I think Greg Olson right now is my favorite. I love listening to Greg Olson call a game. I do think his voice and Tom Brady's voice sound the same.
Do you wish Tom Brady was on the B team?
Yes, I do. Tom Brady, they sound the same. Greg Olson just seems more excited. Tom Brady, their voices sound very similar. Sometimes I'm like, which one is it calling this game today? Which makes sense because Fox was like, let's do it this way. And then number 1, Michael Bassick. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this guy. He does the Rangers broadcast.
I am famous.
He is very famous.
I probably should have said that one. My
That
bad.
is my number 1
I would also like to say Mike Bassick.
all-time favorite
unique
athlete
idea.
turned broadcast.
I really dropped the ball on that one.
I also like Vince Carter. He would be honorable mention. When we had him on for our interview, I thought he was really, really good.
Mike Bassick is excellent, though. I feel
is.
bad I didn't pick him.
Yeah,
You should.
You really should.
I'm sorry.
I'll
Mike.
text him right now.
Yeah.
Mike, you're back in at second.
877-881-1053, your favorite pro athlete turned broadcaster. From the 3-2-1, RG3 is funny, which I do think he adds an element to whenever he does live football games. I think he does add some knowledge, but he also has fun with it too.
Do you like the broadcaster that will also get in media scuffles? Like, does that impact because RG3 obviously has gotten into a pretty highly publicized media scuffle. Do you like that, or are you like, get over it?
I kind of like it just because, you know, I mean, why not? I'm here for content.
True.
Like, it doesn't have to be over the air. It can be through any social media.
I gotcha.
It can be petty. I'm here for content. Why not? So, yeah, I think part of that is he is truly himself. Like, that's just him. Whether you like it or not, I at least appreciate the fact that when the suit and tie gets buttoned up and tied up, he doesn't turn into a different person and try to be professional. He's like, no, if I'm going to be a petty jerk, I'm going to be a petty jerk. Why not? So I kind of respect it.
I just texted Mike. I said, we're doing a segment of favorite athlete turned broadcasters. I put you at the top of my list, Mike. Kevin didn't even think of you.
That's right.
Oh, Alec also thought of you.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yep.
All right.
He was the first that came to my mind and in my heart as well, because he's a dear friend. We're getting lots of texts about Bassick too, so that should have been a pretty low-hanging fruit, Kevin. Good job.
I just texted, I'm sorry.
I will say, Daryl Razor Ray did teach me hockey. I will give him a lot of, and he always he'll throw something out like through a sea of humanity, the mastodonic effort. Like I always love his the way he's the guy that taught me everything about hockey, because I didn't know anything about it until the Stars showed up, and he was the first broadcaster I'd ever listened to do hockey.
Let's see, we're getting lots of Greg Olson as well, agreeing with Corey. 979, I have potential bad news for you, as you say, Mark Sanchez. I don't think that's going to last very much longer.
Yeah.
We could see there.
You know who his wife is?
I do. I'm the one who told you that.
It blew my mind.
See, from the 817, Bill Walton. Even though it could totally turn into something not sports related or just not even involved with the game that's
Sometimes
happening right
I kind of
in front
like
of them.
that. I really do.
Especially if a game's out of hand. Like, that's what I love about our Rangers broadcast, too, with Eric and Hixie, is like the seasons, especially the COVID year, I worked all those games pretty much. Whenever things weren't going well, the stories you would hear and stuff in between pitches. Like, I like when people have the ability to do that, when they can recognize, hey, this might not be a great product right now. Let me turn the chaos meter up a little bit. And Bill Walton did that all the time.
Agreed.
Nobody's mentioned John Smoltz yet. What's happening there? He was really good.
It's the most ridiculous opinion in the history of baseball that
That's
no
right.
one said his name.
It's, you know what's crazy is he's really good at broadcasting.
I agree.
He is.
He just offended all of us.
He's just opinionated.
Or not opinionated.
Yeah.
Like not saying good things about the Rangers.
That's fair.
Or bad things. He didn't even say bad things. He just kept saying good things about Arizona.
Let's see, from the 405, Ryan Fitzpatrick is the best ever. He is evolving into that. He is just, he's must watch. And I got to give Amazon their props. The entire pre and post game crew that they have with Andrew Whitworth, Tony Gonzalez, Carissa Thompson, Richard Sherman, it is awesome. I
had
really
multiple of those people on our show.
I love that crew. They work so well together too. Like, you can tell they're actually friends. They actually enjoy hanging out with each other and getting paid to do so. You know, that's definitely a perk, if you will, of the job. So I really enjoy what Amazon's been doing. They're handing out all this money and they're putting it to good use.
Is there too much Kirk Herbstreit in our world?
Yeah.
I like him a lot. I don't care about his dog.
Me neither.
I'm sure his dog is awesome, and they have the best relationship in the world. I just don't care about that as an on-air product.
Okay. I just feel like he's on all the time, and it's a little oversaturated for me. Yep.
I mean, it's kind of like the joke about, ESPN talent, where you're getting Stephen A. Smith involved in stuff that he probably doesn't even know about or care about.
Yeah.
But it's like, hey, we're paying him a mastodonic amount of money, so we need to absolutely get our money's worth, which they're still probably not.
Right.
Even with as much as they're distributing his face and his voice, a podcast, a radio show, like whatever, they're still probably not making their money's worth, but oh well. A couple of people have asked if Pat McAfee counts. Absolutely, he does.
Yeah, he's fun.
He was an NFL punter and he's a pro wrestler, dang it.
Dude, on Saturday, they had Kirby Smart sit in with them, and it was fun to watch Nick Saban and Kirby Smart talk. A little bit about the old times and then competing against each other. So that was kind of fun. But then at the end, he said something like, the crowd told me, some of your players told me they'd do this if you took your shirt off right now. And Kirby Smart was like, let me do that right now. And it was a really funny moment to kind of break the coach a little bit, to make him a little human. That was fun.
Yeah, Lane Kiffin turned his TV off immediately.
He was on like 10 minutes later. That was crazy.
Gentlemen, this is really for Kevin and me, because we care about this stuff, because we know how to party. There was a sports card record that was broken this week. A 1986 Fleer Michael Jordan autographed rookie card set a new record at auction for a trading card with an aftermarket signature. The card set the record during a private sale with Golden Auctions on Tuesday.
Aftermarket, for people curious, not pulled out of like a pack, something you got in person.
And getting MJ to sign stuff just out in the wild is very, very difficult.
Yeah.
He does not do that. But the card sold at auction for $2.7 million. It also set a record for the most expensive Michael Jordan rookie card ever. Broke the previous record of $2.5 million.
That is fascinating.
When a different 1986 Fleer Jordan autographed rookie card was purchased earlier this year through Pharrell Williams auction house Jupiter. So both the 1986 number 57 Jordan cards were graded a mint 9 with a gem mint 10 autograph grade by PSA. So very, very nice condition for these cards. And it always makes me have that unreasonable thought that I can buy into a break or buy a hobby box and get that one of one that's going to make me stupid rich one day.
So let's be honest about this. And you've seen it hopefully across our social media platforms. RJ Dukes in McKinney is doing a Topps basketball release tomorrow. I'm going to be there after the show hanging out if you want to come on, stop on by. I want to get Cooper Flagg cards, but let's not pretend like the dream isn't I'm going to buy this box or pack or whatever, and I'm going to pull that one of one Cooper Flagg that's going to pay for my kids' college or for me to get a new house, because I'm not kidding. You could absolutely do that if you pull that card.
You could, and man, it would be nice to pay off all the debts and everything, but I'm going to keep on getting base autographs of Dante Chen out of WWE Chrome. Yeah, you've never heard of him. So that's happened to me 3 times now. I just want you to know that. Oh, and hey, guys, you want something hot off the press? Programming note, Friday, 12:40, Stars GM Jim Nill is going to join the KNC Masterpiece.
Get some! That's cool, man.
Hey. First question. Why isn't your team better at passing?
Why did it take so long for you to get on our show?
Second question. Why isn't your team good at possessing the puck?
Third question. Why have y'all scored lately?
Hopefully all of that will change. We'll have Jim Nill on Friday. Coming up next, though, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Who is the NFL's most directionless team? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has both.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Laser Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Not named Ladies? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Dolphins among the best third down teams. Bad today. Free blitzer. Tua's pass picked off. Jenkins tackled down at the 2.
KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Text in. Frankel injury attorney text line 877-881-1053. What do you think it is that Corey just said, like while that highlight was playing, that made me laugh? I bet you won't guess it, but give it a shot. 877-881-1053. Also on the Twitch and on the YouTube. In the meantime, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Now, I'm going to start with this question. Who is the most directionless team in the NFL? I'm going to warn you, one of my answers for this would be the Raiders. And yesterday, somebody in Crosstalk got really, really angry that I said the Raiders didn't have a plan. And they're like, well, your team sucks. They only have one more win than the Raiders. And I was like,
Broadus?
No, it was, I don't think so. It was somebody on the fan text.
Oh.
And the Raiders don't have a quarterback and they don't have a coach they can build around. So
let's go back to 2016.
Okay.
Let's go back. Yeah, let's go back that far. The Raiders' history, 2016. Okay, let's take it back even further.
Oh.
Since they lost the Super Bowl in 2002.
Oh, no.
They have been to the playoffs twice.
Must have been nice.
The Cowboys have been to the playoffs 8 times.
They just never get past that one part.
They've been to the playoffs 8. But Kevin, let's see, what was their record after that? 4-5, 4-2, 4-5, 5-8, 8-4, 4-3-7.
Those are the numbers of wins.
Until they finally won 12 games and lost in the wild card. Then 6-4, 7-8, then finally 10 again, and then 6-8, 4-2. They have not had more than 2 double-digit win seasons since 2002. And so I agree with you on the directionless part. They can be offended. Your team has not been good, and the Cowboys have been better.
I put them third on my most directionless team in the NFL right now. Who is your most directionless team? I want to see if y'all hit my top 2.
Miami.
Miami is my number 1. Because not only, you're about to switch coaches. Mike McDaniel has made it clear. And he's like, hey, my hopes we don't throw 10 interceptions. Because that's how many Tua has this year. So, but they paid Tua all of the money. Like, at least one advantage. I have it Dolphins, Jets, Raiders. One of the advantages the Jets have is they didn't sell out for their quarterback. They didn't pay a lot of money for their quarterback. If you think the Cowboys paid too much money for Dak, you're right. But he's playing awesome right now. The Dolphins paid a lot of money for Tua, and he looks horrible. And they're going to fire their coach. The Jets have a new coach, and they didn't sell out for their quarterback. The Raiders aren't like...
They hate their quarterback.
Yes, they do. The Raiders aren't paying too much for their quarterback, who's clearly not good anymore, if he ever was. And their coach is really old, so he's not going to be there long term.
You mind if I round out your top 5 then?
Oh, please do.
Saints.
I could see that.
Who have a direction.
Yeah, I just don't understand it.
And then the team that is lost in the desert, the Arizona Cardinals. They have Kyler Murray, and they're like, we have a quarterback. And we have Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, that might be turning into a as well.
What else? Like that 2-5, here they are again in a season that looks like it's just going to be forgotten for the Arizona Cardinals fans that are really actually Cowboys fans.
Well, good news is, you still have at least one more year of Kyler Murray, or else you have to eat $57 million in dead money.
Did they waste Kyler Murray? Or did he waste Kyler Murray?
I think, God, I hate to say this guy, I covered in high school. He was badass. I think it's closer to the second one, but they didn't help him. I think it's probably closer to the second one. I hate saying that too, because he shows flashes where you're like, holy crap, that's the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen. But yeah.
From the 806, would Mike McDaniels get more respect if he dressed like an adult? I think that matters to players. I do remember a time when he walked up and his opposing coach goes, "Oh, look at this. Look at these pants." And he goes, "Yeah, you can dress like this when you're as good as you are at what I'm doing."
Which is true.
And at that time, they were good.
Yeah.
Since then, no.
Not so much. Alec, do you have a team? Is it one of those teams that you think is the most directionless in football?
I think Miami's number one, but I think an honorable mention for me would still be Cleveland. It's an evergreen statement. They still have
That's probably true.
4 quarterbacks that they don't know if they like any of them.
Yeah.
They're just starting one of them because they have to play the games. And then on top of that, the defense is still really good, but they're not doing anything with it. The offense could be really good. They're not doing anything to help them. They're signing guys that aren't very good. They're keeping guys around that aren't very good. I don't understand them.
From the 972, was it some kind of fence door reference that made you laugh? No, but that is a good guess. I'm not going to get into any specifics besides the fact that we were discussing the TV show Xena Warrior Princess. And that's all I'm going to tell you for now. Unless you come out to Freebirds on Friday off of Beltline Road, I'll 100% tell you what he said to make me laugh. All right, let's go back to the Raiders. The Raiders lied to Max Crosby and said they're not going to trade him. And the reason why I said that is because if somebody came up with the right offer, they would definitely trade him. But they said they're not going to trade him, and the right offer, if they told him that, is probably going to be too rich for most teams' blood. So there you go. 24-hour news cycle. No more Max Crosby.
Can I ask you a question about?
Yes.
I don't believe that. I think that it's still in existence.
Okay.
I do, however, because if the Raiders continue to have bad games, this was what Charles Robinson said this morning. He was like, it would take Max Crosby going to Mark Davis and saying, look, here we are.
Yeah.
I would like to go to a contender.
I got you.
And
out of respect, do you think they would do that?
Yes. Mark Davis loves him. So here's what I would see. This chum in the water that was thrown out yesterday puts that thought in Max Crosby's head.
You think the Raiders threw
How
that out
many
there?
more games do I still have before I say, you know what? I do want that. Maybe it's one. Maybe it's up through a bye week, which they're on. Like that's where I think this is interesting. I don't believe that cycle's over, but I do think that there is, because it's psychology of things, man. You start going, hold on, are the pastures greener? Do I want this chance? How much longer do I have? An agent starts talking to you a little bit, so we'll see.
Now let's stick with the Raiders. Jacoby Myers, the wide receiver for the Raiders, who said he wanted to be traded before the season, but is out there playing. He was asked, hey, do you want to be traded? I bet the reporters did not expect this answer. Oh, for sure. But I'm a professional, and at the end of the day, I'm just trying to play good football. I love that level of honesty. Hey, do you still want to be traded? Oh, for sure. I would also, we talk about knowing more or less the answers to the questions you're asking. There's no way I would have guessed as a reporter that that's how that was going to get answered. Now, let's talk about Russell Wilson.
He knows what's happening there.
No, he does. And Sean Payton. I was not expecting this. So, Sean Payton, after Sunday's game, I guess he said, or is reported to have said, that he didn't want the Giants to start using Jackson Dart until after they played.
Oh, really?
So he wanted Russell Wilson, blah, blah, blah. And Russell Wilson went on Twitter and said, classless, but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media.
Oh, I saw that and I was like, my brain was going, huh? And then I saw a lot of tweets afterwards that said, who could have possibly been incited this out of Russell Wilson?
It was Sean Payton.
Yeah, wow, okay.
Sean Payton is the person that did it. All right, couple of quick more things for you. The NFL is moving its Pro Bowl festivities to Super Bowl week. We talked about that a couple weeks ago, that they probably just folded into part of like the Super Bowl experience, and that is exactly what the NFL is going to do. Christian McCaffrey named the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. Jamar Chase, the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. And got to give fair coverage to it here. Micah Parsons named the NFC Defensive Player of the Week for the first time with the Packers. He had 4 tackles for loss, a career-high 3 sacks, which was more sacks than he had the whole season combined. He has certainly earned that honor for this week.
Kevin, did you say Jaden Daniels is out for Monday night's game against the Chiefs?
Is that official?
According to Ian Rappaport, who Rappaported it.
There you go.
Marcus Mariota will get the start.
I mean, but you had to kind of think, like, that's the thing. When you saw it, didn't you think, ooh, that feels like a multi-week thing?
Wicks, the Chiefs are now up to 11.5-point favorites.
What did I tell you yesterday? What did I say yesterday? It was unknown if Jaden Daniels was out, but it sure looked like he was going to be out based on the betting odds. Yesterday it was 10.5. Yeah, and so it's been solidified. And when they said it's not a major injury, but they couldn't say if he'd be ready, that probably tipped the scale. So, there you go.
Oh.
What?
According to Pete Thamel, Tennessee baseball coach Tony Vitello is finalizing a deal to become the next manager of the San Francisco Giants.
And we talked about that on Monday, that was probably the direction it's going to go. That is a bold move by the Giants.
He'll be the first ever to jump from college to coach an MLB manager.
Is that right?
Any professional experience.
Wow. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Mavs reporter. It has been a tough week for Choppy. With Mavs reporter for the Dallas Morning News, Mike Curtis, next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now from the Dallas Morning News. Let's bring on Mavericks reporter extraordinaire. It is Mike Curtis. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. How's it going?
Great. Well, it's going really well, but I need to admit one thing to you, okay?
Uh-oh, here we go.
So the story you have about Cooper Flagg being the best player in every gym he's been in, it's a phenomenal story.
Awesome. It's great.
If I'm kind of compliment sandwiching this thing, I did express outrage months ago when you put Dwight Powell as like the 29th best player in Mavericks history. And so I just needed you to know that I was infuriated by that. And I thought the rest of the list was really good.
You could have shot me a note, man.
I should have. You're right.
So my logic behind it was the longevity piece of it. Dwight's been there for a while, and I know he's revered by fans just for being loyal. So I thought that had some type of impact.
Probably on the fan base it did. Just me personally. I only speak.
He was very offended.
But you know what? I thought you nailed the top 5 spot on. So it was a really good story. I just needed to let you know that I did express outrage at the time.
I appreciate it, man.
All right.
See, and like I told you, we have these open, honest conversations, and we can move forward.
I didn't want to be talking behind your back. Now, I'm not saying that this is the way it's going to be. Do you think the optimal starting lineup to provide the right mix of offensive firepower and defense for the Mavericks would be Cooper Flagg, Klay Thompson, PJ Washington, Anthony Davis, and Derek Lively?
So it's really interesting, right? They tried both lineups in the preseason. The first two, you had D'Lo at the point. The second two, you had Cooper at the point and PJ there at the 3, his natural position. I think when you have D'Lo there at the point, you get a little bit more spacing. We know this team is going to be dependent upon its three-point shooters, especially since they're so long. So Klay Thompson and guys like D'Lo, Max Christie, PJ for that matter, they're going to have to knock down those open shots when they get them. And when you have PJ there on the wing out with Cooper at the point, it gives you a little bit more defensive versatility, but what they have in defense, they kind of lack in offense. And Jason Kidd kind of alluded to it after the first preseason game with that lineup. He said there are some times where the offense can get stagnant a little bit because they have so many kind of mismatches. They're not really sure what they want to do. But I think it's going to be a work in progress. I think we're going to see a lot of different starting lineups. So I wouldn't get married to whatever one comes out today.
Okay. Is it okay then on the flip side of that I'm terrified of the defensive prowess of D'Angelo Russell and Klay Thompson as your backcourt?
Given their history, we know Klay's not in his prime anymore, but there are times where he was put on the best perimeter defender at times throughout last season. I think that he still has the ability to defend. Now, he's not going to be Herb Jones, for example. He's not going to be like a Cooper. I think they want Cooper to be the best perimeter defender when he's at his prime, but I don't think you're going to get that. But what you lack in that area, you got to put up points.
Yeah.
They got a lot of threes up during the preseason, but they weren't able to make any of them. So you got to offset some of that with offense.
The viability of a healthy Derek Lively and a full season of him. What are your feelings on how he looks, what he physically did this offseason, and his approach this year?
I think he looks pretty good. And Daniel Gafford said it media day. He thinks D-Live is going to have a breakout season. We saw him attempt 1 3-pointer in the second home game of preseason, and obviously it went a little left, but I think we're going to see him develop a little bit more offensively. We've seen he has the ability to get that jump hook going. He can do the reverse layup. He can finish with either hand. So I think we're going to see a lot of that. We might see him in a pick and roll with Cooper, and we know he excelled when Luka was orchestrating that the last few seasons. But I think he's going to take a jump, and I think they're going to monitor how much they put the wear and tear on him because they want him to be healthy. I think that's why they prioritized him in the preseason. They only played him 7 minutes in that third game, and everybody was wondering why. I mean, you've seen what you need to see out of D-Live. You don't need to risk having him get hurt for an extended amount of time, especially when Daniel Gafford is already dealing with the ankle.
Probably you think no Gafford tonight?
Usually when a guy's doubtful, it's going to take a lot of, I want to say, maintenance or recovery for them to be ready in time for a game. So I wouldn't count on it, but you never know in this league.
Now, I know they're not top of mind for a lot of Mavericks fans, but we were talking about earlier Max Christie, Najee Marshall, Caleb Martin, and like how important their development is as players and maybe as complete players this season. Do you kind of agree with that idea? And how does that happen this year?
Yeah, I do. And I think the one that's most ready of those three is Najee Marshall. And he showed what he was able to do throughout all the injuries last season. You could bring him off the bench. You could start him. You could put the ball in his hands. I'm pretty sure he wished his three-point shooting was a little bit better last year, but that's something he worked on in the summer this year. And I think he looked really good in the preseason. We saw he's able to put the ball on the floor, drive to the basket, get out in transition. He provides a defensive toughness that they need, especially in that second unit, because you don't want any drop-off from the first unit to the second unit. So I think Najee's best equipped to get a lot of those minutes early off the bench. Max Christie is another guy. And his shot, for him to be successful this year, I think that confidence with his three-point shot is going to have to be there because they don't need any drop-off from Klay Thompson to Max Christie in terms of perimeter shooting. So, and then Caleb Martin, that's another big one. Mm-hmm. We're going to see what he's able to do if he's able to play tonight. We haven't seen him much. Well, we haven't seen him at all in the preseason. So I'm curious to see how much of his game he's been working on in the offseason.
I asked Kid about this a little bit yesterday. I'm kind of curious on your thoughts about the rest of the league. How much longer are the Mavericks than most other teams in this league?
Yeah, in terms of size?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I mean, if you watched the game last night between OKC and Houston, there are a lot of big teams out there.
Yeah.
Houston is starting a lineup with Amen Thompson, Kevin Durant, who's 7 feet at shooting guard, Jabari Walker, Şengün, and Steven Adams.
Oh, dang,
Now that's really a lot of size. And then when you look at San Antonio, they got Victor Wembanyama. They got Luke Cornett now, and the chemistry they had in the preseason, that's going to be that's going to be interesting to see how it develops over time. But I think a lot of teams are trending towards playing big. I'm not really sure who the originator is of that. You could probably credit Cleveland with Evan Mobley and Jared Allen. Yeah, so a lot of teams are shifting towards the traditional style of playing big, but I feel like you got to have one of those bigs be able to stretch the floor and shoot. So that's going to be really important for the Mavericks, and Anthony Davis's three-point shot is going to have to be important if he's going to be there at the 4.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I know there's a lot of feeling, a lot of excitement about Cooper Flagg, but PJ Washington's role is pretty pivotal then because of his, Swiss Army knife ability and his length and size too.
Yeah, you saw how he was able to take advantage of a lot of matchups last year before the AD trade, playing at the 4 because he was so much faster than a lot of 4s out there. I think the biggest thing for him is, can he actually facilitate? Can he put the ball on the floor, initiate offense? Because they're doing this. They have this offense where they want anyone to be able to get the rebound and push it up the floor and then make decisions. And it's not going to be, hey, Cooper Flagg is a point guard. Jason Kidd said he's going to be the point forward, but I think they want everyone to have the ability to make decisions. It's going to be a by committee approach when it comes to replacing a guy like Kyrie Irving.
Now, when Corey talks about the excitement for Cooper Flagg, I'm trying really hard to lead the way on that. Me and my wife went up to New Jersey for the East Regionals, and then we went to San Antonio for the Final Four, and I still haven't really gotten over Duke's loss to Houston. Do you think that's a healthy way for me to act as a human?
No, man.
I think since Cooper isn't in college anymore, I think enough time has passed for you to kind of get excited about the Mavericks.
Okay. I think that's fair. Have you or anybody else asked Cooper, because I know what a competitor he is, about lingering feelings about that loss? Like, I know he's moved on, but he'd won titles at every level he was at before that.
Yeah. I don't think he's been asked during the preseason. I think once he talked about it, I remember over the summer, and there was an article, I believe, in Sports Illustrated. Hope I'm not getting that wrong, where he doesn't regret the shot that he took at the end of that game. He knows that was the play that was drawn up. It was drawn for him to take it. And he's of a mindset where he did the best he could, and he's moving on to it. And then I think actually the other day, it's kind of like he was explaining to us the mindset that he has to have. And this was explained to him by his veteran teammates. Like, you can't linger after a game. You prep for it. Because you don't have much time. You have the game plan. You prep for that team. Whether you win or lose, you have to have a quick memory. Well, not a quick memory, but you have to forget it really quick. Because you got to move on to the next team. So I think that's the approach that he's taken, and you can tell that he's benefiting from having these veteran teammates.
Now, by the way, we're talking to Mike Curtis right here on The Fan. I really would advise everyone, if you get the opportunity.
Before the game.
Yeah, the article is Cooper Flagg has been the best player in every gym so far. Why should the NBA be any different? It spans multiple states, lots of different people, lots of different levels. It is a really, really good story, sir.
Hey.
Thank you. I appreciate that, yeah.
Mike, this morning, Chuck Cooperstein was on with our morning show, Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton and sometimes Aiden show. And he said that this team is the biggest mystery in the NBA. Do you agree with that assertion?
I agree, because there are a lot of more questions than there are answers. And the questions primarily lie in their health. Like, we don't know what this team is going to look like and when it's going to get healthy, if they get healthy. There's no guarantee that they'll get healthy. Kyrie Irving obviously sprained his ACL March 3rd. He doesn't have a timetable to return, but the message they wanted to get out on media day is that he's on schedule and not ahead of schedule. So
okay, because that's kind of what he had said, right?
Yeah. Who
Kyrie. It kind of felt like Kyrie was like, yeah, I might be ahead of schedule a little bit before.
I don't recall him saying that, but if it's out there, I'm pretty sure Nico Harrison mentioned it during a summer league interview with NBA TV, if I'm not mistaken. And I think we have that on our site too. So that may have been where the early indication came from. But as of media day, they wanted to put a pause on any high expectations that he'd be back pretty soon.
Hey, chill out on that.
If you need a headline suggestion, hopefully it won't come to this, but if the Mavericks run into injury problems, would you consider the headline "What the Health"?
What the hell?
Yeah,
I might have to pass that on to our producer.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Now, you talked about the mysteries of it, and on the kind of gambling front, they've got Cooper's stat line projected for the year at 18.5 points, 6.5 rebounds, 3.5 assists. I know, like you said, there is a lot of mystery with this team. That is a stout stat line. Do you think that is achievable for Cooper as a rookie?
I definitely think it's going to be attainable because he's going to get the opportunity, especially if they put him at point guard, because he's going to literally be all over the floor. And although he has two bigs in AD Lively, three bigs, AD Lively and Daniel Gafford, if he's able to play pretty soon, like he'll be able to grab the rebound, initiate the offense, play defense. We saw the first play of his first preseason game, he came over from the weak side and got that block, which led to a transition opportunity, and AD got a lob. I think that's where he's going to make his biggest impact defensively, getting in front of balls, getting deflections. And if they're able to get out and run, this team can be really fun to watch. So I definitely think the stat line is attainable.
Now, the last question I had for you, we were talking about, the NBA opened up last night. Obviously, Oklahoma City and Houston, double overtime. Is Houston at the top of your list of threats to Oklahoma City across the entire league? And who all do you think is the most viable challengers to knock off the Thunder this year?
Yeah, it's interesting that they were at the top of my list before the Fred VanVleet injury.
Yeah.
I just think that's a really big blow because he's a guy who can stretch the floor, and like having Amen Thompson out there at point is great for defensive versatility. But when it comes to shooting, you want a veteran guy who's won a championship and has the ability to knock that shot down. But I like everything that Houston has done. I'm just curious if they'll make any moves before the season is over to kind of address that point guard situation.
Yeah.
Another team that I like is Denver. I really like the pickup of former Mavs Tim Hardaway Jr. They got Bruce Brown. They also got Cam Johnson from the Nets. So you add that some of that depth to what you already have with Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, Christian Braun, and those guys. I think they have a really good chance to challenge the Thunder. But also, if this Mavs team is healthy, like we know their track record against Oklahoma City. They have a lot of good success against that team. They have their number, and especially P.J. Washington, who wakes up for that matchup.
He does.
I appreciate that you put that nicely. We own the Oklahoma City Thunder. Man, Mike, thank you so much. You're always a wealth of information. We appreciate your time as always.
Yeah, no problem, fellas. Enjoy the opener.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Mike Curtis right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Coming up next, we will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer. But you know what? We also need to start scouting those Broncos next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
Nix will take it himself on 1st and 10. Blocked by Bowles. Touchdown, Denver. The Broncos have their first lead today.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer in just a little bit. In the meantime, it's time to scout those Broncos, and I know a lot of people are still caught up, myself included, with the almost miraculous comeback that they had against the Giants. And
What do you mean almost miraculous? That was pretty miraculous.
yeah, I just didn't want anybody bent out of shape if they're like, miracles don't happen and blah, blah, blah. But you're right. It was just about miraculous.
Screw them, man. You bent out of shape over that?
Do you want to start with the offense or the defense?
Offense.
All right, let's start with the offense.
Let's
Now,
get offensive.
we can talk about the fourth quarter, but what you need to know is there's a reason that the Broncos fell into this gigantic hole. And Bo Nix, for as incredible as he was in the fourth quarter, he was not good in the first three quarters. You saw him missing targets left and right. So now that's partially on him, partially sometimes a product of pressure. You will always advise get more pressure. Quarterback would logically play worse. But he missed a lot of open targets in that game in the first three quarters.
Sean Payton continually gives him the freedom to throw, though. He has a lot of faith
For sure.
that he'll figure it out at some point. I don't think Bo Nix coming out was, if I remember correctly, he was not the most, everybody was so excited about him.
That is
Sean
true.
Payton did fall in love with him and felt like they connected well and they could work on that. I will say,
feels like it's been pretty darn positive.
yes, absolutely it has. It's just felt like for me that Nix takes some time, either takes time to figure out an opponent with Sean Payton or they come out firing. Like
Right.
he'll throw a bomb that you're like, uh-oh, game on. So I think that was one of those situations. Look, again, Kevin, the Giants do have a good up front group.
Yes.
And that helps them on many occasions, but they wore them down a little bit with the run too. They got it going there.
And look, this is just something with Bo Nix early in his career. He has not been a super accurate passer compared to where the league has gone. Coach ready to go? All right, Shotty's ready to go right here on the Fan.
Late? He was late? Oh, okay. Well, that's good. By all means, step out if it's like that. Snakes? You got snake problems?
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News.
You didn't say hi. Okay.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, sir. Good, sir. Yesterday, Monday, we had talked about some guys starting the 21-day window. Are those guys still on target, Overshown, Revel, and those kinds of things?
Yep, and Cooper, BB. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, looking forward to getting them back out there. I know they got big smiles on their faces.
We've talked a lot about the trades around here, and you've been coordinator for a long time now. In this seat that you're in, how much are you involved in those discussions, or are you like, hey, just let me know if you got something?
Yeah, I mean, my focus is on the Broncos and coaching the team, and there's always going to be speculation this time of year, and I get that. And I talk to Will, Jerry, and Steven every day, and they keep me up to date on things that potentially. But, yeah, right now my focus is on trying to go into Denver and find a way to beat a really, really good football team.
Clarence Hill, DLLS. How you doing, Coach?
Good. Good change-up. I like that. Sorry, Todd.
Diggs here in protocol, where is he?
Yeah, he's in the building, in protocol, just going through the necessary steps to try to get out of protocol.
Obviously, 3-3-1, up and down season. What do you do to get the consistency? You haven't really won. The Cowboys haven't won in Denver since '95. Clearly, you're trying to string back-to-back good games. What's the key?
Yeah, well, again, starts with today. Good meetings, good energy this morning. Talked to the guys a little bit. I guess it was more the offensive guys just out there at walkthrough about, we got to, sustaining success and putting together a streak. It's like we've done with the ball security and taking care of the football and, 4 straight games without giving it away. Well, and 3 straight games, I guess, or 4 straight games creating a takeaway. We have to do that with wins. You got to put together streaks of wins. You can't win, lose, because what you're looking at when you do that is, 8 and 9, 9 and 8, whatever. With 17 games, it's a little harder to do the math for me. But it starts with today and the prep for today. And I'm not surprised that, this is a tough place to go and play. I mean, it's a good football team. They're well coached. They're talented. Sean's obviously a championship coach, and I've played a number of games there. And Denver haunts the Schottenheimers in some regards. So I don't want to go back to whatever it was. Whatever year it was bad. But, the old fumble and Jeremiah Castile. But, it's a tough place to play. The fans are made. But I told the guys today, I said, hey, I love going there because it's going to be loud and crazy, and that's what you want.
How do you prepare for that altitude?
Really, there's not much you can do. Big thing for us is focus on hydration. Hydration is real, and the trainers and those guys are all over it just with the things that you can do. And, we're not a team that goes out there, a couple days early or anything like that. You go out there, you play the game, and, we'll have oxygen and stuff ready for those guys. It's a little different, but I don't want to overstate it. I just want the guys to do what they can control, which is hydrate.
Brian Todder with ESPN. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Suck-ups over there.
Yeah, that's your thing. You should have patented it. Yeah.
You the first one to say.
Anyway, when you go to Denver, obviously they have the incomplete thing. You go to Pittsburgh, they have Renegade that they play. Do you prepare your team for that stuff just to know what they're going to hear when you've not been to a place like that?
No, the Renegade thing, I laugh because, if you're going to ask a question, you should say how they say it. The fans, they say incomplete, So I've heard it a lot in my life. But the Renegade thing, I laugh because we were playing I was with the Jets coordinator. We were playing out there like week 15, and Braylon Edwards was on our team, and he knew it was coming. He's like, oh, you guys wait till you see this. And so we kind of looked up there. Next thing you know, all of our offensive players are watching. It's like Troy Polamalu, big hits, Jack Lambert, Mel Blount. And it was kind of a distraction. So I did think about that. But no, not really. I mean, we'll play, like sometimes you'll play certain songs and stuff. Like we play Renegade when we go back to Pittsburgh last year. We did it. Mike and those guys did it. But, it's the process is the same, whether they're loud, whether they're not loud, which they'll be loud. The process is more about us and focusing on us.
With Overshown and the rehab that he's gone through, 3 torn ligaments, you don't see. There's guys who never come back from things like that. When you were in his office, what did you see from him in the spring, maybe on the field with Britt doing all that stuff?
Yeah, I just saw a guy that every day attacked the day, worked his butt off, and they were doing something simple last week with Britt, where they were doing like single leg jumps, man, and like this guy was, well, number one, the zero looked sweet, but like he had the headband around his neck, that looked cool, but honestly, the explosive power that he can generate, and where he's at, I just love the kid, man. His mindset, he's never had a bad day. He's been dialed in on getting back. He's had a vision of what it's going to look like, and he's just that much closer to getting back out there and playing in games. But we'll see, how he does today, and there'll be a ramp-up period. But like I said, I'll keep saying we're getting close.
And then on the road, it's 40 points a game at home and 24.5 on the road. How do you close that discrepancy? Would you put anything on that?
No, not really. I mean, execution. Sometimes it's third down. Carolina was the run game. Different things. That you have to look at, and we know what we're capable of. And again, I think it just, it comes down to execution. And this big push for us this week is going to be about fundamentals and techniques, and that'll start today with, the padded work that we get in there today. And this is a very, very physical football team that we're getting ready to play. Sean and that offense loved to run the football, and obviously had a huge comeback win against the Giants. And on defense, they lead the league in sacks. Nick Bonito and Cooper and those guys are outstanding edge rushers. And if Surtain's not the best corner in football, he's certainly in the discussion. So talented, so poised, and they're really good. But they're very physical, and that's why we need the padded work today.
John Machota with The Athletic. With Kenny Clark and Kenneth Murray, what do you expect them to be able to do, if anything, today?
Yeah, they'll do some things. Again, I think, we'll see how they feel. That's the other thing you do, John, you kind of get out there and see how they feel. We'll be smart with Kenny. He's a little sore. Certainly some Indy, but, we'll see how they do. And I think K9's feeling pretty good as well. So we'll get a feel. Mostly those guys get out there a little early, warm up, see how they feel, and then we'll adjust off of that.
And then with Jadeveon Clowney, he talked after the game about kind of his ramp-up process and getting back into football shape. And obviously he played well in that game. Just what have you seen from him since he's been in the building in terms of, getting himself into that type of shape, not having a training camp?
Yeah, I've just seen the twitch that I remember. I felt that last week in practice watching him. Let's be honest, the guy didn't have a training camp. He didn't have an off-season program, and I think it's amazing that he's been here, 3 weeks, and he performed the way that he performed last week. It shows you he kept himself in shape. He looks great. But I noticed it, and I noticed it incrementally throughout the week of, weeks where you're like, okay, yeah, it looks good. Oh, I like that. Okay, now that's what I remember seeing from him. So, and he performed well. And he needs to do it again this week for us to have a chance to win.
Nick Harris, Four-Star Telegram. Going back to this being the time of year where trade discussions are talked about with Will and his staff, what does their process look like around this time of year, and how does that help you be able to focus on Denver?
Yeah, they monitor everything. I mean, Will and I have touch point meetings basically every day in the AM and in the PM, and we just talk about different things. And it's not just the trade deadline; it's our roster, and obviously we got a lot of moving parts and a lot of people banged around, which everybody does this time of year. But the biggest thing that I pride myself on, and Will and Jerry and Steven are really this way, is the communication. Just because you're in the same building, you still have to work at the communication piece. And I've been in buildings where that doesn't happen. I've been on teams, really good teams, where the head coach and the general manager never talked. That was San Diego, a really good football team that basically got dismantled because of that. So we go out of our way to communicate, and we talk about different things, and they ask questions about the game plan, and I ask questions about potential personnel things, and but it's very normal. Like, you guys get excited about this time of year, but for us it's what we do, and it doesn't change. I know there's a deadline coming up a couple weeks away, but our process is very much the same.
With Javonte Williams, when he was free agent over the offseason, what about his time in Denver, and specifically last year, wasn't his best season in Denver? What did you guys see that made you guys want to target him in free agency?
Yeah, I mean, just the suddenness, the ability to jump cut, the way he would run through contact, yards after contact, to me is a big thing for running backs. I like big backs, I really do. I think it's that type of league right now with how everything is, played and physical, and but you do see a guy that creates explosives, and I think why does he do that? Because he doesn't hesitate, and it jumped off the film. It wasn't, again, something that they felt like, but we knew it was something that we wanted to add to our team.
Patrick.
I caught it. Yeah. I actually started to sing the rap song. I got it. Yeah, yes, sir. Sir Mix-a-Lot. I like big backs. No, some people just got it. Some people just got it in the back. Yeah. Leave it to my man right there. Yeah, it's going to be hard to follow up with. Yeah. You get 2 questions.
All right, Coach. So, good morning, Coach.
Morning.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. I, too, like Big Mac. So going to George Pickens really quickly, a lot of the conversation with him, rightfully so, has been the production that he has for you guys, and also locker room etiquette, joining the brotherhood, and so forth and so on. The DPI component of it. So I'm going to throw some stats at you from his DPI component, and I'm just curious as far as your take. So he's drawn 4 defensive pass interferences. That's second only to Jamar Chase. 116 yards gained that you guys have gained on his DPI penalties, first in the league. And 24 points scored on drives in which he's drawn a DPI. Would you talk about the reaction to those types of numbers and just the value that he brings, not only on the general stat sheet, but in plays like that where they impact the drives positively for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think, he's a tremendous weapon because of his size, and I think maybe most fans that don't have a chance to be around him like we do, all of us in here, you don't realize how big and long he is and all that. Again, he's a guy that if you're not combative with down the field, he's almost impossible to cover on those 50-50 throws. I think there's huge momentum swings for us when that happens. I know I feel that way. You throw a go ball down there and he catches it, you're excited. But if he doesn't catch it and you see a flag, you're just as excited because it's normally going to be a PI penalty and not an illegal contact penalty. But that's who he is. But what I'm most excited about is how much fun he has playing the game. And I got home late last night, and I guess he was mic'd up, which I don't know who decided to have him mic'd up, Tad. That's interesting, but probably like micing me up. But, just how much fun the guy has playing the game. And our guys feed off it. Our guys were very loose in that last game, and that's what we're trying to bring, whether you're playing in Denver, whether you're playing last week at home against Washington. Sunday's your day to have fun and to not try too hard and to fly around and to play free. And I felt really good after pregame warmups because of how loose our team was and confident.
Second question to the guys that are coming back. Obviously, there's a lot of expectation on Overshown to try to hit the ground running as quickly as he can. Can you guys talk about just the balance of his expectations, his potential, but also just the grace of understanding the injury he's returning from?
Yeah, I don't put expectations on him that can come even remotely close to the expectations he has for himself. He's that type of young man. He lives his life that way. It's not just football. He lives his life as a dad like that. He does all that stuff. And I just want him to focus on his preparation. I want him to focus on having good practices, stacking good practices. Because when you get out there and play, man, he hasn't forgotten how to tackle. He hasn't forgotten how to rush. He hasn't forgotten how to cover. Those things are going to happen. But for us to say that you watch him today and some of the things that we do, he's going to look like he maybe did when he was starring at Texas or his first couple years with us when he was playing great, it is a process. And so we're there to support him. And if he does have I'm not saying he's going to, a average or below average practice, there's no panic on my face. I'm great. I can't wait. I'm just happy to have you out here. And I think that's what these guys want from us.
Babe Loffenberg, 105.3, The Fan, Cowboys Radio. Brian, so, you get a game, Buffalo, Kansas City, Josh Allen versus Patrick Mahomes. They never take the field at the same time, but we bill it that way. With you going against Sean Payton, who's recognized as one of the great play callers, offensive minds, do you take that as a personal challenge going against the other guy, even though, again, you won't be calling plays against his defense per se?
Yeah, I don't think so. Sean is a guy I've spent a lot of time with. My relationship with Drew Brees is kind of how I first actually got to know Sean when I was coach at Syracuse. He was the coordinator with the Giants, and our relationship just kind of grew. And, I think, him signing Drew after Drew was with us in San Diego, we had a lot of conversations, and I've been around, him quite a bit. But no, I'm not going to compare myself to Sean. I mean, look at what Sean's done in this league, and it's fun to go and compete against a really good football team. Now, I'm going to compete my ass off against Vance Joseph, who I think's one of the best, if not arguably the best defensive coordinator in the league, the way you look at that defense. I'm going to have fun doing that, but at the end of the day, it's the players, and it's going to be Tyler Guyton blocking, Nick Bonita, and George and CD going up against Surtain, and more than anything else, that's the battle.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Hey, Brian, how do you, game plan? How much does it affect when you face a pass rush where there's 5 guys with at least 3 sacks? Obviously, you mentioned Bonito and Cooper, but how kind of multifaceted their pass rush is from a blocking perspective?
Yeah, they force your hand, Garrett. There's certain fronts that they play where they know what you're going to do. They know you have to go, 5-on-5, and we do a good job around here of trying to game plan that stuff, but they make it difficult. It's a well-coordinated, well-orchestrated thing. What they do is they take the interior defensive linemen and they're playing attack. They're very different. They're 3-4, but they're very different than Carolina, who was kind of read and react. These guys are going north and south and trying to knock the interior lineman back into the quarterback's face so that Cooper and Nick can come off the edges. It's very well coordinated, and it's extremely difficult. Nick's got, 8 sacks, and they've got 34 or 35, in 7 games. That's outstanding. So it's going to be a hell of a challenge. And in the noise, it makes it even more. So we have to, put together a great plan, but it won't be easy. And, they do a nice job of trying to affect quarterbacks.
You talked about, hunting for deep shots, really effective at that last week against Washington. does that kind of change how much that's part of the plan and just the different types of passes you have with Dak going in against a defense that speeds guys up a little faster?
No, I don't think so, because again, what they do, which is smart, I understand it, because of their pass rush, they like to play a lot of press man-to-man. And so, we'll see what they do with Patrick, who they match him on, if they match him at all. I think they will, but we'll see. But yeah, they want to rush the passer, and so they want to disrupt the timing. So I'm quite certain they're going to be very comfortable. They do it against Cincinnati and teams like that have elite weapons like we do, and so it'll be a fun matchup to watch.
Joe. Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Brian, Javonte's talked about the last couple of years in Denver that he didn't feel like he was fully himself still after the ACL tear. When you guys are scouting guys, how much does a post-ACL recovery timeline kind of factor in, especially with running backs?
Yeah, Joe, I think, when you look at it, it's, 10, 12, 15 years ago, it was like people thought their careers were over. And now we've all learned it's not. It does take time. Each position's a little bit different. Running backs and corners are maybe different than offensive linemen and things like that. But when we dove into the background of the young man, there was no question in our mind that he was going to be, back to normal. And we didn't know if that'd be day one, day two. I don't know if today he feels like he's back to normal. I hope there's even more room for improvement because he's really good. But I think that was the main thing for us, and the understanding of with these injuries now, it's like, yeah, there's a process, and it's going to take 8, 9, 10 months sometimes. But we bet right.
One of his first runs was obviously one where he ran over Marshawn Lattimore. Running backs can be kind of momentum-based, I feel like. How important is it for him specifically to kind of have that tone-setting run like he did, and what does it do for others on the offense when he does have a run like that?
Yeah, they love it. They love it. And I think, what he pointed out to me, which was cool, was really the reason Marshawn was there is because George did a great job coming down and cracking the safety. So the safety was trying to fit, and George did a great job. We talk about, everybody being a part of the running game. George did a great job of digging out the safety. And but it's a shot in the arm, man, when you run as physical as he does. And I just think it sends a message to, DBs in this league. They're put on the field to mostly cover, and it sends a message that, hey, if you see 33 coming at you, you better get down pretty low.
Scott.
Sadi's The Athletic. Brian, just to go back to Sunday for a second, you mentioned winning the toss allowed you guys to kind of control which way, how you approach going into the sun. I was just curious, is there a preference? Could you expand on, do you want to be going into it in the third or fourth quarter? Would you rather have your quarterback looking into it as opposed to your receivers? How do you kind of make that decision?
Yeah, I'm not dodging the question. I'll answer it to a point. I'm not going to tell you our strategy because there's going to be teams that come in and they're like, oh, okay, well, let's listen to Shadi and hear what he says, and then we'll follow his deal. But it's something that we think about, and again, I think, we're aware of it, like we said. And but there was also, the fact that I felt really good about the week of practice on offense and the openers, and we felt good about the fact that, we could go down and generate some points. And so that wasn't the only factor, but without giving away too much of our, strategy of that, it's factored in, and we have meetings about it, and we talk about it, and we debate it, and it just so happened to work out this week for us.
And then looking ahead, we all kind of know Brandon Aubrey and the power that he's shown with his leg. With the thin air, how does that kind of alter, if at all, how you approach end-of-half situations, and how much time is actually enough time to go down and score? Yeah, again, I think we've shown, and I'm very confident in our ability to move the ball however far we need to get into range. There's different factors that you would take into account. Do you get the ball first? Do you not get the ball first? Maybe how many plays have you had, different things like that. But the only thing I expect to be a little different is that target line that we normally get of like the 50, might be at like the 40-ish, and I might have to be like, well, which one? Across the 50 or like behind the 50? And so I might have to get that clarified from Nick.
Looking back on it, when you were offensive coordinator and a consultant here, how much do you think helped you develop a good relationship with Dak?
When I was a consultant, I didn't spend a whole lot of time with Dak, just out of respect for Kellen and Nuss, who I think are great coaches. Like, I didn't have a whole lot to add to Dak. He was getting great coaching anyways, and of course I was friendly. I mean, I'm a friendly guy, you know that. But when I became a coordinator, it obviously changed, and then I was going to be very involved along with Mike and Scott Tolzien and guys like that. And the more time you're around somebody, I think I was able to show probably my true personality to Dak, and him, show his true personality. Plus, we butted heads on things, which is part of building relationships and things like that. And we still laugh and butt heads at times. Like I said, I called a bunch of shots last game. He's getting the shit knocked out of him, and he's like, really? But so we can have those disagreements. But it was more so the 2 years as the coordinator, more so than the year as a consultant.
We good?
Thanks, guys.
There you go. Ryan Schottenheimer ending it with a curse word right
Nobody
here
heard that.
on 105.
Nobody heard that. Why'd you point it out?
Okay, my bad. Never
He's
mind.
never said a bad word.
You heard no curse word. All right, I want to go back to the Broncos just for a second, or I guess kind of continue the conversation that we were having about the Broncos. I think the thing that's going to scare people about Bo Nix, or at least Cowboys fans, he's also averaging 25 yards a game rushing, and he showed in that fourth quarter against the Giants where he ran for 46 yards and 2 touchdowns that can be problematic.
Yeah, it absolutely can be problematic for you.
And I don't think any of us are prepared to be like, hey, we saw one game, we're good. We stopped the run, okay?
No.
We
I
did
mean,
it.
even Jerry, I think that's part of what he was saying to you yesterday about, well, now's the time, not necessarily, to go throw everything out there, because I have to see more. I have to see it consistently.
Now, one thing that did go the Cowboys' way, we talked the other day about Dre Greenlaw getting suspended. He challenged that suspension. Yesterday, the NFL upheld the suspension. So linebacker Dre Greenlaw for the Broncos will, in fact, be out of this game. It's an interesting note because that's one of the players that the Cowboys were trying to track down themselves and see if perhaps they could bring him into the fold. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
We get to the level of concern. Next on The Fan.
Something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
And you know, Kevin, we do a lot of different things in this segment. But right now, we're going to update you on something.
Oh.
Two things, as a matter of fact, Stars related. Which one do you want to hear first?
The one that is new information.
Glenn Gulletson called last night's loss unacceptable, according to Leah Asimacopoulos. You just got to give me a second, Kevin. I know how to say it. It just takes me a second to remember.
You can see how maybe I was concerned.
I get you.
A little bit.
Said they are simplifying breakouts to get the Stars back on track. Also said he's been here before in Edmonton and knows that slow starts can happen when there's a lot of change. So he's basically saying we're trying to do too many complicated things on our breakouts. That's why we're not scoring goals.
And there is like a school of thought that October hockey is weird.
Yes.
And not necessarily representative of what you're going to see the rest of the year. So I get that.
I'm also told.
Don't get us in trouble by jacking around with this giveaway.
Tomorrow, we have 2 pairs of Stars Oilers tickets. Evidently, it's here in DFW.
Yes, it is here. I feel like we would have made a way bigger deal if we were like sending you to Edmonton.
Go check the schedule. November 4th, we have 2 pairs to give away, one in the 11 o'clock hour and 1 pair in the 12 o'clock hour.
Okay.
So tomorrow, be listening if you want to go to a Stars game. And then also, Jim Nill 1240 on Friday. Nice job, Alec.
Do you kind of wish Jim Nill was yesterday and we could be like, at this point, would you want to win these Stars tickets? And he'd be like, did you not hear our coach yesterday? He said we're working on it.
They're working on it. That is for sure.
You know what? Just for that, go ahead and give me cut 4. I need you to know how terrible it was last night.
This time they'll give Marchenko a chance to carry it in. He comes in right wing side. Across the ice he goes to Sean Monahan. Back to Voronkov with a shot, and he scores! Big boss, big goal right there. He went through the wickets of Jake Ottinger, and that penalty was costly.
You have 3 hours and 40 minutes to call for audio, Kevin.
I'm sorry. He's going to be really mad when I play another Stars clip in the next segment.
15 seconds of my time.
All right, you can go 15 seconds longer.
I have more audio.
Okay. I don't think you have any content now. What is happening?
I want to use this in like its own segment, but we're doing it right now. Let's go to cut 15. On Sunday,
oh my God,
the Cowboys won. Okay, the Cowboys won, but at one point in the game, I looked at my mom and I said, "I hate being a fan of this team," because, and I guess that's just fandom in general. Because unless you're winning all the time, you're just like you are probably in the situation I was in that moment. You're just like, ah.
That actually sounds right.
Can you imagine though being 13, 15 years old and being like this Jets fan?
Sit and get your thoughts on the game. I hate this team. I was born into this, and I'm not gonna ever. I'm always a Jets fan, but like, I hate this team.
Oh my gosh, the defeat in that kid's soul.
That kid is gonna do big things in life. Because what did you say? It's 13, 15, whatever. At this age, he already knows a lifelong truth is that you're born into it and you can hate it, but there's still this stupid, undeniable pull. People are like, why don't you stop rooting for the Cowboys? I can't.
You do that.
I can't. I don't know why. Sometimes I wish I could just start cheering for some other rando NFL team that doesn't kick me in the balls all the time, but I can't do it. I love the Cowboys, and I always will, even when they perpetually infuriate me.
And that's just, like, that is just a glorious moment in interview history right there.
Can you play that first?
Yeah, play it
Maybe
again.
the whole thing one more time. That's amazing.
Sit and get your thoughts on the game. I hate this team. I was born into this, and I'm not gonna ever. I'm always a Jets fan, but like.
I got it.
I just hate this.
Alec, if you deem it worthy.
You got to, I feel like that's a future drop.
I really
for all
want, I
times.
hate this team.
Yeah.
As a drop.
I think you're going to find many moments to play that.
Yeah.
It almost sounded presidential, like declarative.
I hate this team.
And he's like, got his like part of his thumb sticking out a little bit. He's like, I hate this team.
As we continue to move around the C block here, the Nuggets coaching staff, Kevin, also played the Denver local media.
Well, that's what we should have asked Mike Curtis. Can you hoop?
Yeah.
And could you keep the media closer? What was the score of this? I bet they get their asses handed to them too.
The score was 114 to 16.
What? All right.
But
No but.
But that's better than the Boston media. That score was 57-4, so they scored more points.
Yes, proportionately, it is better. Also, good on the Nuggets staff for not dropping in that extra bucket to make it a 100-point game, because you said 114-16. That was planned. They could have done that. Also, why was this game so long? At least the Boston one, they're like, I don't know, score like 50 or 60 points. We'll call it a day.
So that's that. And then, Kevin, I wanted to play this cut too. This is a story from Michael Jordan on the NBC. He's got this new segment. It really should be called a segment because they call him a contributor. Basically, it's an interview.
Yeah.
And they're taking little clips and playing them each week. But I think this is a really fun story about the last time he shot a basketball.
Do you ever pick up a ball and just shoot?
I haven't picked up a ball in years.
No, come on. Just like walk past. There's got to be a hoop somewhere at your place.
You don't see a hoop anywhere around here, right?
I don't. But
It's a
seriously,
reason.
the last time you picked up a basketball and shot it?
I was at the Ryder Cup.
Yeah.
And I rented a house from the owner.
Sure.
He came over to do pictures. He had grandkids. And I was meet and greet and thank him for allowing me to stay in the house. And he had a basketball court. He says, I want you to shoot one free throw. I said, really? And I already paid for the house. It's not like he got to see me. So when I stepped up to shoot the free throw, it's the most nervous I've been in years.
Stop it.
In years.
Stop it. Come on.
And reason being is those kids heard the stories from the parents about what I did 30 years ago.
Right.
So their expectation is 30 years prior, and I haven't touched the basketball.
I hope you swished it.
Absolutely. I got the most gratifying that made my whole week is that I was able to please that kid, not knowing if I could.
And that's just really cool. Like,
quick question.
He absolutely made it.
Okay.
He
all
also
right. I was just going to say, if you're 100% on
He also did say hoop, and that's a little concerning that he said, do you see a hoop in here?
Yeah, I've been listening to something where somebody says peninsula, and I'm like, no. But I love that story. Is tremendous. Tremendous.
Yeah, that is pretty fun. All right, so we kind of had a discussion this morning. Maybe it was with Mickey. And also now hearing that the Cowboys, you pointed out earlier, Alec, that the Cowboys, Jerry Fowler's posted that the Cowboys are having internal conversations about re-signing George Pickens.
By the
signing
way,
him to an extension. They've looked at Cincinnati, Miami, and Philadelphia to kind of see exactly where things land.
And can I say how much I love the idea, whether you're going to do it or not, of looking at the structure of how 3 other teams did it.
Yes,
and
I love it.
How that might make sense for you. That, whenever they talk about 24/7, 365 due diligence, that is due diligence.
2 of those teams' health is a very big deal.
For sure.
The other one, you probably think the same thing. We got Joe Milton, though, just in case. I'm just saying. But right now, this is where I ask you about the level of concern. Oh, man! Thank you.
Man, it escalates so quickly.
What is your level of concern that George Pickens might Josh Hamilton us?
1.
George Pickens gets all the stats he needs to get the contract that he needs, and then says, oh, you know what? My hip, my lower back. And I can sign with any other team because I've proven what I can do. It's unfortunate this happened, but it's not anything that's career damaging. And you know what? I'm good. I got everything I need. That's one of the reasons, Kevin, I think the Cowboys are like, we should go ahead and sign him so he doesn't mess this season up.
My level of concern is low. It's like apple bottom jeans low.
If nobody remembers, Josh Hamilton, the last year he was here, by the middle of the season, got everything that he needed stats-wise, and then completely gave up on the season.
Well, Josh Hamilton is a known quitter, though.
That is true.
And so...
Yeah, he quit drinking, he quit partying.
And then...
Oh yeah. But he, remember that? He did everything he needed and then quit. Like, he was swinging at everything, not caring. And then he was like, I'm going to go sign with the Angels now.
You said you should put a ring on it. And then his wife goes, I said it.
That
then they
irritated
got
Kevin so much.
a divorce. I hate that interview so much. Look, my level of concern is low because that's all I ever thought this was going to be.
Okay.
Like, I thought you were going to get 1 year of perfect George Pickens.
But that's what I'm saying is not what if in 2 games he's like, that's it. That's all I needed.
I don't think that's going to happen because he wants 30+ million money.
And he wants to win too.
And to do that, he needs to keep putting up these stats because what he said he wanted to show is that he could be a number 1 wide receiver. Look, this level, this George Pickens, sure, sign me up. Let's take it forever. But there is still that idea of when he was like, but I want to go somewhere where I can showcase my skills, that I do kind of wonder every once in a while, like if he wants to be that unquestioned number 1 long term, or if he's cool with you're badass, I'm badass, let's go be badass together, which is what they're saying right now.
And Charles Robinson this morning on with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton and sometimes Aiden's show, he said in the conversation about Max Crosby, he was like, I don't think that's completely done, and he gave his reasons why. And then he pointed out, look, if you give Max Crosby, and let's say the number's 30 million, 28 million, 29, and then you get 30 million to George Pickens, you're still under what you were dealing with one player.
Yes.
Having 2 players like that, much better.
Yeah.
So I think the Cowboys are, Jerry said it yesterday, we may have rolled our eyes at the time, but the more you look at it, he is right. They are in the best position they've ever been to make a move if they want to and make this team better right now with more than just one player.
And this is one of the things. I'm not saying that they would do this, but 100% because of the way the salary cap works, you could re-sign George Pickens right now, and you could trade for Max Crosby, and you could pick up another big-time player, and you could make that all fit fine in your salary cap. Now, would that be issues in future years? Yes. Definitely. But if you decided to go for it, you can do it. I did see some people asking about Mulligetta. I mean, Jerry said he never thinks about the agent, the player, and the money. So I'm going to say that I mean, Mulligetta won. He got the highest paid defensive player ever. So he got what he wanted out of the negotiation, and what he's going to want out of this one is 30+ per year.
And Jerry got what he wanted too.
Lots of attention.
And Steven got picks that he wanted.
Yes.
So I feel like a lot of people got what they wanted ultimately. Last question here, whether your level of concern as to whether or not the Cowboys can actually pull off a trade to add to this defense.
I maybe should bring in Alec on this as well, because my levels is really low right now. I know Jerry said when we talked with him yesterday, I thought it was a weird answer, but intriguing, that how they're playing is not necessarily the main or certainly not the only dictating factor for them making a move. For me, it is. Like, if you don't win these next 2 games, then I think we can stop this conversation dead in its tracks. And I'm fine with saying, man, I wish it could have been better, but we're not good enough defensively or whatever. So let's stockpile all of our assets and then go for it later.
Yeah, I'm kind of right there too. And I know we hate the saying whenever Steven says it specifically, player acquisition is 365. I think that's what Jerry's kind of saying is like, look, we could have been undefeated right now. If there's a good player out there that makes sense, we're going to take a look at it kind of thing. So if there's a player with control that helps right now, that helps a year from now, you know, maybe they do say, you know what? We might not win it all this year, but he could certainly help us next year too.
Gotcha.
And that definitely raises my interest level. I just know because of the NFL how complex those trades can be pull off. But to be fair, the discussion we had about Max Crosby yesterday, that is a player like that.
And tomorrow on the C block, after you've potentially won a couple pairs of tickets to the Stars Edmonton Oilers game, which is definitely here in Dallas.
Definitely.
We'll ask the question, do you think the Cowboys are 1 player away? And if not, how many players? That'll be at 1 o'clock tomorrow, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
In your face, Athena. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3.
Is she sticking around for 1 o'clock?
Hey.
She's welcome.
I bet she'll
answer that question.
Absolutely. Garland's own Athena going to be in studio with us tomorrow. Coming up next, though, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Is your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or can they not possess the puck? Also, back by popular demand, FC Dallas keeper Michael Coll. All of that next right here on The Fan.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen.
name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Johnson, first-round pick, 23rd overall, back in 2021, loses the draw. The Blue Jackets get it down low, and they score! Charlie Coyle with a beautiful feed to Boone Jenner. All he's got to do is tip it in. It's one of those things that makes you go, Boone! And the Blue Jackets take a 2-0 lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey looks dead inside right now because of that call. It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot, 877-881-1053. If your friend has terrible sports or pop culture opinion, let us know. Then in just a few minutes, we will talk with FC Dallas keeper Michael Coll, who is 3-0 this year after appearing on our show. Now, I feel like the Stars have to be in the mix for this because, golly, did they look terrible yesterday. Their penalty kill was off. Their issues with possessing the puck and not turning it over continued, and they lost their third straight. After starting the season 3-0, they've been outscored in their last 3 games, 13-5.
Really?
Ouch.
That's not good, Kevin. That's not going to get wins. Not going to get the dubs you need.
No, that is true. Now, can we stick with hockey for just one second?
I dare you to stick with hockey. Right
I want to see if you guys think this is an idiot move or if I'm an idiot. The PWHL Hockey League, it has unveiled new teams in Vancouver and Seattle, and they've unveiled the jerseys and everything like that. They don't have a nickname or a logo. And so they said, we'll get that next year. So for the 2026-27 season,
they just have like their practice sweaters. They have their practice pajamas.
It's like it's a sweater that's a throwback to how like the other teams in the league started. It just says Seattle and Vancouver.
That's kind of dope.
Okay, but they are eventually going to have a logo and mascot and everything like that, just not yet. Does that seem weird to you? Does it seem like somebody forgot?
No, because we've seen, Kevin, how people get offended by mascots.
Broadus is offended by the mammoth.
I get that.
That's a badass name.
So we've seen these things happen. And so I can understand how they're really working through this. But you're right. It does seem like before they made a lot of announcements that they should have been like, here's our plan. Let's get all this marketing part together. That is part of marketing.
Yes.
Maybe they didn't have a marketing budget.
Okay.
I'll give them a break.
I'd be willing to listen to that.
And it is cool to just have the name right there. I still think that's dope.
Now, this is a choose your own idiot.
Okay.
Is it Woody Johnson or is it Justin Fields? Because Woody Johnson, the owner for the Jets, was asked, hey, like your team sucks. And he goes, hey, I believe in Aaron Glenn. If I were a player, I'd respond to him because he's the real deal. Which, first of all, felt like a shot at all the players. But then also, he followed up. If you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results across the league. If we could just complete a pass, it would look good. Those are actual things that he actually said.
If we could just complete a pass,
it would look good. And also, any head coach that has a quarterback play like that, it's going to look like this. So is it Justin Fields?
Well, he's supporting his head coach.
For sure.
Last year, he didn't support his head coach. He fired him.
That is true.
He was like, I'm choosing the quarterback over the head coach. This time, he's choosing the head coach over the quarterback.
So do you think Justin Fields is an idiot for not being a better quarterback, or Woody Johnson for saying all the quiet parts out loud?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give up on Justin Fields. I don't.
That feels fair.
I don't think he's had the best opportunities with the teams that he was given. The Bears, like the whole staff's gone. Now Pittsburgh, on the other hand, is a different story. You have a quality coach there who was like, "No, we can't work with you. You didn't do the things we asked." And then he went to the Jets, and again, I think the Jets are a bad. What did that kid say, Alec, about the Jets earlier today? There was one kid who was a fan of the team, and he's basically because of the way the Jets have played there his entire life, he felt this way.
I hate this team.
So I understand that Justin Fields probably feels the same way right now.
That might be funny to me forever.
I don't think it's ever not good.
Yeah, that's fair. Now, I hate to do this, but
do it.
It's Texas A&M football idiots.
What?
They got fined for what was dubbed, quote, a likely fake injury in the fourth quarter of A&M's win over Arkansas. You know the thing where we saw it earlier in this year when one receiver just fell over because they needed to stop the clock, and then right after another receiver started to fall over, and he was like, oh crap, that other guy already fell over.
Not both of us.
And he had to stand back up. So, yeah. So A&M has been fined $50,000 for what was dubbed creating the appearance of an injury. They're like, the player went to the ground like they were hurt. They weren't hurt and popped back up, and that's against the rules. You can't do that.
You know what they say. You only get fined when it's winning time.
I have
Nobody's ever said that,
never
actually, so I'm trying to
heard that
start
expression.
it. If y'all want to help me out.
I do not think it's a bad idea to have a Corey's new slogan segment. I think
every month come up with a new slogan.
Yeah, I think we could drop the ball. I think we've dropped the ball on that so far. All right.
Well, it just started, so.
This is another one. Is Cam Jones the idiot, or are we the idiots for caring?
Marcus Freeman, by the way, has rejected Florida.
Oh, he's too good looking to go there.
He's like, I'm at Notre Dame, y'all.
Yeah, like, I'm fine.
I'm good.
You have a toxic fan base.
Back to you, Kevin.
Maybe Notre Dame has a toxic fan base too. So Cam Jones, the Pacers rookie, he is facing a felony after getting involved in a brief police chase. He was driving 80 in a 50, and he did not pull over straight away. His erratic driving plus his speed got him pulled over. So he's charged with misdemeanor reckless driving and felony resisting arrest because of the chase. Rick Carlisle mentioned it briefly, and then he said, look, the kid was running late and trying to get to practice, so I'm not going to ding him for that.
Oh.
Do you like that sort of leadership?
Mm-hmm.
And also, he said that Cam apologized to the entire team.
That's important.
So, does he avoid the idiot label for that, or still probably you shouldn't get in any kind of police chase?
Yeah, I mean, don't get in the police chase.
That's
if
fair.
you can avoid it.
Sure.
Just outrun them fast so you know it's not a real chase.
I don't know if that was the goal I was looking for. Right now, back by popular demand, it is FC Dallas keeper Michael Coll. Good afternoon, sir.
What is up? Afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Well, we talked with you last week, and we set the stage that if you win, you need to come back. You won, and so now you're back.
I'm back. It was the first. As soon as we landed, we got back. I talked to our media guy. I talked to Edwin and say, hey, let's get back on it this week. So
nice.
So here we are.
There you go.
Love it.
All right. Well, is it safe to say that we should just keep this trend going all throughout the playoffs?
I think so. I agree with that.
Okay, now
I also got to let you know how I was ridiculously excited that you personally asked to be back.
He
on
was.
This. I was giddy about it. So this is awesome, man.
Now I don't know how much time you take to reflect on specific plays or the game in general afterwards, but that diving save in the 75th minute off the shot from just inside the 18-yard box that could have potentially saved the season, could have been the one thing among many other plays that got y'all into the playoffs. Did you reflect on that save after the fact, or is that not really your process after a game?
It's a fun one to go back and watch. Of course, I think it's one of my better saves of the year, and just in such a big moment for us. So there's a little bit of reflecting, but obviously got to move on and be able to come up with some of those. Hopefully, if we need them this weekend as well. So
Since mid-July, y'all are only giving up, or y'all have scored 1.83 points per game in terms of points in the standings. I know we've asked you this question before, but can you walk us through any more, like the cooperative effort of this team, stepping it up on offense, stepping up on defense, you being in there, and how y'all were able to really move up the standings quite remarkably?
yeah, I mean, for me, I think it's a team effort. I think we showed that this weekend, especially. I mean, we had our two big goal scorers, Tatar and Logan, out, and so we had to have some other guys step up and take care of business, and that's exactly what we did. It was Kai coming through, Sam Sarver getting his assists, drawing the red card, and just having guys step up when we need them. So it's a big collective effort, and I think we keep showing that over and over again.
Man of the match, Michael Coll joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I got the chance a couple weeks ago. I was right next to Logan Farrington's dad when the red card happened. I got to kind of see how that experience went. How are your parents handling this? The anxiety that comes along with some of these matches?
They always make sure to let me know how anxious and stressed out they are after the game happens, but hopefully we keep giving them results that are, ease their mind a little bit after it. But it's definitely a wild ride emotionally for them.
Also, there is 10 players from the development pathway that were featured in that win. Like, is that one of those feelings like you kind of look around the room and you're like, we're all came from kind of the same place, or you even think about anything like that? But it does kind of have a good feeling of you guys have been through this system for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's something that, the club has taken a lot of pride in for a long time, is bringing kids up to the academy and playing them, and just Eric showing the trust that he has in those guys to put them in such an important moment, and them performing is something that I think the club has tried to remain true to a long time. And I think it's great to have that camaraderie from guys playing against each other, training with each other in the academy, to being able to play together with the first team.
What did you think about Coach's beer celebration afterwards? And did you know that was going to happen?
Well, I assumed it's happened before. It's happened before. It's not the first time. So we like to have a good time when we win. So that's part of it. And that's as hard as we like to work, we like to celebrate when it's done and when we get what we want. So that's something that I don't know if the fans have seen before, but we have.
Now, this is going to be an important question for you to answer. Do you want my serious soccer question or my ridiculous soccer question?
Give me the serious one first.
Okay. What kind of similarities do you think you'll see on Sunday versus the match that you just had? Obviously, I realize same place, same team, but the circumstances surrounding it, at least for Vancouver, are at least partially different. What kind of similarities do you think you'll see from the last game to this one coming up?
I think there's going to be a lot of similarities. I think the last match we played against them, while yes, they were already into it, they were fighting to get a point, to get that first seed, which they fell short of and weren't happy with. So I think we're going to see very similar intensity from both teams, if not more. But I think it's still going to be a super intense match. It might get chippy. It's going to be physical. Should be exciting, to say the least.
I know you're in net, but how do you fare in physical and chippy situations? Do you like to fire some trash talk back?
I'm more so one to just kind of play the game, and I don't talk too much, to be honest.
He is very busy stopping the soccer ball from getting into.
That's true. That's true. Are you prepared for my ridiculous soccer question now?
Maybe not. Depends on what it is. Let's hear it.
Who the hell set up the structure of the MLS playoffs?
It is a little weird.
Why is round one best of 3, but then every ensuing round, including the championship, is one game? Who came up with that?
So here's my take on it. I don't know who came up with it, but my guess is that they wanted everyone who made the playoffs to have a home game. Every team to have a game at home for the fans, right?
Okay.
And then, but they still want your higher seed to have an advantage. So if it goes to 3 games, then the higher seed has the home advantage still versus just doing 1 game where the home has the advantage and the other team doesn't get a play-in game. And then versus if you do like an aggregate and only 2, then there's not really an advantage for getting first place versus just like the matchup of the team you get. Does that make sense?
That is a good theory right there.
That's a good answer.
I think that's the thought behind it.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Kind of feel like they should carry that through to future rounds, but they did not consult me on this.
Yeah.
That would be a long playoffs is what that would be.
That is true. Now, you guys get a break because of the win. Y'all are obviously not playing today. I know you're not necessarily resting, but how good is it for y'all to get those extra few days without an extra match in the play-in match?
I think it's good to give some of the guys some rest. Obviously, playing 3 games in a week is rough on anybody, whether it's the same like league games or outside competition. It's hard, but being able to have the rest and just kind of plan and train for what we're going up against, which we know is going to be a hard game. So being able to take care of ourselves physically is going to be huge, so we can give it all going into Saturday.
You already have your Halloween costume picked out?
Well, we'll be busy the next day, so probably not.
All right.
Yeah, don't be jacking
No, I'm
around
just
trick-or-treating the day before a match, Corey.
I think they get this one down that there's going to be a lot of kids out there dressed up like Michael this year. So that's what I'm saying is maybe there's going to be a lot of them out there trick-or-treating.
Okay. Well, now there's some more pressure added to you to get that win, Michael. Oh, seriously.
Well, I've got the luck of the radio, so.
Yes!
I'm saying, man, let's make it 4 for 4. Incredible win last weekend. Best of luck this weekend back up in Vancouver, man.
Thank you very much, guys.
There you go. Michael Coll right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm just suggesting to all of DFW to get very excited about what they're about to do. This has been this second half of the season has been a lot of fun. It's been a blast to watch. And I'm just suggesting get ready because it could be even more fun.
How nervous would you have been if he's like, we got a giant team party on Halloween night right before their second game?
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Doesn't sound right.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Flagg driving baseline. Got it in one. Count it. Cooper Flagg with his first field goal.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. NFL updates from throughout the day. Bucky Irving and Chris Godwin will be out for Sunday's game for the Bucs against the Saints. The Bucs bye is next week, so you can see the strategy there. No Jaden.
Wow, 2-week bye for the Buccaneers.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Now, with the Saints in your face. Now, Jaden Daniels is
Black
not
and
going to
gold
play
in your face
this week either. And then Roger Goodell had to make an official statement that Bad Bunny's Super Bowl halftime show is not being reconsidered, because of course it's not. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing. Hagee, how are you?
I am doing fantastic. It is Cooper Flagg Day. Are you guys pumped for Cooper Flagg? Are you pumped for the Mavericks? Do you think they'll make the playoffs? Where are we at?
Very excited for Cooper Flagg. I mean, this is just almost too good to be true. It's like going from Tony to Dak, but better. So I just, yes. And the whole thing of, can they be a skilled team with length? Can he play at point guard? Like, I think there's so many very interesting storylines. It's just a little odd, being in a market where we don't really start talking about the NBA that much until football's over.
Sure.
You know? So it was an adjustment for me when I first got here. And now it's like, I feel 90% of my sports attention honed in on the Cowboys right now.
Okay.
I got like 8% for the Mavs, and then with my remaining 2%, I'm thinking about the Rangers and the winter meetings coming up.
This is Stars losing streak, dropped them to 0.
Yeah, it bummed me out. I like winners.
Man, you talk about synergy. Tomorrow, Topps Basketball comes out, and that's the first official Mavericks card of Cooper Flagg. They know what they're doing out there. They're like, hey, let's do it right after the first game.
Smart.
Yeah. What about y'all? How are y'all feeling? Cooper Flagg, Mavs, all of it.
How could you not be excited? I mean, particularly when it comes to Flagg, and I am optimistic about this team if they can be healthy. I do think this is a really good basketball team. It's deep, and it is going to be a team that I think can do a lot of winning. The defense should be absolutely locked down, but I mean, big picture, I'm just not banking on health. And so,
is there somebody? I know Anthony Davis jumps to mind. Is it him? Is it Lively?
Yeah, it's Davis and Lively, and then the Kyrie aspect, like him not obviously starting the season. When does he return, and what version of him are you getting when he does return? Is he having to load manage off the injury? Like how much? Like there's just so many variables when it comes to the health of this team that are keeping me from being like super crotch first championship optimistic. I do think they can be competing for a playoff spot, especially if they are healthy. But in terms of the Flagg stuff, I couldn't be more excited. This is freaking fantastic.
Yeah, I think they're going to be a 50-win team. I mean, I think they're going to be a top 5 seed in the West this year.
Love it.
And I get it, like the health aspect of it. I'm expecting Anthony Davis to miss some time. I don't think that you're going to get him to play a full season, but I do think as long as the issue will be if all the injuries compile at the same time. Otherwise, I think if you go a stretch where AD's out a couple weeks or Lively's out a couple weeks, you've got so much depth. I think you can withstand those injuries because then Gafford can step up when Lively's out. Lively, you have enough to balance it out. And I do think you're going to get Kyrie back and ready to go. I mean, I just have like a faith in Kyrie that if he's on the floor, he's healthy, he knows his body really well, he's putting forth all the effort and the rehab and the work to get back to where he was. I know he's an older player, but I really believe in what this roster has right now, and I think Cooper Flagg is going to end up being better than even we're thinking he's going to be right now. And I'm trying to like limit my expectations for him, but I think he's going to end up being an absolute superstar. So I think 50 wins to me is what I'm hoping for, and this is going to be a playoff team, and then it'll be kind of matchup dictated. Yeah. But they can beat anybody in the West, I think.
Especially OKC.
Yep.
Broadus, what are you feeling?
Yeah, I like everybody's optimism about the team and stuff like that. I'm worried about the coaching staff a little bit. because of the, sometimes you have, yes, you got a coach at the top, but down below, just massive turnover.
Yes.
And yeah, you've got some guys that have won some NBA championships and stuff like that, former head coaches in the league and stuff. So I'm always fascinated how the early dynamic works with a completely new coaching staff, with the head coach being, what kind of, you kind of had an idea what kind of adjustments that, I got used to watching Sean Sweeney and those guys coach and kind of get through games and navigate games. I'm interested to see what Frank Vogel and this group does. As coaching staff.
I probably haven't given enough credence to that. That's a really excellent point.
They did a hell of a job, didn't they?
Yeah.
Those guys,
they really did.
I guess they just like Luka too much to still be around.
Now, the over-under kind of on Flagg for the season, 19.5 points, 6.5 rebounds, 3.5 assists. Does that feel like an achievable season-long stat line for you?
What was that again?
It's 19.5 points, 6.5 boards, 3.5 assists for the season.
Is that achievable? Absolutely. I think the points would be the one. Right.
Okay. I'd probably drop the points and maybe make the rebounds larger.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be a rebound demon out there.
I might chip up the assists a little bit.
I was going to say,
like
I've been so impressed with his passing. I think is underrated. Like
I agree.
He's one of these guys that just does everything really well. But the passing has been really impressive to me. Like as a floor general, throwing up the alley-oops. Like he's a guy that on back-to-back possessions could get the assist on the alley-oop and then also get the flush.
So I guess, Gavin, for you then, 19.5, 6.5, 3.5, achievable, but also, does that live up to the hype?
Oh, yeah, that definitely lives up to the hype at 18 years old. I think that projects out to 25 to 28 points per game in his career. If he hits 19.5, I'll be ecstatic. I would probably take the under on that one, but I think the rebounds and assists are there. If Kyrie Irving was going to start the season, I would say there's probably not a great chance of that, but there's still a lot of talented players. And, I don't think he's a selfish guy. I don't think he's going to be shot hunting or anything like that.
He makes the right play is the way that we've been describing it. He's very good defensively as well.
I'm just glad we finally have a superstar that Kevin likes.
I would. I told everybody on draft night when 90% of our calls were like, we get another soft Euro, that they were going to love Luka. What do you guys got coming up on the program?
They were going to love it. Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. We'll get Tim Cato on from All City at 3 o'clock. One of our favorite Mavs insiders, and Ryan Rucco, ESPN play-by-play guy. He'll be on the call tonight. Will join us at 4:20.
Lovely. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say I like big backs, Kevin.
And I cannot lie.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Let's jump into the latest and what happened with NFL insiders after we went off the air last night. We'll get you the latest Cowboys trade reports and discussions. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. You got Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there, Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh, fixing to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. Wolchuk and Chiafalo here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. Yeah, when we went off the show, the story was Max wants to be a Cowboy, and then it stopped being that about an hour, maybe 90 minutes later, as Slater and Pelissero, Raiders met with him yesterday, said they don't want to trade him, and Max doesn't even want to leave the Raiders. So that's kind of where we were last night. Charles Robinson joined the Fan this morning. He said sometimes these conversations happen, and one of the teams says there's no interest, but what does that mean, he asked rhetorically. And said if Mark wants to, or if Max wants to, Mark Davis loves him enough that he would, love to retain him, but also would trade him if Max really wanted to go chase a championship. And he feels like conversations did happen on some level. Maybe not official conversations, but there's been some back and forth, and has a hard time believing Stephen Jones particularly has no interest. So it was a great interview this morning with Charles Robinson. You can find that with the Odyssey app or YouTube if you want to go back and listen to that. But let's just open it up. Guys, what are you hearing? What are you thinking about this story?
I mean, I think Charles is the man, and he gave a lot of tremendous insight. I was asking around. I tried to get the media black book and was talking with some people in Vegas. And I think it is one of those where, like, Max Crosby's super loyal, and he really does. He likes being a Raider. And I don't think he's the type of guy, at least the source that I talked to, that would force a trade. And that might ultimately be, if the Raiders were going to do it, kind of where it has to go. But I think
kind of like Damian Lillard out of Portland.
Yeah, and like last year with Devontae Adams. And they traded Devontae Adams where he wanted to go, to the Jets. So I think that Max Crosby would like, if he were to be traded, the Cowboys are a destination that he would be down to go to. I'm not closing the book on this just yet.
I agree.
I think that there's still a possibility, and I'd love to hear what more information you've got, Brian, that this, and it's also, I've got some faith in Jerry here. Jerry's one of the best negotiators ever. If Jerry decides this is the player that I want, I think him and Mark Davis have a good relationship. Mm-hmm. There's a chance that even though the Raiders are saying publicly, and they told Max Crosby yesterday, we don't want to trade you, and Max is not going to come out and say, I want to be traded, because that's not the type of person he is, I still think there's a chance.
Yeah, I feel like there's a few things that happened here, and last night I was trying to get a little clarity on some of them. I think, by the way, James Slater's sources are excellent. I think that Trey Wingo's sources are excellent here, too. But I think where this is at, though, is I think the Raiders had to put like a fire out quick.
Mm-hmm.
And so all of a sudden now you're getting
what it felt like.
Yeah, we're getting
Max wants out.
We got to really kind of take care. And this happened so fast, and then it made like worldwide news. If you're an NFL fan, and a lot of fans are Cowboy fans, and so all of a sudden it's like, whoa. And so I agree with Wolchuk. I don't think this is over. And I say this because of us all standing there at Nobu one time this summer, and Stephen Jones looking at us in the eye and going, I'm not trading Micah Parsons. I'm not trading him. Yeah. Why would I trade Micah Parsons? I'm not doing it. And I think that Charles is absolutely right about, like, there probably was some conversation. It was really convenient yesterday for everybody to be at the NFL owners meeting in New York. And I'm sure there was some conversations probably had then, but I don't think this is over. And I think everything is still in play. I just don't think the Raiders and the Cowboys wanted it to get out this fast.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree with that. That's kind of what it felt like to me. And I just love Charles Robinson because he's got such a great understanding and nuance of it. And he's not afraid of the nuance by trying to oversimplify something. He acknowledged there's gymnastics that go along with this phrasing. And with experience, you can kind of see and ask questions like, well, what exactly does that mean when you're saying something like that? And I think when you're in the business of getting information from teams, we come to understand sometimes they're telling you the truth. Sometimes they're telling you what they erroneously believe is the truth.
Right.
But a lot of times they're doing a PR thing like, this is what we want the world to believe about our position.
Right.
Not necessarily the truth, but we got to spin this story hard, and you're never quite sure until the actions always end up speaking much louder than words. But right now, like the top three players in the trade market, all the teams have come out and said, we're not trading Waddle, we're not trading Jeffrey Simmons, we're not trading Max Crosby.
Yeah.
And it's because they're in a negotiation, possibly.
Yeah. And the Raiders are just pulling out all the stops now. An hour ago, they tweeted out the bringer of chaos, and it is just a Max Crosby hype video for 60 seconds.
There you go.
Like they're doing everything they can.
We love you, Max.
To remind the folks that they love him, and if you want him, you are going to have to pry him out of their fingers.
I mean, he's like a superstar and a mascot all in one. I don't think there's been a player who's got the look of a Raider more since Lyle Alzado in the 70s, Brian. What do you think about that?
Yeah, they've had some in the 70s. Lyle Alzado would be a really good one. John Matuszak.
Looks like a pirate.
The twos. Yeah. I mean, they've
it's
had
like a biker gang.
They've had
rolled up on
every
you.
one of those guys that played are all Super Bowl champs. But you're absolutely right. I think the Mark Davis angle is really, really, really good. The Cowboys have a history of dealing with the Raiders recently here with Mari Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, I think everything is still in place. I just think that it got out a little too quick, and so now you have people kind of say, "Oh, we gotta walk this back a little." But I think the Cowboys are clearly into the trade market, and I think they're clearly looking at all possibilities of defensive help. I don't think they're lying to you about that. And I would say they're going to keep calling on Max Crosby.
Wow, that's interesting. All right, I needed that once again. Yeah. I love that reality. I keep my fingers crossed they could get the player, but there's a lot of smoke around this one. There's just a lot of smoke out there about the Cowboys being interested, and that's something to legitimately celebrate. This might be the most exciting player acquisition window since they were pursuing Nnamdi Asomugha in 2011. We just don't get this.
Yeah.
We don't get this as a Cowboy fan. They're about to sign a big free agent or they're about to do this. There's just, there's not been a lot of buildup. But I would say, even if you can't get Crosby, there's a lot of ways to go out here and improve this football team. So we don't necessarily have to be laser focused on this. I just think he's the best player available.
100%. He's the big name. And then you look at Trey Hendrickson, and then we can start to talk about the Bradley Chubbs, the Jalen Phillips in Miami, or Jermaine Johnson, Will McDonald with the Jets, some of the other players that are out there. But I also feel better about the Cowboys being a lot more active and not just sitting and waiting for a deal to come to them, which was my fear, because we had a lot of people that we love and respect on the beat, right? Whether it's Calvin Watkins or Clarence or Nick Harris or whoever it might be. And it was, the Cowboys hadn't made calls. And maybe they hadn't made a call specifically to the Raiders, but I do think behind the scenes, they are going and exploring all options. And kudos to Will McClay and the pro scouting department. And I think even Steven and Jerry that are man, we've got a special offense here, and we got a quarterback that's playing the best he's ever played. Let's go ahead and strike and get some excitement going here and go ahead and make a run at it.
Yeah, maximize the opportunity. That's all you can really ask for from your team. And you look around at how Philly added Saquon Barkley, and the Buccaneers added Ndamukong Suh and Rob Gronkowski, and the 49ers add McCaffrey. The Rams got Ndamukong Suh and Jalen Ramsey.
And Odell Beckham Jr.
Yeah, you don't win it by adding fringe-level depth players. You add it by having Brady Mahomes, or when you're close, you address your shortcomings with an all-pro level player. And that's when you know your front office really understands what it's going to take to get the job done. Trayvon Diggs is at the Star, remains in concussion protocol, and is not practicing today, but a number of Cowboys are, and it's a lot of fun here on Cowboys Twitter right now to see the photos of Savone Revel and DeMarvion Overshone out there practicing. Revel's first real practice since he was drafted by the Cowboys, so this is it's definitely a good vibes day up there at the Star, coming off a win, getting reinforcements, and talking about maybe the team helping him out in a big way at the trade deadline. Okay, Jaden Daniels is out for the weekend. Marcus Mariota is going to get another shot for Washington, as they're not sure how long that hamstring is going to keep him out, but that's pretty early in the week to rule him out for this one. So I'm going to go ahead and stick to my looked like about a month to me.
That's a Monday night game for them, right? Is that at Kansas City?
Yeah.
It's tough. Well,
but we got Mavs open tonight, boys.
Yeah, we do. Let's go.
Stephen A. Smith says the Mavs will win the title if they are healthy. I like that. I could see it. I can't rule it out. I don't even know if they're going to make the playoffs, though.
Yeah. The fragility of the team that Nico has put together is pretty wild.
Yeah.
But they should be a total force of nature defensively. And, the rim protection, all that kind of stuff is going to be awesome. It's just, to me, it comes down to the health. And there's no way to be confident in that.
Yeah, it's brutal, and after the first two big ones, you still have Derek Lively to look at. Daniel Gafford's coming in hurt. If you can assume health, though, just the Gafford, Lively, Anthony Davis front court is insane. I really think they need to find a way to get Cooper Flagg and PJ Washington on the court together as well, to give you the perimeter defense, along with size and playmaking, two unselfish players. Obviously, when Kyrie Irving comes back, that's going to be your main point guard guy. But I think the biggest storyline between now and then is how much Cooper Flagg can you get at the point, because if you can pull that off and he can run everything, the defensive upgrade you're going to get by not having to put a more traditional point guard out on the court, I think could propel you in the regular season, just having an overwhelming defense. Now, as far as winning the championship, OKC is so gosh dang good. Like and they brought everybody back. I think this is the last year they're going to be able to have all these dudes together before the salary cap and the luxury tax imposes its will upon them. Championship windows are very short in this NBA unless you're willing to lose a lot of money like Golden State was with the luxury tax. So I don't know how Stephen A. Smith quite negotiates that. Like, what's the weakness of OKC that you're going to exploit here? I know the Mavs have had tremendous success against them in the regular season, but I'm not taking that for granted at all. I think OKC is clearly the best team across the entire league.
Yeah, they're next level. They're young and they have the continuity. So and I think they have a chance to be even better defensively this year than they were last year. So yeah, that's gonna be they're a juggernaut.
Maybe Stephen A. was talking to Jaden Hardy, though. He says this year's Mavericks team better than last year's. Quote, the team we have this year is better in so many ways. That may be a little shot fired at Luka. Certainly reads that.
I don't know how long Jaden Hardy's going to be on the team.
Well, I'd love to think that he's trade bait. I don't know if they can get anything for him anymore.
No, I mean, his value's pretty darn low. He looked terrible in the preseason.
Okay, Mark Stein, a longtime Mavs reporter, taking his talents to Amazon Prime. He's joined Amazon's NBA coverage as an editorial contributor. The network confirmed to Front Office Sports. I can imagine he does do a little bit of sideline reporting, but is he going to start writing for Amazon? Is Amazon Sports going to be a website power now?
Probably so. I mean, they're probably trying to get some guys to step in, maybe some insiders. And if you're especially an insider with the Dallas Mavs, that's the real value for Tim McMahon for ESPN.
Yeah,
Tim's good with the Memphises and those teams in this area, but his real focus is Dallas Mavericks. And if you got a good team, and so what Mark can do too is Mark can bring that same kind of level of insight to. It's a little bit different, I think, with no Luka around, but at least he can report. When they need an insider for Maverick stuff, he could be that guy.
He's dialed around the league, I think, pretty good as well.
No, he's really good. Yeah, he's really good. But like I said, he's got that. It was much better when Cuban owned the team for him. But he's still highly respected in that building down the street.
What a first night in the league last night, though, on NBC. Thunder over the Rockets in double overtime. SGA with 35 points, and the Warriors beat the Lakers 119-109 despite 43 from Luka. He was on fire, 17 of 27 shooting, 12 rebounds and 9 assists. There it is, little round ball lock for you. 31 from Jimmy Buckets, 23 from Curry as we are off and running in the association. 8:30 tip tonight, ESPN. Are we getting Charles and Kenny and Shaq?
5 o'clock. Starting at 5 o'clock on ESPN today.
We get 1 hour?
Get him in the post game, I think, too, after the Mavs game tonight. So, man, it's going to be fun.
It is. I'm excited. It's going to be a blast.
Okay, we got the top 10 at 2:20 coming up after the G-Bag of the Day champion. What's the subject matter today, Chuck?
Well, in honor of the Cooper Flagg debut, what are the top 10 most anticipated debuts in NBA history? Heck, what's the debut you were most hyped for? 877-881-1053. That's next in the nation.
Hello. We are tracking the NFL trade deadline. We're getting you ready for Mavs opening night. Spurs in town. It's time for the champ, plus Wolchuk's Top 10. Brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Never an out-of-pocket cost. Only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here we go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Champ is here. Champ is here. G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan 5:30. Replay the champ right about here. You caught it, you lucky son of a gun. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. Hit me up on social media at Lucky Lucius P, whatever. Anyway, this is day 2 going for 3 of this champion audio. Longtime Cowboys fan right here, Miss Gonzalez. Girl, we are playing you on the radio. Somebody tell Miss Gonzalez we are playing her on the radio. Longtime Cowboys fan right here. She's not a fan of how they were treating Dak. Ref, where is that flag?
Yeah, look at that son of a bitch, Commander, what he does to my quarterback.
Yeah.
He's a f***ing ass.
Yeah.
Illegal my ass. He almost killed my quarterback. Kick him out of the game. Out of the game.
Hey.
855 head. Get him out of there.
Get him out.
Always playing nasty, even when they were the Washington Redskins. They always have to keep doing that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Damn right I'm mad.
They've been like this.
That's uncalled for.
Damn right I'm mad.
Yeah, look what he did. He almost took his head off.
That might be the finest look at that son of a bitch in the history of radio. It's
amazing.
It's iconic.
Mira.
Look at this. The champion, Miss Gonzalez, tune in. She'll face some challengers tonight at 5:30 right before we get to LA Live. Here's Wolchuk's Top 10 at 220.
All righty. 877-881-1053. We've got the top 10 NBA debuts. Which ones are the most anticipated? We've got Cooper Flagg making his regular season debut with the Mavs tonight against Wemby and the Spurs. But you can give any sport if you had another player that you're like super pumped to see. 877-881-1053. It's also National Nut Day, boys. Get your nut.
Today's National Nut Day.
National Nut Day.
I eat these peanuts every day. I'm so addicted.
You're on a run
man.
right
The
now.
roasted joints with the salt, y'all.
It probably helps also consume the water.
Yeah, it does.
Keeps you thirsty.
I hope they're not bad for you.
Well, okay. I'm glad you brought
Somebody's
this up.
about to come out with that, Lucius.
Yeah.
Get ready, yeah.
Dueling
Have you been
lists.
eating peanuts?
Yeah.
You fool. Call 1-800.
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
So are the peanuts on the top 10?
eating peanuts.
Yeah.
Number 6.
I'll kick their ass.
I'll kick your ass.
Big peanut convince you to eat them.
6th healthiest nut, Lucius. You're good.
All right.
6th healthiest nut you can eat.
What is the number one healthiest nut that you can
Cashew?
eat?
Healthiest nut.
Almond?
The almond nut.
Mm.
Almonds are number
You guys
1.
hate Almond Joy.
I love almond joys. It's coconut and almonds, bro.
I'm the same way, man.
Can't do 'em.
I am
It's
the
just,
same
it's
way.
the coconut, man.
The
It's
coconut is great.
It makes
I
it
like
great.
the flavor, but I as I've said, it's the
Texture.
grainy texture of it.
There's a Twix sitting right there. There's a Kit Kat.
So
Give
you
me a
guys
break.
never had a real coconut and it was like had your dad like screw it open, drill it open,
I don't
and
think so.
drink the juice
No,
out of it,
no,
and you start scooping it with a spoon?
I did it. I did it in Mexico for the first time.
Okay.
When I went there with my wife, I watched her cousin climb up the tree, knock it down, bust that bad boy open, and it's
Was it not jamming?
Did you put a straw in
It's
there?
incredible.
It was great for Start drinking
hydration.
it out of
No
it?
straw. I think I was just going mouth to coconut and drinking it down. But it's way better than
You
just the
animal.
coconut water that we have here in cans and stuff, which I've come around on. But like the flavor of the actual coconut water,
Yeah.
dude, really.
Shout out to
freaking fire.
Coco Nut.
Amen.
Cocoa nut. Like I love it Thai curry, which is like coconut milk based.
Mhm.
So it's not a flavor issue with the coconut, but again, it's like the grainy, gritty texture.
It's like the white
of the
part of the
shavings.
egg for me.
Yeah, exactly,
The rubber
exactly.
part.
That's what it is. 214 agrees. They're the same way.
That's how I feel about peppers, onions, mushrooms.
But is
The
that a flavor thing?
texture?
That's a
no,
texture
the
thing?
texture thing. Is
Okay.
just, yeah.
I respect
Freaks
it.
me out.
Cashews are 3 on the healthiest nuts. By the way, your top
Okay.
3 are the cashew, Brazil nuts.
Yeah.
Brazil nuts. I never knew what kind
There's
of
a lot
nut
of good
this
things
was.
out of Brazil.
Oh, Brazil. God, are you kidding me?
Yeah, a lot of good things.
Talk about I like big backs, Shotty.
What?
Shout out to Brazil.
Yeah, man. What's going
Can't
on?
lie.
What's the Brazilian nut got to say?
The Brazil nut,
They
you'll
just had the
recognize
Miss
it.
Boom Boom contest, by the way, in Brazil. Maybe like a few weeks ago, the Miss Boom Boom contest.
Ayo, the boom boom.
Let's sync that up with the Cowboys trip to Brazil. Wouldn't that be great?
That would
go
be
watch
fun.
the Cowboys
Lucius, can we
and
get
Miss
that on
Boom
the
Boom.
screen here?
Boom Boom contest. I thought about bringing it up when it was nice, and I was like, it's probably too toxic.
Creamy Brazil nuts are a source of selenium. Selenium, I think is the right word for this. Selenium, Selenium. Selenium.
What are we doing?
Yeah, I think you nailed it.
Sometimes words are hard, Brian. Okay, you can't say groin. Don't come at me.
No,
It's an essential trace mineral, man.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Hazelnuts at 4 and macadamia nuts at 5. I do love a good macadamia nut.
The
And peanuts at
cookies,
6.
man. Cookies are good.
Yes, they are. Pistachios at 8, by the way. So if you're worried,
Ice cream on that.
like, oh my gosh, pistachios, are they unhealthy? They're not. They're a healthy nut. Well, let's get to the legends of the most anticipated NBA debut. Gavin, you are an NBA fan.
Yeah.
Maybe, was baseball your first sport that you like? Because you played?
Did ever tell you it was a board off?
Or was basketball still
was
basketball
Baseball
your
was first
love?
sport.
Okay.
Yeah, baseball was first sport, but I ended up liking basketball the most.
So who was the player maybe making their debut that you got most hyped for?
This hurts, man. It was Greg Oden.
I don't blame you, though, dude. Greg Oden looked like an absolute savage coming out of Ohio State.
We were so fired
I don't
up.
wanna laugh.
We went to his first
A lot
preseason
of heavy
game.
lifting on that back, huh?
We went to his first preseason game like it was historic.
Oh,
you know,
crap.
Do you have a
I
jersey?
think the city of Portland actually threw a parade when he was drafted and he first arrived. It was like, holy cow, because you had just gotten LaMarcus Aldridge from the Longhorns, shout out Seagoville, and Brandon Roy had won Rookie of the Year from Washington. So you get lucky, kind of like the Mavs just did and won the draft lottery. It was like, oh my goodness, you know, it was looking like the OKC Thunder roster.
Man, that really was. If Greg Oden could have stayed healthy, and Brandon Roy.
Yeah, within 5 years they were both done. And
damn,
LaMarcus was a great player, but he's being
that
Kevin
is
Durant
heartbreaking.
didn't really amount to much though.
Greg Oden did look like a 50-year-old playing as a rookie, though.
Yeah, like in the face.
He did.
Yeah.
Like he looked like an old grandfather.
Old man.
Yeah.
Like making the Final Four run.
Damn, bro. He said his mom's an old hag. That's what it is.
No, I
There's
said
a certain age you got to catch. If she
I
got
said-
over that age,
I said old
give your son
man.
an old face,
Old
son.
man.
Your old man just taught you a lesson.
I think DeAndre Ayton has a little bit of that too.
He does. Yes. Look, they just
Middle-aged face.
Look old. There's some people that look young.
Oh, this is not you.
They're always going to look young, but some people have the old
Middle-aged
face.
man. Remember that bit?
Yeah, look at the old man. He
You looking
looks
at my
like
gut?
an old ape. Boom, boom.
I'm working on
Look
it.
at that rust.
I'm working on it here.
Yeah.
Big Grego, and that is a heartbreaker. Lucius, do you have anyone that's like had a better career than Grego?
Tell him Oscar Robertson.
No, man.
Lucius,
No, we're
1960.
talking about debuts, right?
Yeah.
Debuts.
No, my debut, I had it locked in. Whatever the cats were wearing on Christmas Day, the shoes they were wearing, they were debuting new shoes back in my day,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So those are the shoes that you wanted to go see. That you like, all right, I got my Christmas money. I'm going to go spend my money on whatever MJ had on or whatever Penny had on or Barkley, whatever. So, yeah, that was my debut.
Was this the Lucius,
shoe
Lucius Marie phase of your life?
That is, no, Lucius Marie is my older phase. Now that I have some gay friends, they call me Lucius Marie.
Oh.
Yeah,
I thought
and
the
Daddy
shoes,
Lucius.
The shoes. I thought
No, that was Little Lucius days. Definitely L.A. Little Lucius.
Little Lucius.
When
Yeah.
does Zaddy Lucius come in?
I don't know. They just threw that in. Maybe I was helping them with the grill one time. They was like, Zaddy Lucius. I had my shorts on out there at Disney when we were out there at Disney, and they was like, Zaddy Lucius, I'll see you with the Hoochie Daddy shorts.
Hoochie Daddies.
Those are my wife's friends, but I'm the +1, and they're hella gay. Yeah, he's like 6'5", gay dude, big as hell. Queen, bro.
Blake Griffin comes in at number 10, most anticipated NBA debuts. Blake Griffin with the Clippers.
Oh,
in 2010.
LeBron. Oh, we're going to get to LeBron here.
Well, LeBron's going to be really high. Really. He's not going to be 10.
I'm just asking. 03, right?
Golly,
Was
way
that
to
right?
ruin the whole damn list here. Let's just end it. Good God.
Yeah, where can we pivot?
What the hell? Blake Griffin
We
was
can bring
at 10.
back, like, guess the odds if you want to do that.
It's guess that spread.
You want to
Jack.
spread them? You want to spread them right now? I haven't been practicing. 9 is Ralph Sampson.
Wow.
1983. Damn
Let's
it.
go back to the practice.
Wow, bro.
Pause.
Nope.
That wasn't
Hey,
a pause. That
respect
was
to you for putting that work in.
I've been practicing the spreading. Ralph Sampson at
behind
9.
a gun up there.
No. Man, we were actually talked about that last night at the
I've been
Stars.
thinking about that all night.
How?
I think Broadus might be right. There's no way that man put that thing up in there, bro.
The handle.
There's no way. It must have been another way. Like, it was in his sock or something.
Yeah.
There's no way that man put that thing up in there,
It's
bro.
just the human body doesn't work that way to where you can just find a way to contort that gun up there.
And then I was thinking about how much clout he must have in jail. Be like, yo, you know what I can do?
The party trick. I've got a really unique set of skills.
Turn around.
Yeah, we got butt cracked on that one.
What?
Say
I
that
don't think we
again.
did.
No,
I think you ask some of these ER nurses what kind of stuff is shoved up there.
Hamster.
You know?
This could be another top 10.
Yeah,
Maybe
they
this
do
is
say
where we
some
pivot.
wild stuff they find in
Crazy.
the ERs.
Top 10 prison.
Shampoo bottles.
But people are really adventurous, you know what I mean? Like, hey, Saturday night, I'm kind of bored. I done had these Zimas.
A Buzz Lightyear action figure.
Oh, gosh.
Poor Buzz, bro.
To infinity and beyond.
Where am I going? Where am I going?
All right, top 10
A
things
motorized
people
tire
hide.
pump.
Tire pump?
Yeah.
Motorized?
Motorized tire pump. What the Google AI says.
He said, I ain't got no filling in this thing. I got to bring some filling back.
Golly.
Aerosol cans are number 10 on the things that people most hide up there.
Yeah.
Aerosol cans, food items, electronics, live animals.
And with some of those subcompact pistols, the handle is only like 2 fingers worth.
Yeah, there you go.
It was a real small
The
one.
real small was like my grandmother used to have in her purse or something like that.
Like the Wild
real
West.
small
Yeah,
22s.
yeah.
Just get somebody off
One
of you
shot,
real quick.
one
Yeah, one
shot.
shot.
Gosh.
That sounds manageable.
But not in the leg. I mean, you gotta make
That's
that
still a
handle.
lot of work, though,
You gotta
bro.
handle. You gotta make that handle.
Money.
Turn
I would have
around,
saved
man.
it for my escape.
Yeah.
I'm heading to jail.
I'm getting more than a leg shot off.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You got to ask everybody to leave your cell, too, when you're getting that done. Hey, man, you got to get out of here real quick.
Gracious. Larry Bird, number 8, most anticipated debuts. I thought Larry Bird would be a little higher.
I thought you were still talking about things that go in people's
Yeah,
asses.
I'm pivoting. I'm moving around from nuts to butt stuff and
Easy.
you know, legends. Patrick Ewing at number 7. Yao Ming, 2002, number 6.
Oh, yeah.
Yao Ming was a pretty big one.
That's a big one.
Yeah,
Massive.
He's a big guy.
I'm the franchise. You know what I mean?
Yao Ming. Victor Wembanyama, who the Mavs are playing tonight, at number 5 in 2023.
Man, that seems like it's pretty low for him.
Shaq at 4, 1992, making his debut.
Larger than life.
Magic, right?
Yes, that was with the Magic. Do you think tonight's debut for Cooper Flagg bigger than any of these so far? Blake Griffin, Ralph Sampson, Larry Bird, Patrick Ewing, Yao.
I think
Wemby.
I'd stay below
All of
Larry
them?
Bird, maybe.
But he bigger than Blake Griffin.
That's what I'm saying. Wasn't he like number 9?
Number 10?
Blake was a superstar freak of nature.
He was a
Highlights.
freak.
Yeah.
But I mean, this guy, we're talking about a dude who's been supposed to be number 1 for the
Young
last
guy.
5 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
A lot of hype.
Great White Hope, right? According to Fred Davis.
Who was? Who was a Great White Hope?
Cooper Flagg.
Fred Davis.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. How's it feel to be that white guy?
He literally asked him that. He sat next to him and said, "How does it feel to be
Dawson's going to ask him tonight. Watch.
Couldn't believe
that
it.
white guy?"
How's it feel? You're him.
Wilt Chamberlain at number 3,
Yeah.
1959.
Philadelphia Warriors.
That had to be just not fair for everybody else.
I was at the game.
Were you?
Yeah.
How was it? Was it
really-
packed?
Yeah, it was a packed house there.
Wait, you was at the Wilt Chamberlain game?
Yeah.
Damn.
Were you there?
59.
Were you there?
Not really. I was born in 63.
Oh,
Damn
bro.
it.
Look how we all believe that, too.
Don't ball sack
We
me like
all
that.
went for it. Sorry, man. I'm sorry,
Knowledge
man.
bomb
I'm just
redacted.
I'm just sitting there watching
Bogey.
watching Wilt Chamberlain.
Quit lying to us, man.
Sorry, man.
LeBron at 2.
That's how grandpas be getting their stories off, too, on the young
Yeah,
ones.
I know.
What, really? Is a 20-pound bass? Yep.
Yeah, right out there in the lake. I reached down there with my hand and got it out of there.
Walked uphill to school, both ways. No shoes on. LeBron at number 2
Oh, 2.
with the biggest
Magic
debut.
Johnson.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Oh, really?
Magic didn't make the
I
top
would
10.
have said. I'm
Was the
surprised.
NBA even a big enough deal in the 60s
Yeah,
and
it
50s?
was.
It was?
I think
69?
I could think Bill Walton's not on this list. How about him?
All right.
He won
Bill
like
Walton
80 something straight games at UCLA.
I like the Bill Walton one. I think that's a good
R.I.P.
Oh,
one.
to the
Text
legend.
in.
I appreciate that, Brian.
That's
Picks
weird.
me up after the
That's
Greg
weird.
Oden debacle.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
1977, what were you doing that day?
Yeah, other
I
things
was at the
people
game.
shoved in their rectums.
Yeah, what is it?
Relax, how you say that?
Let's let's
but
build
you're right,
to
you're
number
right.
one
Don't be
here.
Well, number one is
irresponsible over
pretty. You will guess it.
Oh, okay. The
It's
standard.
It's the drugs.
Oh, okay. I was
Yeah,
thinking of a different D word.
I told you them party girls.
Yeah.
They told me
Illegal
about the
drugs.
mollies. They be like, I'll be right back.
Illegal drugs, money, weapons, contraband,
Money.
keys. Gosh, that was wow. The
kilo?
Like, oh man.
Oh, like dope?
No,
Wow.
no. Like handcuff keys.
Big butt. Yeah, on a ring too. About 4 of them joints on that damn thing.
But the live animals.
It just ran out of pockets, you know. You had to put them somewhere. Got the key to the city up there and everything.
Who's putting a live animal up there? Though?
Richard Gere.
Yeah, I was about to
Is that
say.
a gerbil?
Yeah, was that okay? So
Some kind of kink. Their little hands would scratch on the.
Poor Richard Gere, bro.
Yeah.
Like whether it's true or not, it's living with him.
Yeah.
It's going to the grave with him at this point.
The
Poor
man
guy.
married Cindy Crawford. That's the only thing we remember about him.
Call me.
Gerbil.
Had some hate on him.
Oh dear Lord.
Tim Cato, All City, joining us at 3 o'clock. We're talking Mavs. Chief, what's next?
Those little hands.
The sports hodgepodge where we flag around and find out next in the nation.
Looking to upgrade your vehicle? Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. Tim Cato, All City Dallas, talking Mavs with you coming up at 3 o'clock. Here's the Chief with the Sports Hodgepodge.
Yes, it's Flagg debut day. Let's go ahead and crank open the Hodgepodge.
TJ Hushmanzado, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10?
You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone?
Well,
it
is the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly.
We
no
have
one's
thousands.
listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
The front page of the Dallas Morning News reads, everything's bigger in Texas, even my expectations. With the photo of Cooper Flagg. Today is the debut. We will get to all things Cooper, and we start with the Gatorade Cooper Flagg commercial as narrated by Dirty Dirk Nowitzki.
You know what legacy looks like. You know what it takes to earn it. Yours begins now. The pick made, the city chosen. Not the next Dirk, the first Cooper.
All right. It's not the next Dirk.
It's the first Cooper.
It's the first Cooper. Now,
yeah.
The Mavs debut. Do you know what Dirk's Mavs debut looked like from a points and assist standpoint?
Let me get 12 points, 4 assists.
I like it.
I think it was less than that.
You're going less?
I'm going less.
You're going under 12?
I'm going under 12.
Wolchuk, you want to go under 12, or do you want to go over?
I'm going to go with 14 and 7.
2 points. Wow. For the Diggler. 4 assists, though. How about that?
He was still kicking his heels up.
Yeah.
He had to make a little adjustment on that.
How about Luka? Do you guys remember his debut?
It was probably pretty filthy.
17 and 8.
10 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists.
Almost double-double.
What do you guys think the Cooper Flagg Prize Picks points is set at? Wolchuk might already know this.
We're going to bow out of this one, boys.
Okay, Wolchuk's going to bow out of this one. What do you think tonight Prize Picks has his points line set at?
15.
Oh, I was going to say 14 and a half.
16 and a half for Cooper Flagg tonight.
It's an interesting one.
Should we hit the more on that? I think I'm going to hit the more. I'm just going to be in Flagg excitement
I went with the
mode.
more, but that's also like being a homer and hoping he just crushes it. I could see the less maybe being the play.
I only take more on my teams. If I need to do some unders, I look elsewhere. I don't want to be rooting against anybody.
He did the first day of school sign because he's making his debut.
Oh, yeah.
And so you ask him some
When
questions.
did we start doing that, by the way?
It's a good question. I would say sometime in the last half decade.
Yeah, I mean,
Never did
spring
that.
training, they were doing it.
Never did that
baseball.
at Nathan Adams.
There's
The
a
old public-
sign?
Yeah.
Like you know how kids on their first day
My
of school,
first
they have
day of
like
school.
a sign.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They have like a couple of
Backpack.
questions. This is my favorite this. This is my favorite that.
Yeah, get to know you.
The nickname is Coop. I guess we knew that. Right? I don't know.
Maybe not.
And fun fact about Cooper Flagg.
He doesn't listen to music.
I don't think that's not a fun fact. It is a fact, but it's just not very fun.
Well, I don't know what he loves Star Wars.
It's uncomfortable. He
yeah. I want to make him.
He's not
uncomfortable.
superstitious.
He's good at cornhole, according
Okay.
to Cooper Flagg himself.
There's a surprise.
He can't beat me, my tiny hands. I'm one of the best cornhole players in the station.
Wait, is Sean Crutch first
Yeah,
about
yeah,
his
he is.
cornhole?
Yeah, him and RJ have been pretty good together.
Yeah, the board's never straight in my backyard. I got to get something fixed. Do a spot for some ground repair company. Maybe they'll help me.
His favorite food.
Yeah.
This is where I'm back now.
He likes Italian.
He's he's a steak guy.
Oh, okay.
Red meat.
He's a steak guy.
He's going for the steaks.
He's
The competitive
Is
advantage.
he from Maine? Where are we from?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah,
I
he's
should have
from
said
Newport, Maine.
I should have said lobster roll.
Yeah, I think he was asked about that in his introductory presser. He said he's really into a huge lobster guy.
He's not really a much of anything guy.
Steak. Star Wars.
He's just a steak, cornhole, and basketball. That's pretty much what it is.
What you don't
Ball
know
is
is
life.
Cooper the Hooper.
he's rolling around out there in Harry Hines. We just don't know about it.
Knox and Henderson is really the hot spot.
Yeah, he doesn't want
Right
you.
here?
He acts
Knox
like
and Henderson is the real hot spot.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
Harry
really?
Hines
Now?
is right there in your face. Knox and Henderson is the real deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Real ball nose.
Okay, so Lucius knows exactly what. Lucius, where were you like 30 seconds
I
ago?
had a long conversation with somebody who took a sex trafficking course here in this area.
Oh.
And they were telling me the hot spots.
The hot spots.
Yeah.
Watch out, boys.
Uh-oh.
Careful.
Hide your wallets.
Careful.
Goodness.
The get-in price to see Wemby versus Flagg tonight, a measly $43 if you're in San Antonio or you want to hop in the car right now. You can get there by tip-off and spend $43 to watch the debut of Cooper Flagg. So, I mean, my goodness, that's pretty cheap.
I'd go.
Yeah, that's absolutely affordable. Absolutely.
Like, there's a part of me that's thinking, like, why wouldn't we go to the game?
Should we just leave and go now?
Yeah,
If we left now, we'd make it.
You guys did a good job on the hockey last night.
We get it at the AAC. Yeah, we need
That was a bad
AAC
first
redemption.
period.
Last night was a nightmare at the Stars game.
Did not go well.
Did you guys see the Flagg New Balance shoes, by the way?
I walked by it.
Respect our flag.
They look.
I walk by his poster when I go to dinner on Tuesday nights. It's in the there's a New Balance store, and he's hanging out.
Oh, because you're still like going through that little area, all the restaurants in that specific.
Yeah,
spot.
that area over there in Preston Hollow.
Yeah,
and they got a New Balance store, and they've got him and the lady who runs the 440. I think the famous track lady. She's a New Balance gal.
These look horrible, and I don't
they
even
look
know
bad.
if it's the New Balance logo on them that make them look extra bad. Like, would they look better if there was a swoosh on there? I don't know, but they don't pop at all.
They look about like his personality.
Yeah.
They don't have a swoosh on them. That's why they look bad.
Yeah, these are not awesome.
No, they look boring.
These are yard cutting shoes in about 6 months after you wear them. You're cutting the yards in them.
Yeah, these are.
Did I order some? Yeah, I did. But
They're
I don't
comfortable.
like them.
They perform well.
Oh, they like
the John Deere ones.
Yeah, to get off my lawn fives.
They're called Hezzy Low V2 Clay
Hezzy.
Ash / Boulder.
Lucius, can we fish in them?
Oh, yeah, those are definitely some fishers.
We got some comfortable shoes in the
I'll
boat.
get close to that bank, too, and pull some stuff out there for you if you get hung up with them
Oh, yeah.
joints on.
Those are
Yeah, it's terrible.
those are what we call river shoes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, going swimming in the river.
Yeah.
$120.
I thought I told you to pick them toys up sixes. Don't make your mama mad fours.
So, did you guys see the Thunder's championship rings?
Yeah.
Oh,
Haven't
yeah.
seen 'em yet.
I saw them with you last night.
Yeah.
I mean, these things are freaking badass. Dude.
They're pretty sharp.
They're getting better with these rings, man. You can't even wear them anymore.
Okay, so they actually
I think we were the last year where you could wear them in '96. After that, I think it's become pretty ridiculous.
they have an accommodation for that particular situation because the championship rings have gotten so large and so gaudy.
So we got a secondary ring.
So it actually opens up.
Yeah.
And there's like a secondary ring that looks more just like
Yeah.
your standard like
There you go.
wedding ring.
Yeah,
It's
there you go.
engraved with some things,
There you
but
go.
each player has a more wearable everyday ring
Yeah.
as the heart of the actual super blinged out championship
Can't
ring.
wear them anymore, man.
Yeah,
No,
they're
you
pretty large.
can't.
Wear your rings.
Wow. They're getting all kinds of great functionality. I think every team in every sport is going to take that trend.
Yeah.
We're making these 2-in-1s.
Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer. And these look super sharp. I mean, their colors are cool. It pops 14 karat white and yellow gold with blue and orange sapphires.
I think I saw the Florida Panther rings have a lot more color to them, like their actual uniform colors on their ring. I've never seen much of that where there's actual the color on a ring. You know what I'm saying? Like they're red and the
team colors.
The team colors on the ring. I've never seen that very much.
I think
that
Oklahoma
red gold
City-
is rare.
Yeah, it is a beautiful color. And
Somebody
then-
on the fan text said Brian brought us fives.
I can see you
That'd be the
repping
Hawkos.
those.
I'm just saying, man. If you make a comfortable fishing shoe, I'm all in.
Now with you, bro.
Yeah.
And Flag did that. Shout out to you, Flag.
Stand out on the
did
boat
that.
long
He did
time.
that.
Yeah.
He did it.
Yeah, bro.
And great news from Shams Charania. The NBA will return to painting the Larry O'Brien Trophy at center court.
Yes.
And final script logo on the home team's floor for the final starting this season.
What were we doing?
What were we doing,
It
bro?
took since 2009 to make this happen.
Yeah, since 2009.
That's
we've
ridiculous.
NBA fans have been bullying the NBA for years and years, and finally they've come around.
I almost started ripping YouTube or something, but I realized they pay me now, so I can't rip them.
Yeah, don't be doing that.
YouTube tried to, at least electronically, put it out there.
I don't want to rip YouTube.
Well, there it is, boys.
Thank you. We're ready. Okay, we got 4 hours of sports left. Chief's going to have a rim session for you at 6:20. We'll talk more basketball throughout the day.
4 hours?
Yeah, we got 4 hours of sports coming up, including Tim Cato, All City Dallas, talking Mavs with you coming up next year on The Fan.
the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome in. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We do have the Cowboys Twitter coming up at 3:20, and we'll talk about why our guys are not closing the book on Max Crosby to the Cowboys, even though that's been the tone since shortly after we went off air last night. On Cowboys Tour. We'll talk more about that here coming up in about 20 minutes. But Tim Cato, DLLS Mavericks, joins us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, Tim. How you doing?
Doing fantastic. How are you guys?
We're doing wonderful, man. We're so excited about the NBA getting underway again. Mavs and Spurs tonight, 8:30. What'd you think about Jaden Hardy saying the team we have this year is better in so many ways? How'd that hit you?
Kind of seems like what any player in his position would say. I think it's absolutely a very deep, a very loaded team. I think the questions about the Mavericks are, for as much depth as they have, how does it all fit? How do the pieces come together? That is a journey and a process we're going to start learning about tonight. Obviously, for all the people who say, when Kyrie's healthy, blank about the Mavericks, whatever they want to say, and usually it's very glowing, it still is objectively true that Dallas is not going to have Kyrie Irving for half or more of the season. At the same time, absolutely, this is a highly talented team with a lot of players who are just objectively good. And Cooper Flagg, and kind of tonight and kind of for the opening months of the season, all eyes in every possible way are on Cooper Flagg, this megastar generational prospect who's about to make his NBA debut.
The one of the interesting things there is how much real point guard can he do? D'Angelo Russell starting at point guard tonight. How much do you expect Flagg to see the ball in his hand?
Well, it quite possibly may not be D'Angelo even in the starting lineup. It may be Cooper at the 1. We don't know the starting lineup. I was at Mavs practice yesterday. Jason Kidd was asked and declined to reveal his starting lineup. Some coaches care about that. Some coaches reveal it the day before. Jason Kidd clearly falls in the former camp. We don't know what the starting lineup is going to be, but there's been some hints, some indication that, D'Angelo Russell may come off the bench. Basically, the way I see point guard in the modern NBA, obviously the position has changed a lot. Increasingly, you see, players as tall as Luka, 6'8". There's a bunch of, 6'5", 6'8", 6'10" point guards in the NBA. There are players like Jokic, who basically are the primary creators, even if they are not, whatsoever have the traditional mold of a body, of a point guard. What the position is basically is a skill set, and it's several skill sets in terms of ball handling and playmaking and creativity. And I think teams can either choose to play with a point guard, with somebody who has those skill sets, or they can choose not to do it. So if Cooper Flagg is playing 1, if he is technically the best ball handler, the guy who has the ball in the court, in his hands the most often, it doesn't necessarily make him a point guard. It just means that, Dallas is going to kind of go without a point guard in lineups where they don't have D'Angelo Russell or Brandon Williams, or Andrew Nembhard, or Ryan Nembhard, on the court. They're kind of going to go without a point guard, and that has, pros and cons, and that's what we're going to kind of see where, what Dallas is thinking is that, even if they don't have the point guard skills on the court, the offense may be a little bit stickier. It may not look quite as clean and fluid as you would hope, but there's going to be advantages in terms of the defense and everything else that it brings to the court when they play lineups like that.
Yeah, I mean, from like a stylistic standpoint and a strategy standpoint, what are changes that we can expect with the way they're going to be going about, especially offensively, trying to put up as many points as they can compared to what it was during the Luka era?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much since Dirk Nowitzki, and then Luka continued more, in an even stronger way. Dallas has been an offense that ran pick and rolls. Dirk Nowitzki was, fantastic to go, as a screen setter because he had so much gravity and attention that would come to him. And then Luka, quite possibly the best pick and roll ball handler and decision maker in league history. Certainly in the league right now, I don't think there's any question that what he does on pick and roll is just extraordinary, extraterrestrial. Dallas isn't going to run a lot of pick and rolls this year. Not in the traditional sense. There's of course going to be a lot of screen setting, but it's not going to be screen setting designed with, a pick and roll ball handler, being able to like run around it and then, execute, a kind of a 2-1, a 2-on-1 type game, a 2-man game. I think it's going to be a lot more of dribble handoffs with, the big men having the ball, tossing into somebody who's coming around. The idea is going to be a lot of back cuts, a lot of movement and motion. So that's what it's going to look like. How effective it is a whole nother question, but that's what we're going to start finding out. But that's kind of, I think, the summary of what Dallas envisions their offense, here in the first half, or more than the first half of the season, until Kyrie Irving is back.
Tim, obviously this roster's super deep coming into this year. Is Najee Marshall a guy that's maybe being overlooked right now? And when we look at guys that can maybe fill that role, not necessarily as a true one, but to help facilitate offense, did we see Najee have a little bit of an ability to do that in times last year?
Yeah, I think so. He when I'm talking like skill set, like he doesn't have the one-to-one point guard skill set, but a big part of being a point guard is just driving into the paint. Because if you get 2 feet in the paint, coaches love to talk about this, 2 feet in the painted area, your offense is going to be better. And Najee is somebody who does that. He does that really well. He can get past his man, even without the threat of the outside shot, which is really inconsistent for him. He is very good. And I think he is kind of overlooked as well, at least in the sense of like a lot of people are bringing up Max Christie. And I like Max Christie. I think he's a solid player. I think Najee Marshall is just so clearly like if there's a minute crunch whatsoever because this team is so deep, it's Najee Marshall who's getting, winning most of the competition for, fellow bench players. There's no question that, if there's only 24 minutes to give between Najee Marshall and Max Christie, I'm giving all 24 to Najee. I think he's a really good player. I think he's really good for this team. I think he's really going to help them. And, I think based off last season, he's kind of becoming a fan favorite as well.
Hey, Tim, we had a crosstalk between shows today, and my concern was all the new coaches on the bench for the Mavs. Is this something that teams worry about, or is this something that don't worry about it, Brian, because these are veteran coaches? Or how do you look at the just the difference of the bench from what we've seen last year from Kidd to this year?
Yeah, my stance or my, how I kind of approach like drastic behind the scene changes, which you're very smart to bring up. I kind of approach it from the sense of I'm going to assume it's not a problem until I start seeing or hearing otherwise, just because, obviously, what goes on behind the scenes, the specifics of everything going on is more nebulous. It isn't something that plays out on the court on television. I will say that it is very odd that so much of Jason Kidd's staff left this summer.
Yeah.
And I'll think it's very clear that a lot of it was, it stemmed back from, it went back to the summer after the finals where a lot of these guys did not get extensions. Typically after a deep finals run, a deep playoff run, you are going to extend and reward the people, who did the hard work behind the scenes and were part of that, making that happen. So it's definitely unusual. At the same time, Dallas, said throughout the process of these guys being prepared to leave and then they left. That's Sean Sweeney, that's Jared Dudley. They said throughout the process that they weren't worried, that it was going to come together well, that they had, they were going to have just as experienced guys coming in. And you really can't argue that they do have a lot of experience on this bench, including Frank Vogel, who, was a former head coach, just a lot of experience on the bench. So we'll see. I think it's notable. I think it's strange. But I don't think it's a problem or a concern until I hear otherwise or until we see Dallas not quite reaching the results that they should be, and we're looking for answers. If the answers aren't with the roster, then maybe that's something we can re-examine.
It's Tim Cato, All-City Dallas Mavericks, here with you on 105.3 The Fan. How many years do you reckon are in the Davis Irving Flagg window? Like how urgently do they need to be taking advantage of having these older guys on their team along with Cooper Flagg?
I mean, in my head, it should probably be 2, this season, next season. And maybe if the next season is super, super effective, you could kind of revisit that. But I do think, I will say this, Anthony Davis is eligible for extension next summer, going into next season. And in some ways, I do view this year for Dallas as a year where they can, kind of reset. It's not fully a gap year per se, because this roster is, still pretty healthy, or still very talented, and Kyrie Irving is supposed to be back. But it just may not be possible for Dallas to overcome all of the Kyrie Irving absence and then get back to, the player that he's been in the past. But if they're going into next season without, they better have proof of concept if they're going to extend Anthony Davis. And even then, if you give him 3 more years and he's locked up for, next summer, if you're locking him up for 4 years in the future at a very, very high dollar level, like that is something that starts to concern me about, is this going to overlap with Flagg and what you need to do with Flagg as he clearly ascends and becomes the best player on the team? So I think Anthony Davis and what happens with Anthony Davis and his contract and whether he gets extended is honestly one of the biggest stories in the NBA next summer. And we'll see. But I think there's a lot that this team and this concept and Anthony Davis needs to prove this year so Dallas can make smart decisions, going into next offseason.
Predictions are so tough in sports, and especially in this NBA where we just keep getting new winners. But I was looking at the wide range of predictions on this Mavs team, and I could see any of them being true. I could see, if everything goes right, them being in the finals. I could also see them not even making the playoffs, Tim.
I think that's fair. I think this team does have a high ceiling, high-ish ceiling. I'm not sure it's title contender ceiling, even if everything breaks right. But I think the floor isn't it's not going to fall out completely, barring injuries, which you can't predict that, especially like before the season when you're making predictions. But certainly Anthony Davis is somebody who's injury prone. We all know that. But I do think this team. I put them like 13th best in the NBA, which doesn't sound that bad. But then you realize that's still putting them like 9th or 10th in the West, because so much of the league's power dynamics are in the West. And that's just a really tricky spot to be, where it's like, I do think that relatively they're an above average team, even factoring in Kyrie. But an above average team in the West might mean that you're, really fighting for the play-in tournament. And under the old system, you would have been like ninth looking in. So it's just a tricky spot to be in because of, how good the West is comparatively to the East. And it's going to be difficult. Dallas has to start hot, and they have to kind of, build up enough wins that they can just hang on to enough of them that when Kyrie Irving comes back, they can have a fighting chance to, still be in top 6 contention, even if they end up more as a play-in team.
Has Anthony Davis thinned out a little bit since the start of camp?
I think so, a little bit, yeah. I have a lot of sympathy for him. Obviously, it was the juxtaposition of, everything that was said about Luka and the reasoning for trading Luka, and then Anthony Davis clearly is not in, full playing shape when he shows up to camp, when camp starts this year. But I have sympathy. Like, the guy had an eye injury and basically had to lay in bed for 8 weeks. I'm sure in a very similar situation. It's just not an ideal way to prep for the season. I'm not super worried about the whole conditioning weight stuff with him. Once again, as always, the concern for him is just, does he hold up?
What are your expectations for Klay Thompson in year 2 as a Mav?
I like Klay. I think everybody likes Klay. I'm hearing even superstar rappers like Klay Thompson. So nobody dislikes Klay. It is just reality. He's 36. And so at this point, I think he's going to start tonight, and I think he's going to start quite a bit this season. But at some point, it wouldn't surprise me if Klay starts coming off the bench. He's just not quite that, game-breaking shooter that he used to be, which is fine. That's just what happens as you age. What he is, unquestionably, is still a great shooter. One of those guys that when you look up and down the roster, and there just isn't a glut of great shooters. Like, he stands out as somebody who clearly is feared by defenses. Clearly, you can't leave alone. You've got to stick a man to, and can cause and disrupt defenses just by moving off the ball. That's still a really valuable thing to have, even if at this point of his career, we're probably not talking about him as like a top 100 player or anything like that.
Sure. Would you like to do a media game versus the coaches like they did in Boston?
Yeah, I think we would win.
How many points you putting up?
Yeah. I mean, it would feel bad for the coaches. So like, really, I'm just staying out of that. I'm just showing up to drop 30 on their heads, and we'll leave it at that. Well, I'll let my game do the talking.
Speaking of that, do you think anybody can chase down the Thunder this year in the West, or is this their conference again?
That is kind of a question. They are kind of the coaching staff playing media of the Western Conference right now. There's no doubt about that. The concern for the Thunder is the concern for the rest of the league when it comes to the Thunder is, are we sure they're not just about to win 70 games? And it was a very close game last night. The NBA opener against the Houston Rockets took double overtime for the Thunder just to sneak out that win. But they won 68 games, like not being very healthy last year. Chet Holmgren and Isaiah Hartenstein missed a ton of time to start the beginning of the year. It was Jalen Williams, who was absent last night, who ended up playing center for long stretches for them. I do kind of think in some ways Jalen Williams, him and Shea are just so, like, they're so important just because sneakily they don't have as much playmaking outside of those two guys as you might think. But there's a real chance that they just win 70 games, that they keep getting a little bit better, that their young players just keep leveling up, and that all the parity that the NBA had worked to instill, and I think still has done a good job with the new CBA executing what they want, which is parity. They don't want dynasties. It's very clear. The Thunder are absolutely positioned to break that and just win again this year, and it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Hey, Tim, I'm just curious. So, we always try and kind of maybe opening night will knee jerk, after a game. Is it a win? Is it a loss kind of thing? How many games do you give an NBA team before you have a pretty good feel of who they are?
People smarter than me, coaches and people around the NBA say 20 is the sweet spot. 10's a decent marker, but 20 is when you should have a sense of an NBA team. I'm starting a national role at All City, still in and around all DLF. We'll be watching, everybody around the league. And,
sure.
I do think the end of November, there's always going to be teams in the league where due to injuries, due to adjustments, due to, young players who are adapting, who, are just going to like be on the ascent throughout the year. That you can't judge that quickly. But I do think that kind of 20 game mark or, the start of December is when you should start to have a sense of teams, which is another reason why it's funny. And I get why people say this, but, the thing that's said about the NBA is that, I'll tune in at Christmas, Christmas games are the actual openers. Watch NBA because I think it's fun. I think it's worth watching. Watch it however, you as a watcher, most enjoy it. But I will say by Christmas Day, pretty much every season, I think most of the storylines that we can expect the rest of the year are set in place and known. So I think that is a good benchmark, and I think it comes a little bit sooner than that.
True or false, we get Fire Nico chance at the AAC tonight?
Ooh, tonight, I think chance as in like it would reach the telecast. I think not tonight. Lakers game, yes. I don't think it's happening tonight in a organized, strong way. But we'll see. I'll be there.
Megan Thee Stallion going to be there?
I don't know. My girlfriend keeps asking me this as well. she wants to swing through. She loves Megan. So I don't have any insight to reveal to you guys about that. And unfortunately, I've already promised that insight to somebody else before you guys if I ever come across it.
Thank you, Tim.
Well, you're the man, Tim. Thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to reading your stuff and your game recap all season long, and we'll look forward to catching you next time.
Absolutely. Talk to y'all soon.
Salute. There he goes, Tim Cato, All City Dallas here in the G-Bag Nation. Time for some Cowboys Twitter and the very latest on the Cowboys and the trade deadline coming up now in 13 days next there in the Fan.
But I want to talk to the Fort Worth Tolos in the 817 because the all-new Alliance Hyundai is here, and it is conveniently located at I-35.
you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
That sounds like
Not make maidens.
pre-curb.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's your cell phone called?
Yeah, buddy, it's time here for some Cowboys Twitter top tweets going viral about America's team. We'll pick up that Cowboys trade conversation here in just a second. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. So still no official word on the Mavericks starting lineup. We just did talk with Tim Cato. And Tim McMahon, ESPN, tweeting he expects Cooper Flagg to start at point guard tonight. So that's exciting because of what they were able to do in Anthony Davis's debut last year. It was 2 quarters of maniacal defense. They were physically overwhelming. It was Houston they were playing that day, right? And that's a good young athletic team still, and was even more so last year before the Kevin Durant trade. And they were just swarming. It really had the feel of a championship defense, like the first couple of years of LeBron James in Miami level of defense, where we are going to get out here and turn you over and rebound everything and get in transition. And I absolutely love it. And I don't know how much Klay Thompson can give you ball handling wise, but PJ Washington can as well. And I think it's worth the investment in time just to see by the end of the year how much could Cooper Flagg be a 6'8" point guard for his career. That would be an incredible development. I'm a little hesitant to believe in it. I mean, they had Knipple last year, and then they had the senior whose name escapes me at Duke, who handled the ball more in those kind of situations. So we'll see. He would definitely not be the first point forward to transition to point guard in the league. It's more prevalent than ever, especially without the hand checking rules that you used to be able to do. Like, you had to have a smaller guy who was stout and was an incredible dribbler to avoid turnovers, but that's not as much the case in today's NBA. So within an hour of our show ending last night, Pelissero tweeted that the Raiders had met with Max Crosby to let him know they are not shopping him and they will not trade him, and that other teams are interested. The Raiders are not interested in moving their best player, and Crosby wants to stay in Las Vegas. So why did our guys say in their opening segment that they don't feel like this is over yet? Brian, can you expand on that?
Yeah, I just kind of go back to, there is clearly an interest from the Cowboys to do something. They've got the draft capital to do something. Jerry Jones was talking to us about the fact that he feels like he's in a position where he can do something. And, this is an area where they could go and get a guy that is affordable. It's signed up. I mean, we'll see in a couple of years if you get him that he might want to redo his deal. Dallas will do things like that. But, here's a guy that fits everything really they want to have. They want to have a guy that can rush the passer, who can dominate at that. He's a guy that even if he didn't get sacks, his ability just to cause havoc to a scheme as a run defender, Micah Parsons is one of the top 5 players in the league. This guy's right there with him. And I think this guy plays better run defense than Micah Parsons. I think he finishes just as good as Micah Parsons. And, this might give them an opportunity to have a guy, like I said, with a salary that they could do other things. It gives them flexibility that maybe you can go out and you could do something and get, George Pickens done too. So you think about a Kenny Clark and then and this guy, Max Crosby, and then having Pickens back, and just trying to, you would say, okay, well, 3 of those guys for Micah Parsons. This makes just a lot of sense to me. So I just don't think that they're giving up on this. I think the Raiders kind of got caught in a situation where they're like, well, we need to throw some water on this because they're talking about it. Yeah. And I think that Jerry and Steven are, they tried to tell us that they wouldn't trade Parsons, and we all kind of looked at him and nodded our head like a bunch of fools.
Yeah. Kind of feels like maybe the Raiders want better offers. Yeah, they weren't willing to trade him now.
Oh yeah, I think they're.
How bad do you want him?
Yeah, I think that you've got some teams like the 49ers involved. I think you've got the Rams involved. I think the Colts are involved too. Is another one that.
And I'd wonder about the Lions.
Yeah, the Lions as well. Yeah.
But if you're Vegas, I mean, you got to do some internal thinking. Where right now you're drafted at 7, and if you want to be able to go and get a quarterback, because Geno Smith is not your guy clearly. and you really want to be able to turn this thing around and compete, I mean, how are you going to be able to go up there and maybe battle for the guy that you want when you have the Jets, the Dolphins, the Saints, all these other teams that right now are going to be drafting ahead of you? Would it not be smart for you to maybe add some more draft capital, add some more ammo to have in your arsenal? So I think, give this thing a little bit of time, and if a deal is made, I think that absolutely the Raiders would have to be open-minded to thinking about it. And I think the Cowboys are going to be aggressive.
At the end of the show last night when we walked out of the Shell Shack on Henderson, by the way, great place to go watch the games. Happy hour going on right now, Shell Shack on Henderson. I thought, okay, this could happen on Wednesday. And then when I get home and I'm back on Cowboys Twitter, I'm like, okay, to what extent is this the Raiders saying there's no way we're going to actually trade him, and how much of that is negotiating? You saw how intense the Cowboys were, in effect, negotiating in the media during the Micah Parsons thing. And I think it's smart to, consider that other teams would look at it the same way. Like, we want to present the idea that there's no way we're trading this guy, and you're going to have to make it worth our while in order to change that. Okay, elsewhere here on Cowboys Twitter, let's go to the count of Jeremy Fowler, possible contract extension with George Pickens. Quote, the Cowboys have had internal discussions about a possible extension for George, to the point where they've been examining the rosters and cap situations of teams like Cincinnati, Miami, and Philadelphia, who are all paying multiple high-end receivers. Fowler adds nothing will likely get done until the end of the season, but this is a start. Yeah, and I would look at that and say Philadelphia is the only one that really works, because they were willing to say this isn't the end of our roster build. We're not sacrificing elsewhere to have these two wide receivers. This is adding. And if there's a piper to pay in the future, we'll do that. We'll eat salary cap hits in the future. But if you examine Cincinnati and Miami, you could argue that paying two wide receivers is directly responsible for them having massive holes elsewhere on their roster, couldn't you?
Absolutely, yes, and I'm with you 100%. The Eagles' plan there is the one to try and duplicate, but you have to be willing to pivot the way that you're accustomed to team building.
Yeah,
right. Like we talk about Eberflus having to get uncomfortable with the way he approaches things schematically. The Cowboys would have to do the same thing from a team building standpoint.
They're kind of in a position to do just what Philly did. Because Philly was able to have those two picks in the first round, and their defense was bad. And what did they do? They went and got Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. And they also hit on Zach Bond, right, in free agency, which was a cheap acquisition. So you are in a situation where you almost are in a spot to follow a similar formula and path to what the Eagles just did if you wanted to double up at wide receiver there. And now you're talking about we're surrounding Dak like the Eagles did with Jalen Hurts, and assuming this offensive line continues to grow, now let's go fix this defense. But the Cowboys have to hit on those picks on the defensive side of the football, assuming they keep them and they don't move them for a player here at the deadline.
See, this is the discussion, Dawson. You heard me this morning on the Cowboy Break.
Oh, yeah, with Derek and them?
Derek and them, and myself, Vach, Lombardi, and Ambar Garcia.
Yeah.
We all were up for giving the 2-1s. We were ready to move. And Derek was absolutely against it. And one of the arguments that I made is I think there is a disconnect of how they draft defensive players.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's defensive line specifically. And I think it has to do with coaching staff. And I think the fact that they've had 3 drafts, 3 different sets of coaches, defensive coordinators, as much as these coaches are involved in the day-to-day drafting of these players, that you've had some coaches that have absolutely whiffed at this thing. And until they fix that, if you're telling me that, oh, we're interested in drafting defensive players and we're just going to hold on to our picks, I don't have a lot of confidence in you right now, drafting defensive players.
I don't want to hear you're going to draft your way to the perfect roster.
I don't. And especially if the coaches on the defensive side are going to be this involved. And there is a disconnect there. And so I am more than willing to move a pick or both picks, both Green Bay picks, if I don't have to, if I could go get a player that I know is an all-pro player that is established as a game wrecker. Give me that guy. There's too many days of the Rod Marinellis and the Mike Zimmers and the Dan Quinns and those guys that have come in and influenced the Cowboys scouting process to the point where you've missed players. And Zach, you tell us every week the numbers of how many defensive players have missed. And I think until they correct that, or Will McClay completely takes over the operation and puts the coaches aside in that side of the building, I just F them picks. Just go get me the guy that I know can do some great things.
Yeah, when you mentioned they might be able to copy what the Eagles did, I hope the next words out of your mouth were that they were fixing to sell 10% of their equity to fund, paying George Pickens and paying whoever else they have to pay in the short term in order to finally finish this championship build out. But they're so close now, you can taste it. And I would just encourage the Cowboys to more aggressively try to give this generation of Cowboys fans something to hang their hat on, because you're not going to be able to live off your past forever. Krusty's Corner, people have been waiting all day for this preview. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we're going to talk about the Denver Bronco offense. There's a lot to learn. We'll do that next.
But you follow here, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. Tolos, as parents, I know we would all...
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron squad?
Proudly presented by Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers and The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much to my teammates. Thank you to Reliant. Thank you yesterday to Shell Shack. I had crab legs that were $50 a pound.
Oh,
nice.
How many pounds you get?
Way to order.
Like 4 pounds?
I just said 1 pound of them, but they were really good. Shell Shack's got some really good food.
Yeah, they do.
They really
That
do.
shrimp is... I mean, man, the fried ones that you got there at the end there.
Dawson got a couple orders of fried shrimp.
Yeah, that was my second order of the day. Yeah,
It
big
just
old
kind of
shrimp.
snuck in there, didn't it, Dawson? It was like late in the day. It's like,
Yeah.
I need a little pick-me-up here.
I mean, ever since
fried
I had
shrimp platter.
I was craving it, even after the first full platter.
Yeah, good for you. That's got really good food. So thanks to them for letting us hang out with them yesterday. What else too? Oh, I wanted to say something. I got some names for you guys too. I asked the gang of 7 for some linebacker names that are on the trade market.
Love this.
That we might not be talking about them,
Hell
but
yeah.
here's some names. I'm going to give you some of those. And then also want to thank the folks that follow me on X. I asked them a question about negativity. If you like it when
I saw that.
And I had a ton of responses, and folks were, I think, pretty honest. Let me ask you this, Dawson, because you're kind of a media guy. Do you think the people that don't like the negativity have already stopped following me or muted me? Am I getting
No.
answers from people? Because most of the answers were people were okay with the negativity. They don't want the race bait or any of that kind of stuff or anything like that. But they are talking about your team and stuff. But they feel like though that you if you're honest about it, like if you do the fair part of it. But most people also too are like, hey, listen, if it's bad, it's bad. Say it's bad.
Yeah.
Don't sugarcoat it for me or anything like that.
Yeah, I would say 90% of the people want, you just to evaluate what's happened and objectively say, is this good or bad, and why is it good or bad?
Yeah.
I think there's 5% that only want positive and 5% toxic people that just feed off the negativity, and they are often the loudest.
Yeah.
So I think we get a lot of feedback maybe when we're being negative after a loss, and some of those people are going to say, this is too much for me, I got to go. You know? There's no doubt ratings are the highest when we're going on a championship run or a deep playoff run.
Right.
Like, winning breeds more, but I think the thing that would lose people more than the negativity is being positive when they're terrible.
Right.
Would, because I think a lot of people want the explanation and the way out. How do we fix this?
Yeah.
What's broken?
I like what you're saying there. I just was curious because I'm always worried that, like, hey, listen, I'm trying to tell you what I see, but I'm also, if it's good, I also try and tell you that as well. And, try and be fair about it. But the negativity part, I just wondered if people got turned off of how negative I could be sometimes about the team. And I just was curious about that. So,
well, I think I'm more negative than you.
Negativity after a win. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. Like sometimes, like it's a win, but then like the way sometimes I guess maybe we talk about it or others, it kind of feels like a loss.
Yeah,
that also could maybe upset people.
I appreciate everybody's response. Thank you very much for taking the time to do that. It means a lot.
You had so many replies to that. I had a blast reading them today.
I appreciate that. I just want, like I said, hey, I'm just trying to do better content, and if it bothers you that I do something, I just want to know why. Like I had questions I asked people about X's and O's and stuff and us doing the videos and things like that. And the guy was like, well, the plays are too long. You're talking about the plays too long. And I went, well, sometimes you have to get into detail why the play worked or didn't work. There's more to it. So you have to, it's not just, the ball went to Pickens and he made a hell of a catch.
Yeah.
Oh, look what happened here. Tolbert ran a route. Look at the blitz pickup by Williams. They tried to play off this safety here. So it gets a little wordy, it gets a little long when you're breaking down the play, but you're trying to explain in detail what you think happened on the play.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, and the guy's like, oh, hey, I understand. But he was like, I need 7 plays, but shorter. And I'm like, okay, I'll give you 4 plays, but I'll explain them in great detail. Anyway, thanks everybody who hangs out with us on that.
Well, no, I appreciate the breakdown. What's happening away from the ball? It was Pat Kerwin who wrote this book, "Take Your Eye Off the Ball."
Yeah,
and I read that 10 years ago, and ever since then, you look at football so much differently.
Yeah, you do. You absolutely. Pat's really good at what he does too. He was in the with the Jets when I was in Green Bay and stuff. So I really like Pat a lot. All right, some names just in case, and then we'll get into the Broncos here. Logan Wilson. These are linebackers. Logan Wilson,
Cincinnati.
Quincy Williams,
Jets.
Christian Harris.
Yeah, Texans.
Texans, yeah. And, okay, we brought up EJ Speed.
Okay.
Christian Harris is an interesting one.
This
run
is
stuffer guy.
Yeah, these are names that my guys of Ganger 7 are saying are being shopped right now. And then Marte Mapu.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was a safety, right?
Was a safety, converted to linebacker, which, when you watch him at Sacramento State, he's with New England now. He played like a linebacker. He was a big thumper at kind of, like, he's not Darren Woodson, right? But Darren Woodson made that, from linebacker to safety. But he is the opposite of that. 6'3", 230, big hitter guy, was a box safety, now playing a linebacker. Might have some more range than he could be maybe your better coverage linebacker.
Sure. You like the speed of this guy, right?
Yeah.
He was, for a thumper guy, he
moved well.
He covered some ground. Yeah. I remember that. Once again, Logan Wilson, Quincy Williams, Christian Harris, Marte Mapu were the names I've heard around the league. All right, here we go. Denver Broncos. What you need to know about the Denver Broncos. This team is kind of unusual in a way that they don't motion very much, and you would not think that of a Sean Payton-led team. Only the Titans and the Giants motion less than the Broncos currently. And I think if you look at the two teams, they motion that the Broncos are behind the Broncos, or ahead of the Broncos, Tennessee rookie quarterback, Giants rookie quarterback. And then you got a second-year quarterback here with Denver. So this might help the Cowboys when it comes to communication, that all of a sudden there's not a lot of moving, not a lot of shifting, switching it becomes from this coverage to this coverage because of maybe a guy coming in motion and stuff. So that's something that they've had a little bit motion the last couple of weeks, but overall they're near the bottom.
That's strange to me because with a rookie quarterback, wouldn't you want more information?
I think they're worried about him short-circuiting with all the guys moving around.
Yeah,
and
I think it's because of the Bo Nix.
Yeah, I think to me it's just try and keep everybody in place. Like, okay, let me read this one time and not have to read it again. And so that would be. I maybe ask Sean afterwards why he does that. I don't think he'd tell me now.
It's game week. He doesn't want to talk to you.
He didn't want to do this. This team, I think with the offensive line the way it is, I think it's a pretty decent offensive line. I think to me though that Mike McGlinchey, the right tackle, is going to be the guy you want to go after in this one. He's had struggles. This offensive line did have some struggle against the Giants, but we've seen firsthand what the Giants can do to you with their pass rush.
Yeah. Johnson front seven.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm kind of thinking about off the right side is where I would attack this group because I think that's where the most pressures can come from. With like McGlinchey was with the 49ers, Micah Parsons used to give him fits. And I still think there's some of the same issues that he had with the 49ers. He's kind of a tall guy. He doesn't play with a lot of power. He does move very, very well. You'll see this team get the ball. Sean's going to look at Carolina's game plan, and what they'll do is they'll double the three. They'll do that power gap scheme stuff where they'll double the defensive tackles, and then have the tight end and the tackles block. This team plays with a traditional fullback. You don't see that very much in the league. So you're going to get some 21 personnel, 2 backs, 1 tight end. But where they have problems running the football is they're near the bottom of the league when you stack the box against them. So when you play with more than 7 defenders, this gives this team a lot of problems. They're near the bottom. They're 28th in the division, 28th in the National Football League when it comes to playing against stacked box. So how does Dallas figure out? Dallas played some 9-man box the other day against the Commanders by getting the corner involved and then also having the safety come down. You might want to consider doing that against this guy. This quarterback, Bo Nix, they'll have to go back to some of their zone concepts because he's going to struggle with the zone concepts. The man coverage stuff, not a whole lot better, but better to the point where it would say, man, if you play zone against him, make him read. He's going to want to run too, by the way, guys. He's going to want to drop back. And if he doesn't see it initially, he's going to take off running. So you got to deal with another one of those guys. J.K. Dobbins, the back, I think is a physical back. He'll finish. He's got some toughness, very similar to the type of back that you have. I would worry about Cortland Sutton because of his length and the way that he's able to go get that football. Marvin Mims is a kind of throw it to him in space and let him run guy. You're going to get the jet sweeps, things like that. They want to get Pat Bryant. He's from Illinois, the wide receiver. He was picked in the 3rd round. They want to get him more involved in the offense. So right now, like I say, against these guys, play some zone coverage, look at some stack box situations to maybe help you with the run, and then be very mindful. You're probably not going to get a whole lot of motion, so that will help your communication and keep you in place for this week.
How many points do you think the Broncos are going to score on the Cowboys after reviewing their tape?
I'll tell you what, I think what it's going to come down to is that quarterback in the running aspect of things. I don't know if he could beat you throwing the ball. I think he could beat you running with the ball. And I mean running with, like, if it's a close game and all of a sudden it's they're getting the field goal range to win the game. He'll run for 20-something yards and break your heart that way. I think that with him, and I need to look at their defense, but I think if you can score 27 points, you might be pretty good in this one.
Right on. Great stuff.
Thank
2
you.
hours down, 3 to go. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. We got Ryan Rucco, play-by-play man for the NBA on ESPN, coming up at 4:20. Well, Chuck, what's next?
Let's do a daily football fix. Cowboys trade rumors, Hall of Fame voting, and a nervous 40-year-old. That's next.
Let me tell you about Greystone Roofing and Construction, though, Tolos. They are the best in the business.
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 3 of the nation. Here we go. It's time for a daily football fix with Zach Wolchuk. We have Ryan Ruocco, ESPN Talking Mavs, here with you in just about 16 minutes now. Here's Wolchuk.
We got Cowboys injury updates. Joseph Hoyt reporting that Cooper Beebe saying he hopes to play this Sunday in Denver. Still some work to be done, but he said if not this week, then he will plan to be back Monday night against Arizona. But I was not expecting to get Cooper Beebe back this quickly, so that's still a great sign that he's hoping that he can even be able to go Sunday against Denver. And then Patrick Walker saying in regards to DeMarvion Overshown, who was out there with pads on for the first time today, he is anticipating his return date, prime time, in Sin City with all the football world watching. So that would be right after the bye week, Monday Night Football against the Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, and reading some of these quotes from Demo following practice, it's exciting. He says he's more athletic than he was. You know, it kind of goes to the Texas Rangers saying, man, if we draft a guy coming off of Tommy John, we get a chance to build him from the ground up. Now Overshown's gone through that process, incredibly hard worker. He looks stronger.
He looks great.
Yeah.
I mean, he does. I mean, he looks like an absolute freak out there. And I'm hoping that he is. I mean, modern medicine, it's an incredible thing. Maybe he is back, bigger, faster, stronger, jump higher, all the things that he's saying out there right now.
Next thing we're going to do is bionics.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just going to use bionics. Colonel Steve
Sign
Austin.
me up, dude.
You're like Captain America before.
I'm ready to hoop again. Just give me some
Steve
hips.
Austin.
Absolutely.
You never remember the $6 Million Man? You never saw that show, did you?
No.
Dawson?
Oh, yeah.
Lucius brushing his teeth, so I mean, it's
$6 Million Man was awesome. That was Lee Majors, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had the technology to replace
and then
it.
the Bionic Woman, she was involved.
That's pretty good. Yeah, probably better than Wonder Woman.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but Lee Major, yeah, the Bionic Man was great. Colonel Steve Austin.
That's the
Crash.
Yeah, was he a Green Beret? He got super hurt.
He was like a test pilot.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was a test pilot, and then he had a crash, and then they rebuilt him.
That's awesome.
We can make him better, faster, stronger.
They did, dude.
They did it.
He had an eye and 2 legs and an arm.
That's what we've done with Overshown now.
Yeah.
I'm excited to get him back. Now, Mauricio Rodriguez had this nugget. In the last 2 weeks, the Cowboys have blitzed at the 5th highest rate in the NFL, according to Sports Info Solutions. In that span, they rank 8th in pressure rate.
Mm-hmm.
Cowboys were 21st in blitz rate in weeks 1 through 5.
Yeah.
So you can see, hey, getting uncomfortable. Flus.
Well, he's kind
Maybe
of
going against
figured
the
out
grain.
that he's maybe taking Shamar James and rushing him in there might be some good things.
Might be a
happen.
good idea.
It might be a good idea.
Could be a good idea, Brian. It could be a good idea. Now, Jimmy Fowler had a bunch of good nuggets. You've been referencing the George Pickens stuff from what he had today, Gavin. But he also did talk about the influence that Shoddy had in regards to being part of the game planning last week. Maris Leofau saying, hey, he's our leader. That's why, the defense helped and looked completely different. When Shoddy's in the room, you feel his presence for sure. It elevates everybody. He's always telling us the answer is in the mirror. So just drilling down on that, really being detailed about our process from the note-taking to the interaction in team meetings, every single detail. In regards to other trade chatter for the Cowboys, he said, my understanding of the situation, Cowboys are on the hunt for an impact defensive player. They've reached out to teams throughout the league, likely all of them, to gauge interest with a number of players. Crosby presumably being one. So yes, Jeremy Fowler says, I think there's interest. My sense is that Dallas would be pretty surprised if the Raiders actually moved on from Crosby, with whom owner Mark Davis has a deep affection for. Cowboys, armed with those 2 first-rounders, also have looked into Bengals edge Trey Hendrickson, whom the Bengals also don't plan to deal. Several other edge rushers will be available league-wide, so expect the Cowboys to be involved in various talks. And I do think that, as we've talked about all show long, I'm not putting to bed the Crosby stuff.
I'm not either.
Trey Hendrickson stuff, maybe that's the next pivot move. Otherwise, we can start to talk about some of the other guys that are on the market. In fact, ESPN did list their top 25 players that could be on the trade market. Some of them are the players that you gave us at linebacker, Logan Wilson, also since he was number 11 on this list. He's got 11 interceptions, 11 pass breakups over his career, plus he's averaged 7 tackles per game during his 5+ seasons. He would be an upgrade on the middle of the defense for multiple teams. Team fits, the Cowboys are listed at number 1 for his services.
Yeah, we need some Bengals losses, I think, to get Trey Hendrickson out of there. And going into the trade deadline, they are going to play the Jets and then the Chicago Bears. So
that might not be good.
Yeah, they're 2-5 right now, coming off their their win over Pittsburgh, and it looked like they were going to be one of those fire sale teams. But now maybe it's not so fast, my friend. If Joe Flacco can win these next 2 games as convincing as he was last Thursday,
people in the league believe that the fact that Joe Flacco won that game changed their demeanor.
Now they think, can we keep afloat? Maybe get Burrow back
till December. Yeah.
Well, all right. Speaking of Flacco, here was Joe. He's talking on the Fitz and Wit podcast. And, man, I didn't think Joe Flacco, who's been playing as long as he has, would be nervous. But, Joe, were you a little bit nervous?
I know I'm 40 years old, but the first couple times I threw to Jamar and T, like, I was a little bit nervous. I'm like, man, I want them to know. I want them to respect me, damn it. I want to hit these guys. Like, I want them to know, like, I can put some nice touch on it. I can put it where you want it. I overthought it for sure. Like, one of the first balls I threw to Jamar, he was running one of these little skinny posts we have, and he was a little bit deeper than I thought he was going to be, and I missed him. And I was just like, oh, man, he thinks I suck. With those guys especially, just put it somewhere around them, and they'll make you look good.
Joe Flacco, Super Bowl champion, and he's nervous. Himself. Throwing to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins out there. Gosh dang it, this guy thinks I stink. But made some great throws, and he really did. I mean, you could tell watching that Thursday night game, it was like drop back, throw the ball to Jamar Chase. Just get it in his vicinity, and he's probably going to come down with the football. And it worked. It's a pretty good game plan right there. Simplify it.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Chase was unbelievable the other night. It was a nice reminder that when you can get him just some level of a competent quarterback.
So good.
And he made great plays with Browning as well, but it was on full display on Thursday night.
Another linebacker, Christian Harris, you brought up, Brian. Cowboys are listed as a team fit for him, as are the 49ers, who possibly could use a linebacker with Fred Warner going down for the season. The tape shows a long run and hit defender at the second level. Harris can play downhill as a stack backer and pursue the football quickly on the edges, writes ESPN. However, hip tightness and limited coverage awareness show on the tape, which could make Harris a better fit as an early down base package defender. I think the weakness right now is you don't really have any linebackers that can cover. No. You got a lot of guys that can run. Like Maris can run, Shamar James can run, hell, Kenneth Murray can run.
Yeah.
You don't have anybody that has any really awareness and instincts and pass coverage. Maybe Christian Harris is kind of like what you got right now.
Maybe Leofau a little bit.
Maybe
a little bit.
It's just Jekyll and Hyde a little bit.
They play zone on the goal line and they can't line up. And
it's a tough one.
Take care of that one.
It is. Another fit is Arnold Ebiketie. I think I said that right. I could be so wrong. Mm-hmm. The edge for Atlanta, who now, because they drafted James Pierce Jr. and Jalen Walker, he's now a reserve player. He's 6'2", 250, fits the profile of a 3-4 edge who can be schemed in sub-package sets, linear mover, short areas, base speed, and the hand usage to set up blocks. Defenses could use him as a nickel rusher. He doesn't have a sack yet this year, but he had exactly 6 in each of the past 2 seasons. So if you need maybe a lower level edge name to throw out there, that's a name that ESPN listed their 16th best player available here at the deadline. Of course, Jalen Phillips also listed in this article as well, and we've talked quite a bit about him. Trey Hendrickson, number 1 on the players available. They did not have Max Crosby listed in this thing because, well, the Raiders right now aren't planning to trade him.
We're going to shock the world.
Until they do trade him. Just
Bengals
like,
said the same thing about Trey.
Damn right. Jeffrey Simmons. I don't know. Can you end up getting Jeffrey? He's untouchable. Him and Cam Ward, untouchable. I don't believe a word these teams say. They're all lying to us through the media. Congratulations to Jason Witten and Darren Woodson. Among the 52 players advancing to the voting stage among modern-era players for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, announced earlier today. The list went down from 128 to 52. Next vote going to be down to 20 players. And I wonder if both of them will make the cut down to 20. Others included Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers, Larry Fitzgerald, Eli Manning, Frank Gore, Fred Taylor, Reggie Wayne, Steve Smith, Luke Kuechly, Torrey Holt, and Adam Vinatieri. I just hope we don't end up getting the heartbreak here again for Woody. But
if I'm Woodson, I'm turning my notifications off. I don't want to know anything about your Hall of Fame anymore. Tap me on the shoulder when you make the right decision.
Yeah.
Stop playing with me, bro.
Just let me know when I make it.
Yeah,
or
just
if I
leave me
ever
alone,
do.
dog.
Dawson, were you with me when that time when we were in Arizona coming back from the Super Bowl? And I was standing there.
I was with you. It was me and you.
You were standing at the airport with Woody, and he was a lot more calm about it. Like he was like, hey,
his
man,
wife
it's
was
okay.
ticked.
Yeah, his wife and I were dropping F-bombs in the middle of that airport. Like, can you believe these MFers and like that? And Darren looks at us and like, would you guys just settle down?
It's like, why? Why are you so upset about it?
He's such a pro.
He goes, why are you so mad? And I'm like, because you were a damn good player and Leroy Butler can't, blah, blah, blah. I was going on. And he goes, it's okay, Brian. Don't worry about it.
He listened to his coaches, told him not to worry about things he can't control. I would love to see a Drew Pearson-like rant from Woody.
I would too.
That'd probably push him over the top.
That'd be awesome. Eddie George and former Cowboy right tackle Eric Williams also did make the list of 52.
Yeah.
Eric Williams should be in there.
Ooh.
I mean, that dude was a dominant, nasty beast.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick has also made the final 12 coaches for the Hall of Fame of 2026. The coaches don't have the same criteria that you have to wait 5 years.
Okay.
The coaches automatically are able to be part of this.
Because they're older?
Yeah, I guess maybe that is. The other coaches, Tom Coughlin, Mike Shanahan, George Seifert. Seifert.
Yep.
Mike Holmgren.
There you go.
Followed Bill Walsh.
All available. Dan
Coach
Reeves.
with Bill Walsh.
Marty Schottenheimer.
Oh, Marty.
Alex Gibbs.
Yeah,
And
Alex Gibbs is the line coach for Shanahan.
Buddy Parker. Chuck Knox.
Oh, wow. Chuck Knox is not in?
And Clark Shaughnessy. Yep, those are the other coaches that are in the running here to go with. I feel like Bill's going to get in. And it's probably good for him to get in now because he's kind of tarnishing his reputation the longer he keeps coaching.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't look as good.
Yeah, you want to have some reverence when you're up there giving your speech.
Yeah,
might want to wait a year,
Yeah, after this North Carolina debacle, yeah.
Ugh, they're so bad.
Jacoby Myers said that he for sure still wants to be traded out of Vegas. So he's the opposite of Max Crosby, who's not going to say I want out. Jacoby Myers is like, peace, dude. I don't want to be part of this thing. Get me the F out of here. So he wants out of Vegas. And then we did get the official news that the NFL has moved the Pro Bowl festivities to Super Bowl week. It's going to be Tuesday night while we're out there in San Francisco.
Well, when are you guys going to drink? What night do you go drink?
That's a good question. I don't know.
What night's the party? What night's that party?
It's usually on that Tuesday.
That's what I'm saying.
You're going to drink at the Pro Bowl now.
Maybe.
Shoot, yeah.
The media party is going to be part of the tug of war?
I don't know. Maybe they moved the media party, but the plan is to hold the Pro Bowl games on Tuesday night, February 3rd at the Moscone Center in San Francisco. Moscone, the venue that is hosting the Super Bowl Experience Fan Fest.
That would be cool to have the media party at the Pro Bowl.
That would be neat. Maybe we could get some good, like, man on the street.
You and I still wouldn't go.
I went last year for like 12 minutes.
I always tell Woolchuck and Chiafala, if you need bail money, call me. I'll get you out of jail. And they never call. They make it home. Bobby's the one you really have to worry about.
But yeah, 0 to 60 bill.
Yeah, our guys avoid Bobby. They just leave him out.
Okay, we are going to get Ryan Ruocco, ESPN NBA play-by-play man for tonight's Mavs Spurs game coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. I want to chat D&M leasing though. If you're, out and about, you'd rather be out and about.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time to talk some Mavs opening night with Ryan Ruocco, ESPN. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. ESPN's doing something pretty neat this afternoon. They're giving away barbecue to celebrate the opener and Flagg's debut. You can go right now to Truck Yard Dallas and find the Flaming Grill Barbecue until 8 o'clock. Tip off tonight, 8:30. That's at 5624 Sears Street in Dallas for free food, free barbecue, thanks to the worldwide leader and play-by-play man Ryan Ruocco, ESPN, joining us now here on The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm great. How are you?
We're doing wonderful. We always love free barbecue here in the great state. What else do you guys have planned tonight to help us usher in this Cooper Flagg era?
Well, just an incredible broadcast. I mean, truly award-winning, unforgettable. I can't take credit for the barbecue, but, we will just dazzle you on the air for 2.5 hours later tonight.
Cannot wait. What are your expectations for this guy? I mean, at the age I'm old enough to remember Kobe and KG, and it seemed like those were teenagers coming straight out of high school. There were struggles for them, and several others attempted to come out of high school. Flagg, obviously the same age, but with the year of experience at Duke, how much of a polished product are we getting out of the box here?
I mean, probably a much more polished product than I think anybody even expected, right? Just based on those preseason games, first of all, there was already an expectation that Cooper was going to look, more ready for the NBA just from a sheer maturity and physicality standpoint than most rookies are, right? I think we all expected that. But then when you watch him in the preseason, you're like, oh, wait, no. It's even beyond that. Is he going to be able to impact winning in year one? Because, what we see by and large with even the best rookies is rarely do they impact winning in year one, right? And obviously it's a unique situation because there's more veteran talent around this Mavericks team, and Cooper's talked about this as well, than you would typically have with a number one overall pick. But, that being a factor, I still think the way he plays, the way he's going to defend, his size, his comfort level, his IQ, his relentless competitive nature, I think is going to translate to him making an impact on winning right away. And I think, you could watch it, you could feel it watching him at Duke, and you could feel it just watching the few preseason games. He has this ability to make you feel his desire to win watching him. And I think that's pretty special.
It's Ryan Ruocco, ESPN, with us here on The Fan. So when it comes to the matchup for tonight, I mean, the Wemby aspect, have you seen him up close yet? It seems like him and Derek Lively both have grown a little bit. We're going to have the big men, the rim protection tonight is going to be off the charts.
Yeah, no, it's going to be amazing. And I did both of their debut 2 years ago when Lively actually had the bigger debut against Wemby in October of 23. But I got to call many Wemby games over the last 2 years. I've not seen him in person yet this preseason, but just watching the highlights and his games this preseason, he seems to have a level of intent and aggression that is, at a different tier than what we've seen through the first two. I think there's also been an insistence in the paint from Wemby that feels a little bit evolved for him. His first year, he shot about 33% of his field goal attempts from three. Last year, that went up to 47%. Well, what we saw in the preseason was him passing up a lot of the threes that he was taking last year and doing his work in the paint. And granted, again, I've referenced preseason a couple times just because that's the only stimuli we have to go off of right now, right? But if it's a window into how he's going to play, 70% of his field goal attempts were in the paint in the preseason. Last year, only 37% of them were. So I think you might just see Wemby, just using that size and that unique ranginess to get to the rim more than we did the first couple of years, even if it means turning down the first good look he might get from the perimeter.
Well, speaking of Lively and, of course, Cooper Flagg, are you going to have to temper some of the Duke love that your colleague Jay Billis might be overflowing with on the broadcast tonight?
No. Jay is the ultimate professional, so I will have to do none of that. I think, one of the things that's so unique about Jay and his positioning in college basketball for all these years is he has seen these guys grow, right? And he's gotten access to them and their practices and behind the scenes, especially at Duke, but everywhere. And so I just love that he's doing this game tonight because he can really give us strong insights into Cooper and what stood out to him in all the games he called last year and then all the practices he got to watch of Cooper.
Hey, Ryan, in your pregame getting ready for this, all your prep and stuff, do you kind of feel like things have they put things about the Luka trade behind him, the Mavs? Do you feel like this is kind of a fresh kind of approach, or do you feel some lingering of this thing still?
You know what's so interesting about that question? It's a great one because I literally was thinking about this earlier today, how in my prep, I haven't thought about Luka really. And last year was all I could think about when I would watch the Mavs or do a Mavs game post-trade. And it had me wondering and reaching out to a couple people, and I'll ask you guys, like, what do you think? You have your finger on the pulse of the fan base here. Do you feel like that right now the focus is solely on what can be with Flagg rather than what was with Luka?
I think it's fragmented. Some of our listeners just refuse to move on, and I think a lot of them, maybe those that have season tickets and are more Mavs first than Luka first, they're just excited about Cooper Flagg and wanting to move on because it's their sports love.
I think, Brian, I think, though, too, and the thing I want to throw in there is I think when that card was pulled and it said Dallas Mavericks with the first overall pick, I think we all felt a lot better. I mean, we felt like that maybe, there are some basketball gods here.
You have the future again.
Yeah.
My favorite athlete growing up was Andy Pettit, okay, diehard Yankee fan.
Yeah.
And when Andy left for the Astros after 2003, I was devastated. I could not believe the Yankees didn't just pay him whatever he wanted. And I remember being like, I'm not gonna root for the Yankees anymore. Like, and I was the biggest Yankee fan you could be, but I was like, I'm done. And then they traded for A-Rod. And I was like, ooh, I might have just got roped back in. Pretty exciting, and it was funny because I still rooted for the Astros simultaneously with the Yankees for those 3 years. And then obviously Andy came back and that was lovely and wonderful and won another World Series with the Yanks. But I do think there's sort of, as a fan, there's two things that happen there, right? There's one that you get attached to the player, to the star. He's a generational talent. He's an entire fan base's favorite player, right? And that's not coming back. That player is gone. But the other part of it is just that player also brought a lot of winning and represents winning. And so you trade him and you're like, okay, are we going to lose? That's, you also are concerned about the winning component. And I think the drafting of Flagg helps give immediate hope for the winning component, right? Feeling like, okay, like this team, obviously they're going to need Kyrie back and everything. But this team, if they have Kyrie back, you're going to look at them in the West and you're going to say, okay, I know the conference is ridiculous with how good it is, but why couldn't they go back to the finals? And then the other part, I think, will grow. I think the fan base will fall in love with him. The fact that he's drafted here is an ingrained reason to fall in love with him. It's just different, right, than when somebody signs or someone gets traded to your team. And so it kind of feels like nothing will totally replace that connection and that love with Luka, but this is about as best, a Band-Aid as you could possibly have.
Ryan Ruocco, ESPN, with us here on The Fan. You bring up the Yankees and you call Yankees games. Has there ever been a name more nerve-wracking than Cam Schlittler?
Oh, my goodness. Well, is it nerve-wracking or is it exciting? You know what I mean? I think it depends on the day. I did have a nice Schlittler moment in August calling one of his starts. It's when you're calling, like when you're in the middle of the action when he's on the mound, I think you get such a rhythm of saying it over and over again that it becomes easier to pronounce. But when you're then recalling the name, and this is what happened to me, a couple innings later, I was just kind of recapping what had happened with the Yankees pitching that day. And that is when Schlittler became something else for me, and and a word that the FCC is not fond of. So it's in those situations where things can get a bit treacherous. But based on what we saw him do in the playoffs, I have a feeling we're going to be saying his name a lot more for many years to come.
How long are we going to be talking about Paige Beckers here in Dallas? I know you're the voice of the WNBA quite often on ESPN as well. What do we got here, and what is their path to contention now that they have the Rookie of the Year?
Yeah, I mean, she's amazing. She's amazing. I mean, I'm sure you guys have loved, and I know I've loved from afar, seeing the way she just embraced the city and her role in the sports landscape and the fabric, right? I feel like she's a season ticket holder now at every Dallas team, which I love. And Paige her teammates love her. She is a winner. She makes people better. I think she adjusted to the WNBA even quicker than I expected. She's already an all WNBA guard. She's only going to get better. She can play off the ball. She can play on the ball. She's a culture lifter. She has great perspective. I think the injury she went through in college helped give her that. And here's the other thing. I like to call this like the Russell Wilson Seattle effect. When Seattle went to those back-to-back Super Bowls, right, everybody talked about how their roster could be constructed with, a defense that cost a lot of money, the Cam Chancellors, the Richard Shermans of the world, because their quarterback was so cheap. Right? He was on a rookie deal, and yet he was ready to be a Super Bowl winning quarterback then. I think that's the advantage that right now there's only two teams that have that in the WNBA, Dallas and Indiana. If you're a free agent, there's plenty of pie to go to you if you want to go play with Paige Beckers. And by the way, she's ready to win right now because Paige is going to be on a rookie contract no matter what happens with the new CBA, and they may get some kind of internal, some kind of prorated bump based on how the rookie salaries change. But no matter what, she's going to be on a rookie contract for a few years. So, that's just a massive advantage in free agency because a player who is worthy of a max salary is going to have at least 3 more years on a rookie one at a time when she can contribute to a championship team as a top, 2 or 3 player on a championship team. And that's the same case for Indiana and Caitlin Clark. Those are the only 2 places that I think have that right now. And so I think Dallas, depending on kind of what happens with their, organizational structure and head coaching situation, I think that they can be a real player in free agency because playing with Paige right now and having the money to spend on free agents is a major sell.
So much like Mike Breen has, bang, you've got You Bet. What goes into when you decide to unleash that on the broadcast?
Usually it kind of is about the moment and the rhythm of the game. If it's a big shot late game, it could be used there, or if there's a big run, or if a player is like really hot. I try and just make it make sense, and basketball is unique in that, the moments that feel huge and where you can feel the momentum really shift don't have to be at the end of the game. Right? Like it can happen at any moment. And so I just try and be judicious in that regard of when I'm going to use it without using, I'll try and limit it to, a couple a game. Maybe it would creep up to 4 or 5, but not more than that. And just trying to make it make sense so that it feels like a big 3. Like if Cooper Flagg's first bucket of the game, his first career basket is a 3, I might use it even if it's, the first possession because it's Cooper Flagg, and it's his first ever basket, and he's probably going to be, a pretty great player. But, otherwise, those other places is when I try and be strategic with it.
Ryan Ruocco, ESPN, pretty dang good segment for a Yankee and Astros fan, man. We won't hold it against you.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Hey, the Astros fandom, let's be clear. It only lasted for the 3 years Andy was in Houston, okay? It went out the window after that. If the Rangers were to play the Astros now, I'm all Rangers, all right?
There we go. That's a deal. We'll drink to that. Have a great game tonight, man.
All right, thanks, guys.
Cheers. There he goes, Ryan Ruocco, ESPN. He'll be on the call tonight on ESPN for Mavericks and Spurs. Well, Chuck, what is next?
All right, let's do a little mixed bag. We got some college football leftovers, unhinged Tennessee fans, and maybe some over-under. That's next.
But Tolo's the time.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got one new Chevys in anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. What an incredible basketball season we had to look forward to starting tonight. Mavs and Spurs on ESPN. Thanks to the luck of the lottery, delivering Cooper Flagg, saving us from the misery that was the post-Luka reality. Thankfully, that didn't have to go on much longer, in about 3 months. Anyway, here's Wolchuk with a mixed bag.
All right, update on Texas safety Michael Taft, who was not happy with the media after Texas was able to barely defeat Kentucky on the road. He was like, see a lot of unhappy faces. I don't see any smiles here. It's hard to win in the SEC.
Pull a Brian Kelly on him.
What the hell, guys? We won the damn game, right? Think we'd lost the game.
Yeah.
Well, Texas is going to be without their leader on defense as he had to have surgery. He underwent thumb surgery and is expected to miss some time. Don't have an exact timeline, and the recovery is not known. But if it's anything like John Mateer at Oklahoma, I'm expecting
3
a couple
days.
of weeks. I mean, maybe. But he's not going to play against Mississippi State. So that is a big loss because Michael Taft certainly is one of their best players in the secondary, but they're not going to have him as the Horns look to continue their path. I mean, they still have control of their own destiny if they can win out.
They've got Mississippi State, then they do have Vanderbilt at home, and then at Georgia.
And then at Georgia.
Yeah.
Then Arkansas and A&M, of course.
Yeah, that's going to be...
I think they're going to lose 3 more games at least.
I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked if they did. I mean, Georgia, I don't think they're going to win. Yeah. Vandy's going to be a tough one right now.
Vandy just will run the ball.
It would be very Texas and Texas A&M, though, if the Horns found a way to like ruin the Aggies' chance to make the SEC title game.
Yeah.
They find a way to just, I mean, gosh, that's Aggie football for you right there. And A&M fans, I know you're listening, and I know you're like, I hate you, but you're right. Steve Spurrier wants Florida's
the old
coaching.
ball coach.
Yep, the old ball coach. He's got two coaches in mind.
I'm trying to think
himself or his son.
I thought he was going to say himself, but no, he's not. He's not putting his name in the ring here.
Lane Kiffin's got to be one of them.
Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, Lane Kiffin. Yeah.
Who's starting to sound like Nick Saban, by the way, if you close your eyes.
Yeah, I can hear it too. You're spot on with that. And Eli Drinkwitz at Mizzou.
Yeah.
That would make some sense. I also, with Jimbo trying to get back into the things here, like if you're Florida, do you look at...
Oh, gosh, you don't go full
going
Jimbo.
after your old... I mean, Jimbo's had a lot of success in college football. Didn't go well at A&M.
Won a lot of games there. I mean, he has probably a pretty good relationship being at Florida
Knows the state, yeah.
With all
recruited well at FSU.
Yeah, recruiting, for sure.
If anything, FSU should just bring him back when they can. Norvell.
Maybe. Yeah, that could also be
I
the
think
case.
Brian Kelly would be an excellent coach there.
Yeah. Kelly just says, you know what, I'm good here.
I think Brian would fit in well. He'd look good in the orange and the blue.
I think you're right.
I would recommend, if I was the old ball coach, if I had to say, I'd recommend Brian Kelly.
I wonder what his family thinks about
his
that.
family. Me and my family. Man, speaking of SEC.
You know what? Seriously?
Yeah.
Florida ought to go after Lane Kiffin.
They absolutely should.
They ought to. He's this era's Steve Spurrier. You know, guy.
I think it'd be a great fit.
Yeah, that kind of like, that kind of swaggy kind of guy. It'd be perfect for them.
I think it would be too. Although, man, I was listening. Gosh, who was it? There was somebody that was talking about the Florida job recently, and then there might be something wrong. Like,
Chuck Cooperstein?
Was it?
Chuck's a Florida alum.
Well, Chuck was trying to recruit Shoddy this morning.
Yeah.
He was like, what about, because Sean asked him, hey, who do you want at Florida? And he said, well, I don't know. What about former Florida Gator quarterback Brian Schottenheimer?
Yeah. Chuck is like me with LSU. Chuck's like that with Florida.
He a big-time Florida guy.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think Lane Kiffin would make a lot of sense there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like I say, swaggy. He's this era's version of Steve Spurrier.
Right. But Eli Drinkwitz is a name that we don't really talk about a lot. He's done an excellent job at Mizzou. Yeah. And maybe that could be an upgrade for him if he wants to leave Mizzou to go to Florida. I know we got a lot of good Mizzou alums, Brad Sham being one. Shout out to KG, Kevin Gray as well.
Danny Surratt.
Yeah, Danny Surratt now with the Cardinals.
With the Cardinals.
Tennessee fans, they tried. It didn't work. They made a bunch of fake accounts to try and get the San Francisco Giants to not hire their manager. So Tennessee fans went on to Twitter, made a bunch of fake accounts to try and say that Tony Vitello is not a guy that you want to hire. He's a bad human being. They posted videos of him yelling at umpires, and basically, we don't want this.
Just disparage him.
Giants,
campaign.
We don't want this guy as our manager, okay? In reality, the Giants didn't care. They had already zeroed in on him, and now they've named him their manager. So in MLB First, we've got a college manager going to the pros. And look, the Vols just had an excellent season. Maybe this ends up working. A little out-of-the-box idea here for Buster Posey and the Giants, but Tony Vitello, congratulations.
I got to be honest with you. I would probably do the exact same thing if Clayton Adams is up for a head coaching job.
Yeah.
Let's get him going right now.
Guys, you don't want Clayton Adams.
Let's start the Clayton Adams burner accounts. Anti-Clayton Adams, bad person, worst coach, terrible person. Yeah, a couple of podcasts.
Yeah.
We'll put the AI broadest to it and just have them talk terrible about Clayton Adams and just email blast it, spam all 31 other teams in the NFL. This guy sucks.
Nothing but Panthers clips in there.
Yeah,
you
just
see this.
They can't run the football. Are you kidding me? Look at this scheme. How dare they?
Panther clips.
What the hell?
Would be perfect.
Trying to get TJ Bass pulling in space. What are you trying to do? This is ridiculous.
Every failed rush attempt.
Just make a collage, a montage of it.
I mean, they only really ever could run the ball because you had Pickens and Lamb. You know,
real.
and Dak, MVP, who couldn't run the ball in that situation.
Seriously.
Javonte Williams, a career year. You know, it's like a pop-up year. Like we've seen Philip Lindsay do this before. Other running backs just have that one great year. It's Javonte Williams year. He was the reason the running game was good.
Right.
It wasn't Clayton Adams. I do need to apologize to Riley Moss. I was disparaging him yesterday.
Yeah, I thought
Call him
you
the
went
best
on
white corner you've seen.
I said he might be burnt toast this weekend. According to Next Gen Stats, he's been anything but this year. He's allowed the lowest completion percentage in the NFL by any defensive back this season.
And because they're constantly throwing bombs on him.
But he's getting targeted a lot.
Yeah,
because nobody wants to go ahead and throw at Patrick Surtain on the other side. But he's done well.
The deep ball is a problem.
Well, he's not a runner. He's not a long speed
That's what
guy.
I'm saying, though. To me, you might be right about everything, and you watch him on tape. He is a good player, don't get me wrong. But they're vertical routes, and they don't give up many vertical plays. But the ones they've given up, he's been the guy they've gone after.
Yeah, I still like the idea of Pickens going deep on him. But on the other side, PS2 has played 8 career games, including 2 this season, in which he did not allow a reception, according to Next Gen Stats. This guy's been absolutely phenomenal. Now,
he's about to get a taste of that lamb chop.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I like our guys. I'll take our guys over there, guys.
Damn, I missed this giant guy missing the extra point.
Oh, well, yeah, if the Giants could have just made it.
Here goes Broadus.
That's why they went ahead.
That might be the only stat he's good at. Stats won't tell the whole story, but
Riley?
Looking at his profile, it's not like it's good.
Well, I got to see him when I went to that Ohio State game. It was 3 years ago today, and watched
he's a good
just
player.
tear him up. He was having calf cramps in that game for Iowa. Yeah. Was good old Riley Moss. All right, let's wrap up the mixed bag. Over under, boys. What do you say? 41.5 wins. 41.5 is what it is for our Dallas Mavericks.
I'm going over.
Way over.
I'm going way over too.
That's easy money.
I think this thing. I really think that if things go right for them, and I know health, but I even think even with injuries, like I said during crosstalk, as long as they don't just happen all at the same time, you can withstand losing Anthony Davis for a 2-week period. You can withstand a Lively absence, just not Lively, AD, Gafford all at once. You're deep enough to be able to make this through with I'll miss one guy here and there, then the other. You just switch it up, change it up. But I'm thinking over the 41.5 big time here for our Mavericks.
It's about to be a really good season. I don't think you can sleep on what D'Angelo Russell and Cooper Flagg can do in playmaking. I know last year that was a big shortcoming for this team after the Kyrie Irving injury, but I don't expect that to be a big factor. I think their defense, their size, it's going to mop in the regular season.
I hope you're right.
We got 3 down and 2 to go here. Little Football's Finest coming up, Chief.
Yeah, Depoy odds, stats of the day, and a ping pong locker room update next in the nation.
But summer heat just got done wreaking havoc on the soil around your house and possibly your foundation. If you have cracks in your walls, sticky doors, uneven floors, try my friends at PermaPure Foundation Repair. They can come out to the house, do a full evaluation, and a lot of times just give you peace of mind the foundation looks good. But if you have any of those troubles,
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. G-Bag of the day is coming up at 5:30, LA Live at 5:40. The Max Crosby storyline is not over. We'll dive more into that coming up in just a little bit here in the G-Bag Nation. It's a Mavericks opening night. Mavs and Spurs coming up at 8:30, so we got a lot of juice here for tonight's sports discussions. Of course, Fan After Dark's coming up with Fred and Blake this evening as well, so we'll go well into the night, live and local. Time now for an edition of the finest. Here's the Chief.
Prayers up to an absolute legend, longtime NFL play-by-play announcer Kevin Harlan. Nothing's wrong with him. He's just having to call that Dolphins game this week.
Oh, geez, you scared me there for a sec.
Gosh, they put him on the Dolphins call?
Yeah, I'm like, why are you burying Kevin Harlan to have to watch the disgusting Dolphins?
He should be elevated.
He should.
Not diminished.
Yeah.
We need more Kevin Harlan.
Couldn't agree with you more, man. Imagine Harlan and Romo together. I mean, I'm not trying to remove Nance or anything like that. He already told us he's retiring in like 17 years or whatever it was. There's a video circulating today from draft night when Drake May got selected by the Patriots.
Yeah.
And Bill Belichick says, quote, of all the he was just on a Patriots hate tour, still is. He says, of all the quarterbacks, Drake May was my lowest rated passer.
Wow.
I mean, thank God the Patriots got out of the Bill Belichick business. Imagine how disgusting they would be right now.
Yeah, and I feel like you had a very short reprieve there in that AFC East from his reign of terror. But Drake May and the Patriots are going to be a force to be reckoned with. I won't be surprised if they move past the Bills in the next couple of years as clearly the best team in that division.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Drake May is that dude.
Hopefully, my guy Elliot Wolf gets to stay on as personnel guy. It seems like him and Mike Vrabel are working pretty well together.
Seems to be working.
Yeah. Shout out to Josh McDaniels.
Yeah.
Pretty good job security there, I'd say.
Yeah.
It was looking murky for a while. You get the right quarterback, get him some better protection, I think is a big move they made.
Big time. Yeah.
They signed Milton Williams defensively. He made a lot of good decisions.
Well, see, that's what, and Elliot, they remember how many times the Patriots always went off script and they went and got some, and nothing against directional North Dakota or anything like that.
Oh, they go and get the Colton Strange.
Yeah, but
like
it's always
picks.
it's always some kind of pick where you're like, were you trying to be smarter than everybody else pick?
Yeah.
But they went out and they got the LSU tackle, and
Will Campbell,
something to build around there.
Been good.
The old outthinking the room situation. Yeah. Did you guys see the quote from DeMarvion Overshown? This guy's just a true joyful man.
Lead us, please.
Love this guy. Practice today for the first time in 2025. Quote, who am I to not wake up every day with a smile on my face? Over the last 317 days, I've been injured. I've been blessed to have a kid, be engaged. I didn't lose any sleep. I woke up every day smiling.
The stud.
And just seeing the photos of him out there, aesthetically, he is just picture perfect.
He looks incredible.
And now he's got that 0 too. I forgot about the 0 jersey bump for him. Gosh, I'm fired up.
Bennett he fired the cannon after the game the other day. And Bennett says one of the nicest guys.
Oh, Overshown was out there?
Yeah, he fired it. Bennett,
wow.
They loaded it up for him, and he hit it, and Bennett says, what a nice guy.
He had bet with Kenneth Murray, and Kenneth Murray had to wear, because Kenneth Murray's an OU guy,
the
just
hoodie?
a bunch of Texas gear. Yeah.
Ooh, I don't think I'd be making that bet if I was in that rivalry. Those pictures are going to live forever. He said he's stronger, faster, can jump higher, more explosive. You name it, I'm all of it. Everything about him is amazing.
Yeah, he's a dog. I mean, I don't want to
stay healthy.
It seems like they're putting a lot of
please stay healthy
expectations on him to come back and be the savior, and that's not fair.
No, not at all.
If they stand pat at the deadline just because they're getting Overshown back and they're maybe getting Revel back at corner, give me a break, dude.
I don't think there's any chance they don't make a move.
Well, I appreciate your vote of confidence there. Yesterday, we found out that the Ravens, due to their just total disaster of a season, removed all the fun from the locker room.
No fun zone.
We're blaming John Harbaugh for that.
We all agreed they made the right decision there, right, Chief?
Yeah, that's right.
What are you doing?
Apparently, the ping pong tables and all the other incredible arcade-type games, this was like a full-fledged Tornado Terry's they had in their gosh dang locker room.
I'd have burnt it in the middle of the practice field.
Oh, that would have been good, man. It was apparently initiated by the veteran leaders on the team. It wasn't the coaching staff. It wasn't a punishment. This was players.
It was all the dudes that couldn't play video games.
All the guys that sucked at the cornhole and the ping pong. Let's get this out of here.
The funnest thing to do with Pop-A-Shot after you play the traditional way and find out who the best is and you can never beat him is to go distance. We had one at the last radio station that I worked at. We'd have a tape mark on the floor, and you'd come into work every day wondering who's the record setter. And you'd write your name on there, and you had to have a witness, in order for any of these to count. But we had the best time with it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
We ultimately ended it because we couldn't get it up against the wall and have our arms still be able to cock back and throw. So
okay, and were y'all a good winning team?
What do you mean? The radio station?
Yeah.
We kicked ass.
Like you guys were, so it worked for you guys.
Absolutely did.
See, there you go.
That and all the beer.
The beer can help. Yeah, people forget. I mean, you were hammered running Mariners games for many years.
Yeah.
Yes.
In Seattle.
Hosting shows.
107
Not
games.
throwback.
It's not talked about enough.
Not talked about nearly enough.
Who do you guys think is your odds-on favorite for Depoy?
Depoy favorite right now. Gosh.
It's going to be Micah Parsons at plus 180. Going to go ahead and answer that question for you.
He's not going to win it.
Then it's Aiden Hutchinson and
I think I could win it.
Nick Benito.
Yeah.
Who we will
guy's
be
just
seeing.
Got to watch him tonight.
We will
Try
be
and
seeing
block
him
up.
on Sunday. Yes. I mean, the pass rush for the Broncos.
Yeah.
No joke.
Him and Edgerrin Cooper.
No joke, dude.
Or Jonathan.
Jonathan Cooper.
7th round pick.
And Zach Allen.
Yeah, Zach Allen's all. I mean, and that guy got paid in the offseason, deservedly so.
It's funny with Denver, they didn't draft any of their 3 interior offensive linemen, the starters, all signed.
It's amazing. You don't always have to build a studly unit through the draft.
Yep. All of them are.
They didn't draft minors?
No, I'm talking about their defensive line. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Zach Allen they got from Arizona, DJ Jones they got from San Francisco, and John Franklin Myers they got from a trade from the Jets.
Look at that. Making it happen.
Okay, so your quirky football stat of the day. I don't know if you guys remember this, but on Monday Night Football,
Patrick Mahomes,
you had Cooper Kupp throwing a football.
Yeah.
And that, of course, resulted in an interception.
Oh.
He has thrown 6 career passes with 0 completions, Cooper Kupp has. So he now has the second most passes in a career without a completion since the merger, of course.
He must be throwing that thing around pretty good in practice.
Wow. I know. It's like, what type of confidence
he never misses in practice.
His play callers.
Why does Sean keep calling the play?
Sean was calling it for a long time.
Kubiak?
Now, of course, he's with Kubiak.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But what would make Kubiak feel like over the course of his 5 attempts that this would be a good idea for him? The funny part about
he talked him into it. Is what he did.
Come on, let me, Coach. I got this.
Coach, I could do this.
Come on, we're just playing the Texans, Coach. We're going to find a way to win this football.
We can dong around out here.
It's Jeff Fiegels, though, the former punter
from the Giants.
Oh my
Eagles,
gosh.
right?
He has the most career passes with 0 completions because he inexplicably threw the ball 8 times in his career. But unlike Cooper Kupp, he never threw an
also
interception.
played 20-something years.
It's like a couple of fake punts.
Yeah, he played from 88 to 09, dude.
My
guy was punting for just a professional punter.
He sold Eli Manning his number, is what he did. Remember,
yeah, that's right. He got a bag for that,
too. Got a bag, and he got the Disneyland trip for the family.
Dude.
Or Disney World.
09. That's a hell of a run.
Yeah. By the way, congratulations to Tua T. I know he's been down bad right now. Everybody's talking mess about him because he sucks.
Yeah, all you Dolphin fans.
So he admitted he was too short today. He didn't want to throw the ball to Jalen Waddle because he couldn't see.
Hey, man. I mean, that's just...
I don't want to just throw it blindly. Well, sometimes maybe you should, Tua.
It feels like he's throwing blind.
Yeah. Can't be worse than what you're doing now.
At least half his pass attempts.
Like he's concussed.
He's got the most 2 or more interception games in the NFL since 2022. He's done it 12 times.
Oh, my
12 times since 2022. He's had 2 or... What do you mean what's happened to him? His brains have been slammed into the turf in a way that has him not being able to play quarterback.
What's happened to his ability?
I think it's maybe it's the concussions.
What's happened to his ability?
I mean, they haven't really...
pretty ball.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a handful of reasons, but one of them is definitely his brain can't function the same way it did before it got smashed far too many times. And that's just, it's sad, but that's just what it is. George Pickens, through the first 7 games in his career. 26 catches, 28 catches, 31 catches. This year, 36 yards. He's at 607 yards. He's never had more than 3 TDs through the first 7 games of a season. He's already at 6 right now.
Yeah, he is.
So the George Pickens season is definitely on its way to being as dominant a season, the most dominant season that he's ever had, and him mic'd up on the sounds of the sideline.
Him and Marshawn Lattimore going back and forth is great.
Yeah,
what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Everything.
I loved the. I mean, it always helps when you win the game, but the pregame where Dak's like hyping everybody up, and then Joe Milton starts dancing, and then here comes George Pickens and his dancing. I'm like, dude, I'm here for this. All right, now again, if they lose that game 44-22, we're probably setting that particular film on fire and making fun of it. But man, just the vibes right now with these guys are wonderful,
immaculate,
and they're going to get so much better if they can find a way to add, I don't know, Max Crosby or something like that.
I don't know, just spitballing.
Yeah, the donging around, as Zach called it a few minutes ago, is not quite as welcome when you're losing. That kind of stuff they do at the beginning of practice. We're getting the vibes right and doing bits and everything. Don't play that clip after a loss. Cowboys Twitter will melt down.
No question about it.
Yeah.
All right, it's time to prep your bodies. Surprise.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Guess that spread
early
on a Wednesday.
Had to catch him off guard. So
that's what we have to do. There's only one guy with integrity in here. He's feeling confident because this is how he always does it. Broadus, ChatGPT, cram it up your cram hole. Walchuk, I don't want to see it. Thursday Night Football.
What don't you want to see? Because I'm showing them off, baby.
Carson Wentz undefeated on Thursday night. Him and the Vikings travel to L.A. to take on Justin Herbert and the Chargers.
Okay.
Guess that spread.
Chargers probably favored by, you tell me, Eric. You got the numbers in front of you, don't you?
Damn right I do.
I'll take Chargers. You go first.
4.5.
I'm just going to go 4.
3.
3.5.
Oh.
You all suck. How about this? Dolphins go to Atlanta. Bijan Robinson, might have 1,000 yards rushing in this game.
So you're saying
in Atlanta.
You're saying hit the more on Prize Picks.
I'm going to hit the more on that Prize Picks. Kevin Harlan.
It's in Atlanta.
Dawson,
home game.
Dawson, guess that spread.
Atlanta by 6.
Broadus.
Atlanta by 7.
I'll go 7.5 since he went 7.
Yeah, 7.5. There it is. Wolchuk's cheating again. All right, we have. Let's see. We have the Niners and the Texans. Niners going to Houston. Broadus, guess that spread.
Niners going. I'm going to actually say Houston's going to be a favorite in this game. Houston -1.
The 5-2 Niners versus the 2-4 Texans. Wolchuk, guess that spread.
It's in Houston. Gosh, how could Houston be favored? But I guess maybe they get the home cooking.
Yeah.
Houston by 2.
I'm going the other way. I'm going 49ers -2.
Houston by 1.5. We get a quick rematch here between the Giants and the Eagles in Filthy. Wolchuk, guess that spread.
I'll take Eagles by a touchdown.
7.5.
Turds 4.5.
Broadus is using ChatGPT. Freaking nailed it.
No, I just guessed it because he said 7. I was going to go either 7 or 7.
We're playing off each other, Eric.
Yeah.
It's called teamwork.
Yeah.
Learn about it sometime.
I like what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
Okay, we have the biggest
Buccaneers by 4.5.
Biggest spread of the week is the Titans going to Indy to take on the Colts. Dawson, guess that spread.
Oh, this is the biggest of the week.
13.5.
Broadus?
I'm going higher in Dawson. 14.5.
Well, I'll just go 14.
I'm telling you, Broadus is ChatGPT, and he's on this thing. All right.
Did you pull it up?
14.5 there for the Colts. I know he pulled it up.
I love it. If you're not cheating, you're not trying.
There's a couple of my dummy just to make like I didn't want to
just a half point off.
I just wanted you guys to win.
Depending on what site you look at, you could be off.
I was tired of losing this thing for 7 weeks.
I wish the Sunday Night Football game was at Lambeau because you have the Packers and the Steelers.
Oh, it'd be glorious.
Wolchuk, guess that spread.
I'm not looking at this one.
I'm still going to say the Packers are favored in Pittsburgh. I'll say Packers by 3.
Dawson?
3.5.
Broadus.
What is?
Wolchuk just nailed it. Packers by 3.
Packers by 3.
Packers by 3.
You got it.
Let's go.
How much?
I can't believe that they're cheating on you like this.
How much do you think?
It's all good.
Kansas City's favored by over Washington now with Mariota starting Monday Night Football.
Oh, that's good. And that's not the biggest part of the week. Well,
That's not.
I guess. Yeah. Titans suck.
Guess that spread, Wolchuk.
Let me go 10.5.
Dawson?
This is Kansas City in Baltimore?
No, this is Washington in Kansas City.
Washington in Kansas City. And Jane Daniels is out.
Hell, it could be 2 touchdowns.
And maybe a half.
Let me get 8.
Okay, very good.
12 and a half.
Yeah, you nailed it. Believe you.
Thank you, Chief.
No, thank you.
Sorry about my co-host.
I was waiting for the Heisman odds. I was ready for that.
That was one of the best we've ever done.
Who's the favorite to win the Heisman right now, guys?
Great job, old Chuck.
Okay,
Thanks,
let's
buddy.
step out of here. I got the biggest reason yet to believe Dak is the real MVP.
What?
We'll hit the Expressway G-Bag of the Day at LA Live, all coming up next in the nation. All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan inside the NBA, debuting on ESPN right now. They're talking basketball. Mavs and Spurs coming up at 8:30 at the AAC. It is time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top, and it's brought to you by the on-time experts. Cooper Beebe says he might play this week. He was one of the 3 Cowboys that returned to practice today.
Yeah, I asked a couple of questions to some folks that might know what's going on, and I said 56 maybe this weekend, and they said a couple of different people said we'll see. He has to get more reps tomorrow, which that's the intent. So
okay.
They're going to see what they do with more reps tomorrow, and if they get through tomorrow, then that means Friday, and then that's when you'll know exactly if he's going to play or not. But he's going to need some more reps is what they're saying right now.
That's really going to help your power, your athleticism at the center spot. Brock Hoffman did a really nice job once again for you. I think did more than a lot of backup centers would, but there's no doubt there's an upgrade to be had if you can get Cooper Beebe back in the mix. That's exciting. Trayvon Diggs still in concussion protocol, but he was at practice today as did not participate. Donovan Wilson also DNP. Not sure what's going on there, Brian.
Elbow and shoulder there are the two things. Yeah, he I think his elbow popped out of place and then popped back in, and he came back in the game with a Tyron Smith-like knee brace on his elbow.
I think he stood up and shook it out. Actually, is what
Maybe
he
so.
did.
Maybe so. Shook it out. Shook it out. Yeah.
Okay, the most convincing reason so far to believe Dak is the real MVP of the NFL. You know, to me, when you're talking about most valuable, there's a lot of different ways to look at it. And I think NFL media has got this one wrong by giving it to the quarterback who produced the most on a loaded team. It should come down more to how much have you done considering your surroundings. And we go to offensive line rankings. This is from PFF. So if you think they're terrible at their jobs and you know your eyes watching highlight packages and skimming NFL Twitter are more reliable, maybe this means nothing to you. And here is the bad news on the offensive line rankings. Denver's number 2. Their line gave up 10 pressures, 1 being a sack on 55 dropbacks against the Giants, who have a great front. The 90 PFF pass blocking efficiency rating was amongst the best of the week, and they've been great all season long. Number 1 is the Colts. Number 3 is the Chiefs. Okay, you have those Chiefs coming up in about, 6 weeks or so. And then you start scrolling, and you're thinking, man, Cowboys played pretty well, but they've been hurt. You know, not sure if Beebe's going to be back. Certainly the Cowboys are here somewhere. I mean, great offense, great running game. The Cowboys have the 22nd ranked offensive line according to PFF. Their front 5 surrendered 10 pressures, including 2 sacks on 36 attempts against the Commanders. Their 78.8 PFF pass blocking efficiency ranked just 26th this week. That's Dak putting up 44 with an offensive line operating as a sieve. That's scheme and quarterback play.
I thought they played better than that, but damn, that's low.
Yeah. First-round pick Tyler Booker returned to action, was one of the team's better-performing offensive linemen, gave up 2 pressures, earned a 72 PFF pass-blocking grade against the Commanders. But what do you make of that premise, that with this offensive line, that should be bonus Dak? I think if the media was looking at that, I think one day they will. I don't know if they're up for the task.
Yeah,
yet.
I mean, I think EPA is also a good one. Expected points added, and if you look at that, which is adjusted for pass protection, receiver drops, dropped interceptions, fumble recoveries, and it also gives credit for expected yards after the catch and accounting for defenses you face. Dak's number 1, and it's not even close. I mean, he's got a 100 EPA, 98 is his PFF grade. So if you average that out, it's a 99. Number 2 is Sam Darnold. Drake May's at 3. Stafford, who I do think has been fantastic this year, is at 4, followed by Justin Herbert. Those are your top 5. The quarterback you're playing this week, and right now the MVP favorite's Mahomes, right? And he's at 10 on this one when you look at adjusted expected points added. But Bo Nix at 27 on this list. He has not been good. His average GPA is at a 29 right now, which is just ahead of Justin Fields. That's not company you want to be in.
Does the offense keep rolling against Denver's defense? I think is a huge question. If you can play them and go get your 35 or 40 points, I think maybe the respect for this on a national level hits its peak.
Yeah, you just got to figure out this is a 3-4, an odd front. We'll get into it more tomorrow. I've got some more film work I got to do, but yeah, this is an odd front when it comes to very similar to what you dealt with. And this is what my worry would be is what you dealt with in Carolina. And I mean in a way of the big inside defensive tackles that, play when you start to talk about Allen, DJ Jones, I mentioned him, John Franklin Myers. These guys are big inside guys, and Dallas really had a problem with Carolina's big inside guys as far as getting penetration. And then now you've got to think about blocking those guys, but then you got these outside backers really are like stand-up defensive ends that cause a lot of problems. And this group really does a great job of running to the football and really kind of choke you off that way. So it's Dallas has played some good defenses before, but the combination that gave them the most problems were when you get those three big inside guys.
Man, that Carolina game was such a disaster. Could you imagine if they had just beaten Carolina like they should have? 4-2-1 right now.
Yeah.
Everything would be.
You'd be feeling great.
A lot different. Justin Field. Oh, go ahead.
No, I think the Chicago loss was bad too, because I kind of felt like that was the game that maybe the quarterback. If you talk about a game that wasn't the quarterback's best game,
yeah,
I think he missed some throws that he could have made, or he put it that way. The last 3 weeks he's made. In these last few games where he missed some of those throws he normally would make in that Chicago game.
Yeah, Justin Fields took the high road responding to Woody Johnson throwing him under the bus yesterday. He said you really can't judge first-year coach Aaron Glenn when you have a quarterback that can't complete a pass. He went around for seconds and thirds on Fields. Fields said today, I don't think me talking to him is going to do anything. It's not going to make me play better. It's not going to give me more confidence on the field, so I don't think there's necessarily a point in talking about that, and I doubt he'll come talk to me. Yes, I would second that. Okay, and next, let's go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Next, let's go into the Pimp Cup. Hey, what's up, Tolos? Listeners, what's the Tolo, fellas?
Turn it on, leave it on.
Turn it on, leave it on, listener of this here station. This is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. How you doing? Hit me up on Facebook. Lucius Alexander, how about that? Lucious. Or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter and send all your hate mail there too, fam. I see you out here hating. This is day 2, going for 3 of this champion audio. Shout out to Tolo Christopher Borden. Put me on game. Shout out to you, sir. He put me onto this long-time Tolo. Well, you know what? Let me not cap. Longtime Cowboys fan, Miss Gonzalez right here. She was not a fan of how they were treating her baby Dak out there on the field.
Yeah. Look at that son of a bitch, Commander, what he does to my quarterback. He's a f***ing ass.
Yeah.
Illegal my ass. He almost killed my quarterback.
Yeah.
Kick him out of the game. The game. 55 head, get him out of there. Mm-hmm. Always playing nasty, even when they were the Washington Redskins. They always have to keep doing that kind of shit.
Yeah. Nasty.
Damn right I'm mad.
Yeah, right.
That's uncalled for. Yeah, look what he did. He almost took his hair.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Man, I got to meet Miss Gonzalez. Let's get her on the show.
Yeah.
I just want to know more about her.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Get him out of there.
All right. Let's see here. What are we going to do next, fellas? Got a lot of stuff I've been loaded in the folder. Let's go to Pat Mahomes. He was brought up on Monday, so I'll let the audio sit for a second. So it'll be nice and good again, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes the leftovers are great. Some brilliant acting right here by Patrick Mahomes. He's the GOAT. Try to get a hard count snap, trying to get the jump.
Yes.
See what happened there? But let's see what happened.
Tried to draw him offside. Sorry. Mahomes says, Coach, it doesn't work.
There they go.
He was faking it.
There they go.
Got you.
You would give it up on that one. You thought for sure it was a draw, didn't you?
Andy Reid.
Draw him offside.
Unbelievable. Pete Carroll even knows this. We're going to make you think we're trying to draw you off sides, and then we're going to go ahead and take a downward punt. And then he goes, and Mahomes goes, gosh, it never works. It never stinking works.
Yeah, that was some good acting right there. He threw his hands up and everything, looking at the coach. It never works, man.
I'm glad they're trying something new because that's getting annoying.
Do what?
The attempt to draw him off.
Oh, yeah.
You coming a mile away these days.
Yeah, you can't. You really can. You really
I think there was a moment when Kurt Warner was with the Rams years ago and Mike Martz was the play caller. And, he gets out from under center and, starts walking towards the sideline and, rips his chin strap off. And he's, bitching. And then they just direct snap it to the running back.
Oh, there you go. Wow.
Sounds like something Witten would drop for his high school squad.
I think the best one ever.
He pulled a rabbit out of the head, y'all.
Who did the fake spike, though? They're running up to the line of scrimmage. It's late
Dan
fourth.
Marino. Dan Marino did that against the Jets.
Monday Night Football, right?
That's a badass move. Yeah.
Was that the Miracle at the Meadowlands? Maybe I'm tripping.
That was when
that was a Monday Night Football game.
But I thought that was Eagles at it might have been, but I remember
I think that was also Jets Dolphins, but different game.
But then there was also the Joe Pisarcik fumble.
The fake that might have been the Patriots. It might have been Bledsoe and Marino.
I got Dolphins Jets 94.
Yeah.
Marino fake spiking the ball, stop the clock. I'm probably watching it live.
2000 was the
ball knower.
I was at the game.
Shoot, somebody on the fan text mad at Miss Gonzalez. There was a BS roughing the passer call. Didn't even hit his head. She has no idea what she's talking about. She has no flags. She's at home on her couch. She's just chilling, bro.
Lucius, there's some questions
She's
about.
Gonna throw a chancleta
I was trying
at
to
that guy.
find some information. About Miss Gonzalez.
Oh, not you. Another one. Atolo last night tagged me in a video of her saying, "Hey man, I found Miss Gonzalez right here. Here's part 2 of the video." I'm like, I know, man. I know, bro. I know. I'm very aware, man. I appreciate your help, though. What you saying, brothers?
You're trying to find more about Miss Gonzalez?
I was trying to find out more about Miss Gonzalez, and again, I get ball sacked a lot on this thing. But they're saying that that Miss Gonzalez might actually be an Eagles fan.
Oh no.
She's doing bits out there?
I don't believe this. I don't
engagement farming?
believe this. She sounded too emotional and passionate.
The hard R there at the end was reminiscent of the Wooly Bully. Clearly, this gal's inside these borders.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I looked up Cowboys fan Miss Gonzalez cussing, and an online search did not find a specific widely reported incident involving Miss Gonzalez, who is a Cowboy fan but caught cussing. The search results primarily point to a viral video of September 25th, but she's talking about this game, right?
Yeah.
She's talking about this game, so this might be something totally different. So my apologies. I was just kind of reading about this. I'm like, I guess the more you read into it, the more there's some confusion. I'm trying to find a where she's located. So
I'll send you a link of Miss Gonzalez.
To book her.
I'll send you a link of Miss Gonzalez. Got that fresh from her Instagram page.
Okay, gotcha.
Let's go to Seattle Mariners. They had a hard time. Like they're out of there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gone.
Did we find out the player that was screaming in the locker room post game?
No, I was wondering.
I think it was Cal Raleigh.
Is that who it was?
Dropping a big.
I read something.
He's dropping a dumper, bro. Stop.
Might have been Cal Raleigh.
Come on, man.
Sorry about that.
It was a passionate poo.
Jeez.
Gone is further than any other team in franchise history. Legacy is no one's really.
Now seeing somebody poo when you do that, you ruined it for me, bro. Ruined it for me.
War stream.
Usually that starts with an F and ends with a CK.
You want to be at home for those moments, man. You don't want to be in a locker room.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Woolshot, what did you say right here? Hold on.
It's guess that spread.
You want to
Jack.
spread them? You want to spread them right now? I haven't been practicing.
I have been practicing. It's good for you, man. Stretch and help you out.
He's passionate
That's what
about
it's
his
all
work.
about, you know.
You got to get a 22 pistol up there one of these days.
I don't know how that guy did it, but
I've been practicing.
I've been practicing.
He's more of a 44 Magnum guy.
Spread them, baby.
By the way, we got Matt Stafford, I guess maybe 2015 or something. He was running to the line of scrimmage. He was pretending like they were going to snap it before they snapped it. And then he jumped over. Remember that one?
Yeah, is that the goal line?
Okay, yes. The Dan Marino one, he actually snapped it and then motioned like he was going to throw it and then popped up and I think threw it into the corner.
Yeah. Was that against the Cowboys, the Matt Stafford?
That Matt Stafford, that was nasty. He just reached his hand
That's
over.
That's when Megatron had that game against the Cowboys.
That was nasty, bro. That was like
also had a nasty game, too.
That was like a big brother touchdown in the house when you're playing inside. And the goal was just whatever, like the kitchen. You just reach over, got it.
Yeah.
It was so nasty.
Reporters confirmed it was Julio Rodriguez with that battle cry.
Oh, poor guy, man. Got it out though. What should I do? What should I go to next? How about this one? They talk to a Jets fan. Jets fan. Jets fan.
Adolescent
this
Jets
kid,
fan.
Man,
young kid.
I love this guy.
He's had enough.
Y'all see them and get your thoughts on the game.
I hate this team. I was born into this, and I'm not gonna ever. I'm always a Jets fan, but like, I hate this team.
Yeah,
I hate this team.
Yeah. It's like Cowboys fans, but if you're always in last place.
Yeah.
I think that's what being a Jets fan is like. With a worse owner.
Yeah, being a Jets fan would be way worse.
Hard to be a worse owner, but I think they got one. They need a team sale. He looks like a European dude, doesn't he?
Damn.
The way he's all dressed up and everything.
Yeah,
He's always got a hat on.
What does that mean?
I don't know, just the way he dresses.
Okay.
It's kind of London-ish.
Yeah, it is.
Like I think he was an ambassador, though. I can look that. I can try and find something I get right today. I think Woody Johnson was an ambassador.
Woody Johnson. What else did you get wrong today? You got a lot of good stuff right. What are you talking about? It's balanced out.
The thing about
he nailed
Miss
to guess
Johnson,
that spread.
Miss Gonzalez.
He's the former U.S. ambassador to the United Kingdom.
There you go.
Hey, see?
There it is, darling. There it is.
And you go and redeem yourself, dog.
Well,
thank you very much, guys.
Name of the game, baby.
Dawson, it was great to work with you and Lucius for the last 5 years. I appreciate
crushed it,
you
dude.
guys. I'm heading out.
Done.
I'm done.
Have fun at the lake.
I'm done.
Go catch some stripers. What do you say, Lucius? Time
Let's
to vote?
do it.
Is it Miss Gonzalez, our two-time champ, looking for 3? Is it Patrick Mahomes? They're faking him. Is it Mariners anguish from Julio? Or is it the Jets fan? I hate this team. I was born into this. I could go either way on this deal.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Jets fan here, Chief. How about you?
Ooh.
I'm going to go champion.
Lucius?
Yeah, Miss Gonzalez.
Bully?
Jets fan.
Right.
Man, you know what? I'm going to let the fans vote for this one. Jets fan.
Well, you just made it 3-2 Jets fan.
I thought I made it 2.
There
you want to vote for maybe...
he's back in his incompetence.
No. I just said it. I told you I should have left. I was trying to count it up, and I'm thinking, who?
Yeah, it was 2-2 to you.
Jets fan.
By a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's the young Jets fan. He was born into it. Here's Lucius with LA Live.
My man fumbled right there at the 1. Did his arms out.
I was done. I was walking out of here. I didn't have to vote.
You've had it.
Yep.
Eric, who did you vote for?
The champ.
Eric.
That's right.
It went Jets fan, champ, Jets fan.
I need to pay better attention.
It's all right. I have me with that Rabbit Les interview.
Go have you a shot of Tour liquor.
Yeah.
That's when you're really in your bag. It might make you even. Something's going on here, brothers.
I think you're right about that, Lucius. Yeah.
All right, let's get into a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James. Bam!
All right, you squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
I have a little nephew. He's like a hillbilly. He hunts ducks. I learned a lot about duck hunting from that kid. Because I thought you just go in the woods and you find a duck and you shoot it with like an orange gun or whatever. But that's not what you do. You have to lure a male duck with like a wooden female duck. You know, that's someone's hobby is they get a piece of wood and they carve it till it's f***able. Nice, sexy duck. And they put it by a pond and they wait with a gun. I'm like, that's just wrong on many levels because the ducks, the male ducks, they're just trying to find love out here. You know? Like the duck's just across the pond with his friend, like, oh my God, look at her. Like, she's so like, what do I even say to her? His friend's like, just say what's up, man. He's like, nah, I can't. She's too beautiful. His friend's like, what's the worst that could happen?
It's Butt Naked Wednesday.
Yeah. Here we are, hump day. Here it is. LA Live, 105.3 The Fan. So Wednesday, October 22nd here. Butt Naked Wednesday. Shout out to Miss Erykah Badu for naming today. And seeing the future. Yes, she did. She's seen the whole future. She called it. She called the Ice Spices, the Meg Thee Stallions, the Cardi B's. Any rapper that's out there twerking, she called it. She called it back in 2008. So shout out to Miss Badu for seeing the future. Oh, my God. And peace to the gods and earths out there, all 5% of y'all. Arm, leg, arm, head. This is God Body. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Allow me to set the table with this joke from comedian Mark Forward real quick.
I went out to dinner tonight, and the waiter came over, as they do. And he was all like, do you want pepper on that? And I was like, well, is it better with pepper on it?
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah. It's a lot better with pepper on it. And I was like, well, why didn't you finish it in the kitchen? Like, are there other ingredients back there that you are withholding that will increase the flavor of my meal? Why are we playing this game, Daniel?
Oh, man, that's real right there. Hold on.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on, man. Oh, yeah. Day by time, dog.
What's up, LA?
Hey, what's up, man? How you feeling?
Yeah.
One more. I'll do this one. Choose my computer so slow. Hope the next place is faster. Jeez. Oh, my God.
I think they're taking all the same computers over.
Crap.
Still running Windows XP.
like a bad relationship. Hey, babe, we moved. We got a new spot. I'm gonna be a different person. A new place.
You're right. Yeah, I heard that one before.
Get my life together. LA Live 105.3 The Fan, Buck Naked Wednesday. I got a question for the Tolos. Tolos, a turn it on, leave it on listener of this station. What doesn't make any damn sense? Man, that don't make any damn sense.
No sense.
What doesn't make any damn sense? I asked this to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook. I'll jump it off. You boys can jump in. Or if you see something on the fan text, please holler it out, fam. Start off, Tolo said, sports owners not paying for their own stadiums. That don't make any damn sense.
Fair?
Okay. How about this one? Kamikaze pilots wearing helmets. Don't make any damn sense.
Yeah, I guess you know what you're getting into.
Man, they had some badass jackets they wore, though.
Those bomber jackets and
Yeah,
whatnot?
with the fur on the neck.
Boots with the fur.
Yeah, they're badass.
People not having bidets in their homes. Doesn't make any damn sense.
I've never used one, but I trust you, Lucius. You tell me that's a good thing.
They're amazing.
The first time you used it, though,
is it scary?
Were you a little apprehensive, like the idea of it?
I didn't know how to use it. It took a time, then you start finding your own.
I'm just
how
kind
to
of
do
like, I
it.
got a mental block there.
Is it cold sometimes? Is the water a little cold?
It can be a little cold sometimes. It can be room temperature. It's all right. But I'm so used to it now.
Imagine it's like the air fryer of the bathroom. Once you get one, you'll never live without
the
one.
game, yeah. Sounds like a middle school water fountain back there when I'm using it. Wish it around and spit it back out.
Oh!
It's a fact, Jack. What doesn't make any damn sense? Why it takes 0.5 seconds to charge my credit card, but it takes a week to get that refund.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's
Legacy financial system's broken.
That's
joke.
pretty nasty.
You don't get that money in by close of business on Friday. You got to wait 3 more days. Why? Computers are on. The internet's cooking.
Yeah, what's taking you so long?
Yeah.
And what's a service fee? What is that?